Okay, so uh yeah, there's a lot of anti-Latino rhetoric being pushed. You got on TikTok, you got Black Americans, you got racist you got Black supremacists. You got lots of Black supremacists pushing anti-Latino rhetoric. And this is just facts. Like, there's a live right now. Um, I mean, yeah, this is just facts. Uh, so they're saying that everybody's trying to copy them. Hold up. Um, God damn it. But yeah. Anyways, there's a lot of anti-Latino rhetoric. They're saying that we're trying to be like them, which is not true. We created cowboy. They say that we're trying to dress like them and everything. We trying to look like them, dress like them. But it's not true. If you go to Texas, there's a lot of Black Americans, from Texas who dress like cowboys. So you can't just put the finger at Latinos like, oh, you're trying to be like us. You wear baggy clothing, tattoos. Like, okay, tattoos. Uh, you're trying to copy us. Your women are trying to have a big booty. I'm like, no. Like what? Like, okay, first of all, indigenous women naturally have a big butt. So like, I don't know where you get that from. Just because a woman has a big butt, it's automatically trying to be black, trying to be like a Black American. But you have this right here, light skin, and yeah, the way, like, we also contribute a lot to American culture. I mean, we're indigenous. First of all, Mexicans and Latinos have indigenous DNA. Like, that's just facts. We have indigenous DNA, so we've been here for over 10,000s of years. We domesticate our own crops, potatoes, tomatoes, um, corn. Corn is Mexican in particular. Um, like, we contributed to that as well. I went on this panel, this live right here. By the way, guys, it was on earlier today, and it was spewing nothing but racism towards Latinos, nothing but racism. Like, it was insane, and they were just letting up only a bunch of self-hating Latinos. They're allowing a bunch of self-hating Latinos, and they allowed their own people to just go all out, just being racist towards Latinos. Like, one of the hosts said, if a police department, the police departments in the Southwest, you know, the demographics over there are mostly Hispanic, so that's the reason why I hate the police department. And it's like, what? You wait, hold on. So you hate the police LAPD because they're mostly Hispanic. So if they're a YT, they're gonna be you're gonna like them. If they're YT police officers, you're gonna like them. If they're black police officers, you're gonna like them. Like, Like so many racism towards Latinos. Like it's crazy. They didn't allow anybody. This is why I made this live because they didn't allow anybody to speak. They dropped me as soon as I started to speak. They just dropped me because I had the arguments. They don't. They're not for freedom of speech. They couldn't handle my arguments. Um. Yeah. I mean, I have. They went on and went on just attacking Latinos, saying, pointing the finger at us, saying that we are the colorists, saying that we are just the colorists. We are the ones. They even. They will even make the arguments that Oaxacans are racist towards Oaxacans are experiencing lots of discrimination, you know, um, from other Mexicans, lighter skinned Mexicans. And I'm like, what? Well, what? Like, you don't even know Spanish. Like, how are you gonna, you never even been to Mexico. So how are you as an outsider gonna speak on, Mexicans like that? Like, that's not true. Like, we're all united. We're not a race. We're not a skin color. We have a culture. We don't identify as a skin color for the most part. Like, we don't just say, oh, we're brown or we're black or we're white. We don't just say things like that. We identify by our nationality. I'm Mexican. That's it. That's how we identify as Latinos, by our nationality or by your ethnic identity. Because Puerto Ricans don't have independence, so they just say their ethnic identity, which is Puerto Rican. You know, people say that these racist Black Americans say that Mexican is not a race. It's a nationality. Well, Mexican is an ethnic identity. Latin American countries are also ethnic identities. They're not just nationalities. Yeah, we have a sovereign state. We have our own constitutions. Uh, wait, ZK. We're not a race. We're not racist. Um, we have Latinos of Afro descent in our communities. We also like them. We're diverse. We're not a skin color like that. We're talking about Black Americans in particular, the ones who have decided to, the ones who have decided to say that they are Buffalo Soldiers, just like Beyonce. You there?
Oh yeah. So wait, what
So,
do you
are you
guys
aware of the
call it?
live? Are you aware of this live that happened earlier, or are you just coming fresh,
No, I'm
clueless?
coming fresh. I was actually asking like what is the race? Like Canadian or
Oh no, no, this there's a live earlier, and they're like criticizing being racist towards Latinos. Like for example, they're saying that yeah, there's a Black American live, and they're being racist towards Latinos, saying that we're trying to be like them. We're we are the oppressors. We've oppressed them. Like this, just pushing is like oppression Olympics and stuff like that. And they're just going all out saying that we are colorists. We are the real racists because we're colorists. We're trying to better their race or something like that. And then they spew a bunch of names, celebrity names who are Latinos, and it's like, okay, like you guys yourselves are also colorists. Like colorism is everywhere. You can't just point the finger at us Latinos and try to make us look bad. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. I mean, I can say I'm super
What's
white.
your background?
Me, I'm from England. Um, my grandma's from Canada. I don't, I personally don't know actually where I'm from. If that's okay.
Are you trolling? Like, where were you born and raised? I mean, you have an American accent.
Well, I'm born and raised in America. So, no, I'm not trolling. I just kind of want to understand why people are doing what they're doing because in the end we're Americans. I guess it bothers me a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. We're all Americans at the end of the day. Um,
So, I guess that's
yeah,
where
I
I'm
agree. We're all
coming
Americans
from.
at the end of the day, but I mean, we do have distinctive uh, ethnic identities within the American umbrella.
Well, I mean, I wish I kind of knew my ethnic umbrella, but that doesn't mean. I'm not American, right?
Yeah, it doesn't mean you're not American. We're all Americans. So Eddie, do you want to add something?
Yeah, I was just like on
Well,
that panel. They're like hella mad at Mexicans, I guess. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah,
And
they're.
I actually got on the panel and I said a couple things, but they just muted me. I forgot what they said, and I responded to. It was real short because they didn't give me much time. Oh yeah, they were talking about how like Mexicans didn't suffer, or like they
Oh
did.
yeah, they're saying that we're colorists. Yeah, they're playing the Persian Olympics, saying that we are the colorists, we are the racists, we discriminate
Yeah,
against our own people of
I was
but
about to take
our,
them
our
to
own,
why?
class.
Afro
How do you
people.
guys say
And
you're oppressionists when you're the ones that had the land before any Americans?
oh yeah, definitely,
Well,
we're indigenous. We're half indigenous.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I am. I'm like 52% Indigenous American and like half European. So, well, the rest of it's like European. So it's like I'm more American than any European, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
But I'm gonna say that anybody is
yeah,
like
we're all
if
American. I mean,
Yeah, we
but
got gay.
any
Well, yeah, yeah,
any
yeah. This is a problem. They also can be racist. Even according to their civil rights leader MLK, he was spewing unity for all people. He was saying that judge a person by the skin color is bad, and that's what they're doing right now. They're spewing xenophobia, and they're
yeah,
they're shunning people who are light skinned. They do this within their own community. Oh, you light skin, you have more privilege than me. They think that just because you have light skin, uh, you have more privilege than dark skinned people. Even
I
within their
don't
own community, they say this.
I don't think that's like I think that light skin maybe we have some kind of race, right? But it's determinate on who the those people are deciding those factors, right? It's a very it everything that's going on is a very sad situation.
I mean,
And
Yeah,
there's just ignorant people like on a lot of on every community, right? And they just like to take to TikTok and talk their shit, and it kind of sucks because for a lot of
yeah,
people,
and we got to speak out. Us Latinos, we're not speaking up. That live that just happened earlier, attacking us. There was a lot of Latinos agreeing with them, and it's ridiculous. Like we have
well, like,
arguments too. Cowboy culture, they're trying to look like us. They're trying to. The cowboy hat is ours. We got to claim the cowboy hat. I go to
yeah.
Texas, you see black Americans dressing up as cowboys in
Yeah, I
rodeo
see that in California
parties.
too,
So like,
and I don't give them shit about
who
that. It's
is
cool.
yeah,
the
in California
actual
too.
who is
Like,
the actual the person though? I'm not gonna say
It's
I
right
mean
here. It's in the panel. It's Reina de Stad. Reina de
if
Stad. She's
you
the one that
wanna
made this live earlier.
oh
Yeah, this
I'm
is this is her.
gonna
it
say
was
You
a
can
if
look
pretty
it up.
dumb. It was a pretty dumb live. They were just like spewing hate. They weren't trying to hear nobody else out, and I was just like, "What the fuck is going on here?" Right? And I got on real quick, and I was
but
about to
then
tell
you
them.
have to have people on your side, right?
Well, I was only on there for like 20 seconds, like because probably more, but they just muted me
Yeah,
the
they
whole
boot
time.
you because if you have the arguments, they will just boot you, and that's what they did to me. I just barely said one sentence, and they got so angry. And guess what it was? It was saying my sentence as you uttered was, "If you're not indigenous, you're on our land." They couldn't handle that. They couldn't handle the big facts, and they booted me. This is why I made it live right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was gonna
Well,
tell them
I
how in the
agree with
south,
that.
I was gonna tell them how in the Southwest, while in California during the gold rush, that it was legal to kill. Like, I mean, oh my god, sorry about that, dude. It was illegal.
Don't say the K word,
I
bro.
know, I know.
One warning. If you say it again, I'm gonna boot you.
Yeah, I know. I had to switch from reality to like TikTok. Unitarians,
TikTok
like,
purposes, tap F1 on
yeah,
the comments.
I'm gonna
yeah.
say
So Yu-Gi-Oh, do you have anything to add to the panel?
I personally am gonna
Yeah,
say
definitely.
for you.
Wait, Cracker, hold
Yeah,
up.
people in the
Wait,
comments are
hold up.
talking about that Latinos are colorists. I mean, you can even just look at the music. What other music are they talking about? Where it's baila morena, baila morena. Even the new
We're more
songs that are
Spanish,
coming
bro.
out talking about morena,
Yep.
people who are colored. Like what other culture celebrates people who are colored, specifically women
Celia
who are
Cruz.
colored? Exactly. So yeah, I don't want to hear any of that. That you're projecting your lack of culture onto us and misrepresenting the culture. No other culture celebrates morenos like Latinos do. So
It's just that they don't know
Yo,
Spanish,
that's
bro.
true.
Like, they don't care to
Th-
learn. If you were to
Yeah,
go up there and tell them that, they would just mute you, tell you a bunch of stuff, and drop you. I mean, they don't care to learn. They're just up here to spew hate and division, bro. That's what they do.
Division is
Yeah.
the you want to know what they want to do? Make
I mean, what else are they doing, right?
But I'm gonna say the Moreno is beautiful, and you don't need hate. You have support.
I was just gonna piggyback on what Yuhio said. It's true because like even the music, a lot of people always think that Celia Cruz's song La Negra tiene tumbao y ya camina de lao, and it's like it's actually a celebration song. The song is about a beautiful Afro Cuban woman, and she has a sexy walk. But for some reason, they think it's a racist song because it claims a black woman for some reason.
It's a projection.
Yeah.
They're projecting. They love to project.
I mean, they get mad. I seen another live they had.
Yeah, they're the ones being racist. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, they're just generalizing it. If you watched the live, you would notice they use one term. That one term, I hate it, but they say it, and that's y'all. You all are colorists. You all this. You all that. Y'all. And it's like generalizing. It's like, okay, like race. Every community is racist. Like anybody can be racist. Like, why point the finger at us? Is my point. Why are you trying to? You're trying to guilt shame us for being Hispanic or Latino, and it's like, why is that? Because they know we are taking over the United States demographically. We are taking over by 2050. We're going to be the majority of the race, and so they're trying to guilt shame us and say that we're YT and stuff like that, like what they did to YT liberals who bowed down and stuff like that, so they can gain power.
And James John says some of you Latinos have a problem with BLK. How if Latinos are BLK? That doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about?
Yeah, like
Yeah, we have
BLK, Latinos have a
Latinos of
problem with
Afro
BLK?
descent.
What are you talking about?
they're equating Latinos.
Yep, we got
to
Latinos
race.
of Afro descent.
They're weird. These people
Yeah,
are weird.
they're
Most of those people
Yeah,
that
yeah.
are in those lives, they're from like the South. Like I'll bet you 100% they're from the South. Like what I say is that they've adapted the same cultures, like the rednecks, the racist rednecks. They're just black, but they're just the same culture, the same prejudice.
I'm
Same
going to say this though, because my husband's Filipino, and like some people just don't understand, right? Like my husband's a Filipino, and he embraces Latino culture and food and everything. Like people don't understand.
Yeah, they're just dumb. They're probably the people that get mad that there's like a Mexican restaurant that everybody goes to and they're black, majority black guys that, you know.
I personally, I know I have a cracker on that, but I appreciate everybody. And I
Wait,
love
don't
you.
say the K word. We're not racist against YT people. Don't say the K word. I mean the C word.
Because I
We're not
have
spewing any hatred.
I
'Cause
have the cracker on
okay,
my,
okay, we're gonna drop.
It's a
We're
forbidden
not trying to
word,
get the live. Yeah, we're not trying to get the live taken down. That's a forbidden word because it's a term that's derogatory towards YT people. So you can report me for that.
Latinos are literally the only culture that has every color under the sun. So yeah, definitely don't want to drop the C word. And
yeah, we're diverse. We're literally.
The host was saying something.
Yeah, we're
about,
all. Yeah, we got Latinos of full European descent, and they're just as part of us as our community as anybody else. It doesn't matter about race, or it doesn't matter about race. It's about culture. Like you guys. Yeah, this is why we can't relate and see you guys as just gringos. Gringo is not even a race. It's just your culture, American culture.
It's a culture, it's a mentality.
I was gonna say something that piggybacks off what the host was just saying. Like you pointed out something how they've basically subjugated or fucking kowtowed the fucking white liberals, right? It's because during the civil rights movement, the whole the shaming of the white liberal, the shaming of the white liberal for not doing enough to defend black people from the racist white conservatives, right? It elevated the black population in the country to a political force, right? And they that became a vehicle for power acquisition. And see if the main demographic that you're combating for your political empowerment is the YT population. Well, when that YT population starts to lose a demographic majority, like they're going to, like they are already, right? You have to figure out a way to subjugate the incoming majority the way you have the last one. And the way the last one was, it was YT, And so we got this consensus that white tea equals bad, and white tea equals racist. So but when you're dealing with another marginalized community like so-called Hispanics or Latinos, right, or who are mostly indigenous, right, fucking, you can't sit there and say, oh well,
Yep.
they did this to us, they did that to us, they did this to us, because the historical facts of the matter is, no, we didn't do none of that shit to you. In fact, all the shit that was done to you was done to us first, and done to us at the same time. And fucking all the stuff that you try to take credit for, like the civil rights movement, we also participated and contributed to it. So we don't owe you shit, right?
Yeah, you don't want to hear
So
that.
go ahead, yours.
Question, Jaguar. I did like I was kind of lost. Do they believe that they're the original like Native Americans, like the guys?
No. They were
Well,
mostly
this
like
is-
FBA. They're more like FBA centric, foundational Black American centric. And yeah, they're claiming the the Black Americans who have a heritage of being victims of cattle slavery by the English settlers.
But also, why did they deny the fact that Mexicans and Latinos were in the North American continent before they were?
Because they can't handle the facts. They can't handle the truth that
Well,
we
there's
are the
definitely
most.
some wild
I don't want to play
overlap.
Oppression Olympics, but this is what they do. They get so in their feelings and they can't handle the facts. And they want to be in the front lines of the Oppression Olympics, but in reality, indigenous people are the ones in the front lines, whether we like it or not. And I don't want to. And this is coming from a Mexican American who doesn't want to play that game. But if you want to play that game, we're gonna play it. This is our land. If you're not indigenous, you're on our land.
They're playing that game with us, and the facts are that they cannot win that game with us. And so the only way they could try to win that game with us is to try to rebrand us or reclassify us as white or white tea, right? So it's like,
Yep.
without that, they have nothing.
And the reason why they try to classify us with the YT is because they are obsessed with YT. We're good with our own. We have our own identity. We're not like this. Like, we don't have this issue where we need to identify as YT, and we're happy with our own culture. We have our own music, our own food. UNESCO recognizes our own food. A lot of people that chaps people's asses because their culture isn't recognized by UNESCO. FBAs, for example. I love FBA, but I mean, your culture isn't recognized to the degree that Mexican culture is. Just as an example, I know there's Peruvian and etc.
Well, I know FBAs. Wait, Yu-Gi-Oh, do you know the founder of FBA people? The founder is a PDF file. Tariq Nasheed, he's a PDF file. He said that if he said if you see how middle school and high school girls dress, you can determine how in their future if they're gonna be 304s. He's a PDF file. But anyways, such a bomb. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah. So I keep getting into these discussions because like I'm Caribbean. I grew up in the Caribbean. I'm Puerto Rican. I grew up in a very Taino-based town where we really didn't have Christianity and Catholicism. We mostly just, like spoke about Atabey and Yokahu and stuff like that. So right now, if you look at me, like I don't look like I'm from the Caribbean. So sometimes a lot of the times when I'm trying to reach across in these discussions, when it comes to people being really angry at me for just simply existing. And it's just like, I don't understand why you want me to, or try to tell me that I can't wear my hair in braids. And they're like, don't do that. You look dumb. You look this, you look that, you look this, you look that. And I'm just like, why? Like, it's so angry. It's so angry. And
yeah, they kill shaming. They say you're light skinned too, huh? They shun you for being light skinned. Like, oh, you have more privilege than us. You're light skinned. Like Malcolm X.
Yeah, as if I had a choice in the way I presented. And it's just like I'm really trying to come in an open way to try to understand, the identity crisis, because I truly get the fact that my family, my mother's mothers come from here. This is our land. And I understand that I still have connection. I've been really lucky and blessed to still have connections to my ancestors. And that's not the same for a lot of people within the BLK community, where their identity has been stripped away from them, and for them wanting to create something, and then the YT people, or the new settlers taking their identity. And I understand that struggle, and I see it. So like I really want like be able to come into these spaces to be authentic, to be raw, but at the same time I expose a lot of this stuff where I'm like, I can't control how my hair looks, so I put it in braids, and I show my photo or I put my video on, and I just get attacked. I get attacked left and right, and
Yeah.
it's for me, I don't mind, but for other people, because I show up just to show the hypocrisy of it all. So I don't get personally offended, but there's a lot of people who are younger, way younger than me, who go into these discussions, who do get attacked, who then reach out to me. It's like, I was crying, I was being told that I was being a racist and all this stuff, and I was just really trying to understand. And like I have to go on the back end on these secret DMs and be like, girl, it's totally fine, I just wanted to expose, just don't fall into it, it's a trap. But like, why are you trying to create these traps for people just to attack them? Like, aren't we trying to better ourselves and try to understand like what we're all struggling with? But then it just turns into like this attack mode, and it's really hard for people to actually take them seriously if all they want to do is attack anybody who wants to learn.
Yeah, but they all have a lot of problems like
Yeah,
this.
and some of them are black supremacists, and they just make the argument straight up and make the claim that black people can be racist, and then they keep
They're all
on
black
speaking
supremacists.
their hateful rhetoric. So it's like you want to be a Buffalo Soldier? Okay, we don't care. We're running America's economy. Like we're taking over. Like we are the mechanics. We make up most of the blue collar workers in the United States. We're family oriented. We have healthy families. We love our father. The father in our households makes the decisions. That's facts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
they're just trying to exert authority over you, just like how they did the white liberals and shit.
yeah, for
Yeah,
real.
that guy, Tariq Nasheed, the founder of FBAs, he co-produced a fake documentary called Hidden Colors, which made the claim that the original Native Americans, original Indigenous Americans, were black.
Oh my
So that was a pseudo. The FBAs and
Yeah, with the
Wabos,
Wobbles,
there's a lot of overlap.
Pretendians. There's a lot of subgroups that are attacking us, Latinos, as indigenous, as Hispanic people. Like, it's really toxic.
But yeah, they do that shit
You
to each
know
other,
that
like on a lot of different things too. Like I'll be seeing other shit where they say the BLK men ain't shit, or the BLK woman ain't shit. So I think this is just something that they do when they're bored. I don't know. Like they fight among each other. They're telling us shit. They fight with some of them. I don't know, bro. It's just I think this is like how TikTok is just an outlet for them to be mad and try to fucking
Yeah,
oppress.
which then again, it becomes like this like question is like, what's the purpose? Like, what's the purpose of doing this? Is spending so much time of your free time to attack people or attack your own people,
the web
when we're all
this
just
is a
trying to
web
build
weapon.
community. And it's just like, why don't you take that and be more constructive in your community instead? Go show up to your commissioners meeting. Go talk about like the budgeting from your mayors and how it's being allocated on a weekly basis. Like, don't tell me that you showed up to one protest and make me try to feel as if I'm not a part of my community, because I show up to my commissioners meeting. I know what my budget is looking like. I do volunteer work for the homeless. Like, I do a lot. And so I want to be able to, teach a lot of these younger people who are so passionate to be constructive in their own communities instead of spending all this time just attacking people online. And it's just, again, like, what's the purpose? What's the point of it all?
Hey Jaguar, there's different kind of like FBAs. Some FBAs are like wobbles too, and some FBAs are like Hebrew Israelites. Like some
Oh yeah,
FBAs.
yeah, yeah.
So there's
It's a
like
crazy group. It's
yeah. So
cult.
it's not
Yeah,
just like
Tariq.
it's an ideology that was adapted by different other pseudos. Like it's not just like the FBAs that says, oh, we delineate from all the other black people. Some of them they don't necessarily delineate from anybody else, but they do separate themselves. Like that's the core concept. So that's why I was asking like whether or not they were like some of them were wobbles too, because I heard that a lot in some of the like
Yeah, now they are. I mean, I met one yesterday that was like
Oh
normal.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
finally, she just said, "No, I'm African." It's just that she kind of like the whole FBA, bring Black American people that were here because of slavery together, and she was, I don't get this whole wobble shit, or she was talking about all the pseudos that are part of her little fucking group or whatever, and she was like very disappointed to find out that the majority of them are pretty much fucking nuts.
I think these groups, they should be like taken down, because what it's going to cause more problems for them, like anyways, like it's not to their benefit, right? Because they're creating the conditions that they often complain about. Like never before had I had like a negative perception, like living amongst like and around African Americans. But now, like seeing this ideology, some of us may like now be on guard, or may have some like bias, be like, wait, are those the people that like I heard talk about like in a negative way or in a violent way against us? You see what I'm saying? So I don't think it's good for them either. Like I personally say that,
Totally.
black people
Absolutely
should
right.
gather together, like normal, regular, common black folks should gather together and stop those people, because they're causing problems, man, for real.
I think they're trying. It's just that a lot of, and not everybody's on TikTok, right? So not a bunch of people are gonna fucking try to fight it, but
So, does everybody know what UNAM is?
nah.
Wait,
No?
hold on. I just want to
guess
say,
there
because
wasn't
if you
lots of
look
them,
down the panel, because on the live earlier, yeah, you look at the panel. I mean, look at the prompt. It says, "Stop colorism in your community before asking for support. Do not say the N-word." Okay, so I don't think Latinos should say the N-word. We got the whole Spanish vocabulary, so that is a problem. I don't think if you're Latino from the United States of America, you should embrace your culture in your homeland. You should try to embrace that, because ultimately that will support you in the long run as you grow, around American culture. This is what I believe personally. So learn, spend 30 minutes a day. You should just like learning Spanish terms, work on your Spanish. If you're no sabo, you have to know Spanish because you have to interact with your community in the homeland. That's just facts. We got a lot of fake Latinos, fake Hispanics out there, that are pretending to be us so they can push their rhetoric and propaganda that, we believe in the Afro Latino label or the Latinx label, or that, there's a lot of colorism in our communities. They're trying to break apart and divide our community. So yeah, don't say the N-word if you're Latino from the United States, and try to embrace your culture from your homeland.
I actually
Question.
mentioned
So
I
Neton
mentioned
Vega.
hold on.
Go ahead, Alyssa. I'm sorry.
I mentioned Johnny J, who was somebody that used to write a lot of Tupac's songs, and they were going after me on this live. And it's like, it was a Mexican American dude who wrote a lot of Tupac's music, and you guys are going after us and stuff like that. I for one, I grew up around a lot of black people, and I never used the N-word. I don't even talk like a black person. So, but there's a lot of people that will go out of their way and say like, oh yeah, you shouldn't say this. But it's all in the music. What do you do when you like that kind
Yeah,
of music and
it's
you're
it's their
singing
culture,
it?
and
Yeah,
to sing along.
Johnny J was Mexican American, and he made
Uh,
most of the beats in All Eyes on Me.
but
Like you're trying to erase
Tupac is
us
a
and our contributions.
federal agent. I mean, he was moist as hell. There's the
Bro,
video when he was in Marin,
Well, yeah,
Marin,
I'm
San
just
Francisco,
saying,
North
like
San Francisco.
a Mexican did
He's
how.
moist as hell.
like so we're just
But what I'm curious though is,
or
so Neton Vega from Baja California Sur, he is super, like one of the most top singers right now out of Mexico. He's Moreno, and he says the N-word in his song, specifically Linda, Linda, and he says this N-word is for you in the rap. So I mean, can Mexicans not say that? I mean, he can say whatever he wants. I mean, you know.
I mean, he's like black, right? But like,
He's Mexican. He's
nah,
a raza cósmica. I don't.
yeah, nationality.
Wait, he says the N-word in his music.
Yeah, put in Linda, Lind. It's the first verse with it's the song with Tito WP, the little Arab kid. Little Arab Mexican.
Yeah, I don't think you should say the N-word, because again, like that's Anglo-centric. It's come from the United States culture. So like we're not trying to. The point is that we're just trying to provide unity and declare independence of our identity. We're not, we're just Latino or by our or by the nationality or country we are from. You know.
Yo, you might want to this OG Mindplex fan is saying some wild things in terms of like eliminating certain peoples. I don't know. I just don't want to get the live stopped because he'd be saying wild ass shit. OG
One
Mind
sec.
Plan
Wait,
Fix.
is this
Plex
guy?
fan.
Oh,
And
OG,
support?
okay, I'm block him. I'm gonna block
Okay.
him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
block him.
yeah. Just so the live doesn't get taken down.
Yeah. So yeah, all right. So yeah, I blocked him. Do you guys? So what do you guys? Eddie, what do you think about the N word?
Oh yeah, I don't say it, man. I
Should
mean,
Latinos say?
I don't think so. Just because, like, right. So I grew up in the '90s, right, and I grew up listening to, like, Tupac and shit, and like, so we said it as like, middle school and like kind of like high school, but as adults, we don't talk like that anymore. And watching other people, I would remember when I was like younger, I would hear older Mexicans say, like, "You say that shit, man." And I was like, "Not really." I did when I was younger, like I just told you guys. And doesn't it sound fucking ghetto, man? And I was like, I don't know, Now I'll be working so much, so I don't really go out at that time, especially when I was like 25. Dude, and one time I was coming out the fucking store, two Mexican people, right? Real young, they're like teenagers. They're arguing, man and a girl, right? And the young man tells the young lady, "Ninja, what?" Like, and he keeps saying, "Ninja this, Ninja, I can't believe you." And I was just like, bro, is that how they really talk like now? I've never called a girl of mine that word. That's weird. And I was like, is that what my fucking coworker was talking about? Like, you don't think it's weird when people say that, like, that kind of shit? Because I mean, I've never used it like
Yeah,
that.
it's true.
And I was like, bro, that's fucking burn as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, bro, I was like, I felt embarrassed. Like, I was like, what the fuck, bro? Like, saying that to your girl, bro, like, you call
Sounds like some minstrel shit.
Yeah, that we gotta put our own. We gotta like tell our own people like, okay, like why are you speaking like that? Like, did you grow up around Black Americans? Like how did you grow up? Like, where are you from? Like, which neighborhood? Like, we have to question because that, yeah, like we gotta not promote that. That Mexican OT. We do not condone that. Like, okay, we get it, but if you're gonna say you're RAZA, you have to not say it. That's just facts.
That's how I feel too, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we're adults, right? We gotta like work on our fucking vocabulary. If that's all we got, I mean, goddamn, bro, you sound ignorant.
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
the whole
I just
Spanish vocabulary. We don't care about the N word like that. Like, we have our own music, and I know the people on this panel on this live that I'm responding to. You're saying that reggaeton is black also, which is weird. They're saying that what's
it's
Mexican
Caribbean.
culture, besides tacos and burritos, and it's like what? And then like. Yeah, and then they use the term where they recognize black tacos as if it's a thing. And that's cultural
The fuck are
appropriation.
black
They were
tacos?
culturally appropriating our tacos, our food. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck is black tacos?
Get a black
Popeye's
taco.
Popeye's tacos food. Nah, I don't know.
When they
Food.
put a fucking when they put
Yeah,
a
and just
fucking
one
tortilla
thing
around
too.
the
Wait,
black
Like
taco.
Eddie, wait, hold
somebody's
on, Eddie,
saying,
no, Eddie, don't say that. Don't make don't make racist jokes
My bad.
against Black Americans. We're just saying our arguments and facts and what they have been saying about us. So if you say anything else that's
some
super
important
like blatantly racist, I'm gonna boo you.
My bad, bro. I do
about the
apologize.
Mexican OT supporting Trump. That's a problem, but also what's a problem is any Mexican supporting Kamala Harris or Biden. My work was raided by Obama while they were chasing my raza out the back. So I don't want to hear from no Latino. If you're saying criticizing a Latino for supporting Trump, which you should, you better keep that same energy when it comes time to vote for Kamala or Ocasio-Cortez or whichever
Well, I mean, Trump is
other.
doing worse for shit. Like, he's trying to eliminate birthright citizenship. Like, you think that's gonna stop? Like,
Were you around when
How many
Obama was
fucking
hunting us?
Democrats just voted for that shit, fool?
nah, I don't know about it like that, bro. But I'm pretty
Well,
sure.
I'm not trying to get on your ass. I'm just saying, like, fucking, I think they just passed it right now. They got rid of birthright citizenship, and like, or they
No.
voted on it. I
Okay,
don't
so
know if they got
stop.
rid of it, but they
No,
No,
because I
that's
don't want
not.
to
They
spread
haven't gotten
rumors.
rid
That's
of
not
it
what
yet.
happened.
Hold the fuck up, fool. I'm not done talking.
They're just
bro.
leaving it to the stage,
So
right?
fucking I don't know if they passed it or they voted on something in regards to it, but like 113 fucking Democrats voted in favor of the fucking Republican
Okay, I have a legal background, postgraduate education. What happened is that basically if you're born in California, Texas, California, Arizona, nothing is going to change. You're still going to have your birthright citizenship. What the problem is that the injunction that was put in by a district court judge, a federal judge, that in the states that have the lawsuit, they're going to put a pause on what his goal is to end it, if you will, to where only if your parents are residents or citizens. Where it is going to end is if you're in Kansas, for example, and your child is born and you're not either a citizen or legal resident. Then, because they're still litigating it, they're not going to accept that child as being a U.S. citizen, which is good because I don't want people from. It depends on the state. Yeah, it depends on the class action. You have to join that class. So they're not ending birthright citizenship. We want to make sure we stay educated on the law.
At least not for the blue states.
Yeah, but it's still in litigation. So it's still in process. It's just that during the litigation.
My point wasn't whether or not it's been like achieved or not. My point is that when it was voted on, there was a large number of Democrats that were in support of it.
Absolutely. They've never been allies to RAZA. In fact, Cesar Chavez was hunting Latinos and they loved them. So.
Well, I mean, this is brown on brown crime at the end of the day. But we have Raw here. He was in a panel. I was also in the panel with him, and he seemed to ally with these racist Black Americans. So I wanted him to speak for himself on the panel on my life. So. Rod, do you believe that Black Americans are, being racist towards Latinos on this live that happened earlier?
Hey, bro, I'm gonna say this. Look, I'm not siding with them, bro, like at all. It's just I'm respectful, bro. I mean, gracias a mis padres. I'm a little bit of a no sabo, bro, but thank God for my parents, bro. They taught me respect, and they're just disrespectful, bro. And like that's why I was getting annoyed too. They just talk over you, bro. But I'm not gonna indict all African Americans, just like I kept telling them, they kept saying you. It's not, you don't know who I voted for. You don't know what I fucking done. You know what I mean? That's what I'm just against.
Yeah, but I just want to say, I agree. They were interrupting us. They didn't mean to let us speak because they knew we had the arguments and stuff like that. And they're like openly culturally appropriating our culture, saying that there's Black tacos, and all that stuff, and it's just like, they're just going all out.
They got mad, bro, because I was telling them that, Black people are overly policed. I'm like, here in California, bro, by a majority, Latinos are imprisoned. Latinos are targeted by the police. They're like, pull up the statistics. I pulled it, and they fucking kicked me, bro, in the end of the live. It's like I defend my Latino people, bro, but we're not perfect here, bro. Like, I'm not just keeping it real.
No, I recognize that. Yeah, that's not my point, though. Like, just color, wait, hold up, dude. There's colorism everywhere, but they're pointing the finger at us only. They're pointing the finger at us only, saying that we are the colorists, we are trying to better the race and all that stuff, even though they themselves are also colorists, saying that, they're telling their own dark-skinned brothers and sisters that they're crispy. Like, you crispy, like, or their own, Black people from Africa, African immigrants are also very racist and xenophobic towards recent African immigrants, telling them
Tariq Nasheed gave somebody a crispy award. Tariq Nasheed gave somebody an award for being crispy.
Yeah, fucking his name is Tommy Sotomayor.
Actually, Jaguar, I have a story about that. When I was in elementary school, I was friends with this kid who was from Africa. All the Black kids did not want to be his friend. He was super Black, and they used to make jokes about him. And these were the same Black girls.
It was dark skin. What you say is dark skin, because that's what they say. They say light skin and dark skin among their own community.
Yeah,
they're divided too, but they don't.
These are the same girls that used to say Black is beautiful, but when it came to him, I even told them, I'm like, I thought you said Black is beautiful. Girl, not that Black. He looks like a charcoal. That's what they used to say about him.
They're colors. They're also colors.
Like within the Black community. So like the like most celebrated is that like middle ground, brown. I call it Goldilocks Black.
Oh, we got Jay Freeman in the house. Let me show what Jamie Freeman posts on his page.
What's going on, bro? Well, this is my new account, so.
Oh, let's check out let's
Yeah,
check out
and
your
they
other
and
account.
and they also try to say that
But
if
there
they're
was
over
a
here
study
like
that
guilt
said
shaming. Wait, hold up, Jay. Let me finish. I'm the host. So they're over here saying shunning you on who you voted for as a Latino. If you voted for red, if you voted for orange, man, you're completely off the books. You're racist against Black Americans, and I was like, wait, what? Like, you're racist? Like, wait, what? Like, so what if you voted for Kamala? Like, they will make it seem like voting for Kamala is more pro Latino or more pro Black American, and it's like, no, like, this is why I don't care who you vote for, because for me personally, I believe Democrats and Republicans, they're both anti-Latino, whether you like it or not. Kamala was in a rally in Guatemala, and she said, "Don't come." It's recorded. Obama, he deported 3 million Latinos unjustly without due process.
Hey, Jaguar.
Like he deported the most Latinos without due process than any other president of the United States. So Democrats and Republicans do not cater to Latinos. We have to fight our own. Democrats and Republicans do not cater to Latinos. We have to fight our own fight. This is us against them, el gringo.
Hey, Jaguar, and to go on that point too, like, I don't know if you're from California, and they kept hating that I would say, oh, it depends where you're from. Bro, here in California, blacks and Mexicans, we didn't like Kamala, bro. She was a horrible fucking prosecutor, bro. She wrote people who were innocent letters saying, I'm happy you're going to get life in prison, bro. Blacks and Latinos, bro. Over here, us Latinos in Northern California, we call her Kemala, bro. Not even Kamala, whatever the fuck her name is, you know? Red or
Facts.
blue.
Yeah, and even the Black American community criticized Kamala, saying that she's a tether because she's Haitian, half Haitian, and half Hindu.
No, she's
So it's
Jamaican Jamaican and Hindu.
No, she's Haitian. Her dad is Haitian.
No,
She's trying to
Jamaican.
better the race.
We had
Jamaican, whatever, Jamaican. His Jamaican, her Jamaican father trying to better the race.
there was some black guys that were talking a bunch of crap. No, there was some black guys in the last live that Fidel had, and they were laughing and talking crap about Kamala. And they were saying that, we would have never voted for her. She's an Indian, she's this, she's that. And they were talking crap. And there's a lot of black people that also did not vote for her because they remember what she was in her political views. And she was never for black people.
It wasn't that many, though. Most black people voted for her.
And you know what's crazy, bro?
It wasn't like more Hispanics voted
Wait,
for
Comandante, can you say your piece on the image and then remove it because you could get my live taken down?
Oh, sorry.
Can you say your piece and then remove it?
I just want to let you guys be aware of what this J.E. Cimarron person posts on their page. This is a pretty racist caricature trying to depict Mexicans in the little speech bubble that you can't see. We've been white since 18-something, right?
1848.
Okay, so J.E. Cimarron, you agree with that?
Guadalupe,
Wait, Jay, do you agree with that?
Well, he posted it. Yeah, he posted it. It's on his page.
Do you agree that Mexicans are trying to be YT?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, some of them.
Why?
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
Because
Why do you think that
are
is?
colonized. They were forced into assimilation, and they haven't broken away from that yet. And they need to. It would help a lot.
No.
But they've been
we
so
weren't
assimilated.
Can we ask where
colonized
Jay's
to that
family's
extent.
from? Where's Jay from?
assimilated
Yeah, Jay, are
into-
you? What's your background? First, wait, hold up. What's your background?
Why does my background matter?
He's a
Where
quad-
were you born and raised?
Why are you
Why-
ashamed of your background? Where are you
I'm
from?
not ashamed. but
Because-
what
because
context
we
does
weren't
that
trying to
have
figure
what
out.
you're doing.
Bro, he's
Because
What
we can
context
determine
does my
what you are going to
history
say
have
based
to do
on
with
what's
your
your ethnic
background?
identity.
He's 3/4 white and he's a quarter black.
What does my history have to do with your history?
Why are
That
you so
doesn't-
ashamed about your lineage?
I'm not ashamed. Mateo's telling you. The issue is it has
Where
no
is your family
issue.
from? Tell us
black
where
It's
your
just-
okay,
family
Jay,
fled
if
from.
you're not going to answer the
Context
question,
to the conversation, bro.
where were you?
Let's
If you're
talk
not going to
about
say where you're
why
born and raised,
Mexicans have been
I'm gonna
asking to
believe
be
you.
white since 1848. That's what we're talking about, not my mixture.
What do you? Okay, so where is Spanish?
Okay.
The language of Spanish. Where does that come from?
It comes from Arabic, technically. If you want to go way far back.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
no,
it
it doesn't.
no, it's Latin.
No, it doesn't.
It comes from the
It
Romans.
does.
influenced by Arabic.
That shit was Arabic.
Peninsula, but they're the
Spanish is
language
Arabic. It was
before
Arabic
the
Creole until they went and they erase the Arabic
No,
parts out of it
Jay.
intentionally.
What is your education level and where is your family from? I don't know why you're so ashamed. You don't
Not
know. You don't know
ashamed,
anything
bro.
about language. You've
I
never
do a lot
taken a
more than
language
you do,
course.
bro. Prove it. Prove I'm
No.
wrong.
So
Prove
where
it.
is your family
This
from? Why
existed
are you
before
so
Why
Arabic
does it
ashamed
matter
bro.
where
of
my
where your
family's
family?
from?
Bro,
My
it's just
family's
Why?
you're
from
born and raised.
Norwegian.
JE, which is why you're trying to get an idea where you're coming from in
Why?
terms
Why?
of like
How does it
So
matter?
when did your
your
family immigrate
opinions
from
on
Norway?
this topic.
In 1612.
Okay, 1612. Interesting. And so where did they go to in 1612?
Somewhere.
What
here.
colony?
Somewhere.
Yeah, you're full of shit. They're not from Norway.
No, he's white, bro. He's
Okay,
three-quarters
so the
white.
1600s, yeah.
Yeah, he needs to go because he's
The
been
colonies, they were
true.
not letting.
Wait, hold up.
One time I was in a
Can you
live,
block them?
he asked me if I was, because I said I was Mexican, and he was like, "Are you white or are you black?" And I said, "I'm Mexican," and he was like, "If you're Mexican, you're either white or black."
That's ridiculous. Like, there's not a third
Yeah.
option. You can't be an Asian Mexican. You can't be an indigenous
That's the thing
Mexican.
about the other panel too, bro. Like we kept trying to bring up our indigenous roots, and they kept saying, "Oh, you guys are not indigenous."
But you're
No,
white, yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
I'm like, girl,
I
I grew up and
he was
I'm
like, "Yeah, you're still you are white. You
It's
okay,
because
don't get me
they're
wrong.
threatened by the
There is a lot of
indigenous.
Latinos
Those
who are
indigenous
lighter
groups threaten
complexion.
them,
They
bro.
have Spaniard blood or European blood, but a lot of us are mixtecos. The dark ones are depicted as, quote unquote Mexicans. Like the propaganda images, the brown skins. We have indigenous roots. Yes, there's Hispanics that are light skinned and they're more European. But like they fucking that's one thing is like I was just trying to keep it respectful, man. But they like to generalize a lot, man.
really hard being someone who looks very white and try to hold that authenticity because I get attacked all the time because I claim my indigenousness. I grew up in Hayuya. I don't know really anything about the Catholic Church or its practices. I don't know any of my family members that live out in Europe. Like my mother's is from Puerto Rico. So, which is again of mothers is from Puerto Rico. So, which is again a native to this land. So when I get attacked for looking the way that I look, it's just like it really sucks because like it's one of those things like I have to keep proving that I am from where I am. And just because I speak a certain way or listen to metal music, it's not that I'm erasing my culture at all. It's just that I am assimilating to the culture around me at the moment. And that's not a negative thing as well. Like I truly hold my indigenousness fully in how I practice my faith. But at the same time, it's like, how are we going to get across this point? Because I see a lot of the issues. I see that we're all kind of facing the same things, but it's just like, what are the answers? Like, what do we do? If we can have this open discussion of how we're being treated from, white T people or BLK people, like we see the blunt force of it all, right? So because again, we're not accepted in either community. We're not being accepted in the white community. We're not being accepted in the black community. So it's like,
What
how
do you
do
mean
we?
accepted?
Well, we don't care. We don't
We don't
care.
need
We
to be
don't care.
accepted
You're
by anybody.
Latino.
Attacked.
You're
Not
Latino.
accepted,
You're
but
part.
like,
You're one of us.
yeah, but I meant like,
Wait, who cares what they think though?
well, I mean, I think it's just like to diffuse some of the, because again, I love where I'm from. I love my people. I love my music. I love all that stuff. But at the same time, it's like, how do we diffuse a lot of this like animosity that's going in, not just trying to prove ourselves, which is what I've
Look,
been doing.
Sucha, when Black Americans were freed, right after the Civil War, the first thing they did is enrolled in the military, and they contributed to the genociding of Native Americans, of indigenous people in the United States territory. They unalived babies, indigenous babies, and raped indigenous women. They're going back to that point of history. History repeats itself. They're going back to that point in history and they are becoming a buffalo soldier. Us as Latinos and indigenous people in that time, we have to do what we did at that time and just fight back and defend our families, our women and children. This is serious. White T Americans and black Americans were right there on top of those horses with their, pew pews, unaliving us indigenous people. And we're at that point again.
Jaguar, you need to speak up too, also on the whole freaking thing of Beyonce now bringing Buffalo Soldiers.
Yeah.
Yo, Beyonce. Notice what Beyonce, Sucha. Beyonce literally had a shirt that showed a bunch the cavalry, 10th Cavalry, 10th Regiment Cavalry, who are the Buffalo Soldiers.
She even put out a
and she
statement on
played
Twitter
the Pocahontas song. Savages, savages, savages. Natives are savages. So you have to pick a side. Who cares what they think?
She even put out a statement on Twitter that said that fucking indigenous Americans were enemies to peace and settlement during that time, and that's why they were justified to slaughter them the way they did, because they're enemies to peace and settlement. So
and I know that Beyonce also claims indigenous blood, so it's just like, yeah, I'm like
Creole, yeah.
Well, she always identified as black. Come on, let's just be honest. She's black.
She's a pretendian now. That's a new thing.
I mean, again, she's still claiming. She still has interviews where she's claiming, indigenousness, which is again, it goes to show one of the things that we're all facing is just the eradication of our own culture. You have people who trying to assimilate into our culture and claim it and stuff like that. And I understand there's a lot of issues that are going on and people are attacking us. But it's what do we do, and not just create,
well, we scream our demands and policies. No. We scream our demands and policies, and nobody agrees with it. Then get out. We don't want to hear you out or speak to you or seek solidarity or unity. And our policy, at least I'm gonna speak for Mexicans and Latinos. Our policy should be in amnesty for all undocumented Latinos and Mexican immigrants. We should strive that demand. We should scream that demand at the top of our lungs. Amnesty, amnesty, amnesty. Because at the end of the day, that's going to help us out. That's the biggest, for now, it will be the biggest Band-Aid for our community.
And again, I agree with all of these things. But it's just we can be in these discussion groups and we can all have really great ideas. But how are we applying them? How are we getting into these spaces where
we do more picketing? We do more picketing.
And also, please
at rallies.
Call your local representative. I don't know, outside of California, I'm in California. Every month I call my representative, that's your state and senator, your district representative for the California, whatever your state assembly person is. You talk to them, you call them. There's always a line somebody will pick up. You tell them, they write it down, and then they note it. I generally do it regarding firearms rights in California, and anytime they try to add another restriction, being this is.
Wait, hold up.
So yes, this is
for TikTok purposes. This is for TikTok educational purposes. This is for educational purposes. I'm not going to say that. Do not, if you're on a panel, do not say the G word. Say pew pew to replace the G word, or the F word. The fire.
But it doesn't matter. So just I won't say it. I won't even refer to that. But you contact your local congressman and assemblyman.
Yes.
There's always a line where they will pick up and say that you have to tell them that that whatever they're trying to pass or whatever they're doing is anti-Latino, and say that, and because because they're liberal, they're generally YT liberals. They get really uncomfortable, and then they'll automatically start, keeping it at the top of their mind because it generates anxiety among them, and that anxiety is a trigger for action.
Again, so this is where I wanted to lead the conversation to. What do we do outside of these spaces, right? Because again, all these things are valid. I myself, again, I was able to put a law into pass, and I was able to put something into law. I work mostly with land use as opposed to social rights when it comes to my county and where I work. So I think this is somewhere where we need to start teaching ourselves on how to show up in our government. And it's on small government level that it can reach congresswomen, it can reach senates, it can reach that. But first it has to be the groundwork is in your own community, and I'm not sure if you guys know this, but in every county, there is a commissioner that is set to your district, right? I myself have Kelly Senrad. I voted for her. I worked with her campaign. I got her into office, which then led into this new committee for the rural boundary that we have where I live. The rural boundary is basically makes it harder for urban sprawl, for land development, so we can save the gopher tortoises that are where I'm at, right? So there's a lot of things that we can do on a small scale to create the kind of laws that we want. But like, we need to start teaching these things to people who don't know
What
them.
state is that in?
Florida.
Okay.
So the rural boundary passed this last election year, which again creates a like almost like a 50-50 with developed land and underdeveloped land. But what it took to get there was years of work, years of showing up to these board meetings, years of getting committees together, years. It takes a lot. It's not just a quick swipe, and that's something that I want to be able to kind of like push forward in this narrative, that we have a lot of internal issues, yes, but the only thing that's gonna, like, discussions are great, yes, education is great, but the only thing that's going to change anything is showing up to these commissioners meetings. Every county has them. They're usually held once a week. They have a long list of like the agenda, and some of them is land use, some of them is most of it's budgeting, and a lot of it's also like putting out new restrictions or new fuck, I can't think of the word right now. But anywho's, I recommend all of you to look up your county's district for the commissioners meeting. They hold it at least once a week, and you can find the agenda and find the one that kind of sticks to what you want and attend it. Learn the other people's, look at your commissioners in the face, look at the mayors in the face, because the mayor has to show up, and that's how I got to be able to make something into a law. And I think that's where we need to start going to. We need to start small in these grassroots ways and affecting our own community, and then sharing our experiences on a mass scale like TikTok. I think there's a lot that can be done. And I feel like we sometimes feel a little bit hopeless that like we can't get what we want out of our own state representatives. But I promise you, if you guys start showing up in these spaces that they don't expect you to show up in, and speaking up and being involved, there's so much that can get done aside from like picketing or like protesting, because protesting is great to show numbers, but it really doesn't do much anymore. It doesn't do much anymore.
Yeah.
In past spaces, we did, because we have the internet now, we can see how many people can be mobilized, right? But when you protest, it's a one and done. You get the message out, people get, upset, and then it's kind of over the next week, But like these
So the
commissioner
land use,
meetings
so this
are
land
every
use
week.
makes it harder to build houses or what is the land use? Could you tell us about that?
So basically, the land use is to encourage smart building. So if they want to go into a land space that is rural, they have to convince the committee why they should change it into concrete. And it takes a lot to convince these people. They're like, well, there's a lot down the road that you can use. Why don't you just move to that law that's already developed? They're
So
like, well,
why would a Latino have to go through that? This is my country, my land. Why would I have to go through a YT committee to be able, like, you're making it harder for Latinos to get land
well,
to build. It raises the cost, right?
it's that's not the case. It's more so to slow down the building and just to reinvent spaces that are already created. It's to save
Yeah, see,
rural.
this is a problem. That there is a problem with that though, is because housing is very expensive. I'm coming from California. You need to make at least $400,000 in the area that I live to purchase a home. I don't live in California specifically, but I do have an address in California. I live in Mexico, but regardless, like, you need to have a California address. That area, in order to buy a house, it's like $400,000 a year to qualify for a loan for So how does that help? You're making it harder for Latino. It would be great. Okay, if you were able to get it done where it says any person other that is not Hispanic, okay, that's great. But for a Hispanic person, you're making it harder for Hispanics to build.
Well, I
and
mean,
make it
I
expensive, more
know
expensive.
on the surface level, it seems like it's a little bit harder to build, but it's more so on how to, first off, lower the cost of living. And how can we build on where we already have built? So it's more so about innovation. It's more so about bringing new constructing, con, con, like new contracts and new builders onto the table, because what happens with a lot of these contracts is that it's the same builders that are being selling like or building these really faulty housing that has problem with
Yeah.
like the area, which what we have is flooding because we have wetlands. And so what ends up happening is that these people who already hold contracts, like they're just given the contracts regardless. They go above and they sell them really high. So what we try to do is try to bring new people, more younger companies that are more about reinventing spaces, like
Okay,
retail
that's good. That's
spaces
interesting.
that, yeah, retail spaces that don't have any retail anymore because everything's online. So we have like warehouses that are not being used for anything and trying to turn those into housing instead of building new housing. So that's more so like what we're trying to do as like a committee, is just being able to bring new players onto the game and say, hey, we know we see this plan that you have, but this person over here has a really great plan. It's cheaper and it's more affordable, so we're going to go with them instead. So then it creates the competitiveness for these contracts, so these building contracts, instead of just giving it to the same people who have been eradicating a lot of like families away from like, you know, these homes that are supposed to be for families and not for realty companies who are just going to jack up the prices and bring people who have
And the people
nothing
who
to,
are
yeah.
approving these projects, are they Hispanic or are
A lot
they
of them
white
are. If I
tea
mean,
or?
again, you have to understand who your commissioner is. I have Kelly Semrad. She is half Hispanic, half Indian. Her husband, I believe, is Jewish and some other thing, but they're
Wait, don't
like,
say the J word. Don't.
oh,
This is
sorry.
to us for educational purposes. Don't say the J word. That's
Oh, I didn't know.
yeah, it's
Sorry.
prohibited on TikTok. Yeah, it's censored term. So say
Okay.
like bluish or small hat or something like that.
Oh, okay, well, he's mixed race as well. But in our committee, as far as for our commissioners board, we have our mayor, he's BLK. We have 3 other Spanish women that are on there, one white tea lady that's on there. So it's like it's very mixed committee. It's mostly women at this point because we voted out a bunch of the guys, which is really awesome. And like you should see them attack.
Wait, hold on, wait, hold on. Why is that? Why is that awesome to like vote out a bunch of men? Like we're not for
Because the
identity
men that were there
politics.
before had alternative motives. The men that were there before.
Okay,
Put in a
so we're not
person
technically
I don't think
voting.
she
who's
meant
not
men
Why,
in
even
why,
total.
why, why,
Hispanic.
I don't think
why
she
say
meant
their
like all
gender though?
men. I think she just
Why are
meant
you saying
the.
their gender?
Well, I
You should
mean,
say
because that's
what
just,
their agenda is. Just mention their agenda. Why did you have to say men?
Yeah, but she
Like I
didn't
don't
mean it
know.
in an
Like it kind of
offensive
sounded
way. That's why
sexist.
she's not trying to be sexist. She's just giving you a fact that what it was versus what it is now. I mean,
No,
she
no,
didn't mean
I
it
know,
like in
but
an offensive
then
way.
look
I
Well,
who
just think that
She's just
the,
who
giving
got
you
ended
like
up putting in an Indian.
she's
I
just
think
giving you like
because,
A
yeah.
person for Southeast Asian got or South Asian got put in, and they're very anti-Hispanic, Latin. They're very anti-us. And look at who her husband is, somebody who's claiming to be small hat when the Hispanics are the real small hats. So yeah, it's a little alarming, but that's fine. I mean, I'm not
Wait, what?
hating.
I
I'm
just
sorry, I
think
didn't
Interesting what
that
you're
follow.
like
doing.
they're
What,
bringing a more
the small
feminine
hats?
like outlook on it, and they're focusing more on families
Yeah,
than the
but
bottom
okay,
line.
I think she meant to
but the
I think she
South
meant to mention
Asians
Does
men
she mean
are.
because
like they're more
Yeah, I
conservative?
know. The problem is that the South Asians, they will bend over to whatever the YT do. They're obsessed with YT,
yeah, that's
and
true. I
especially
mean,
you
look
can
at
see that by who
yeah,
she married.
that's
Look
where
at who
we're
she
going.
married. You
Mamdani.
even
Oh, I'm
said,
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off like that.
Look at Koran Mamdani. Look at the new elected New York mayor
New York
Moham
City.
Yeah,
Mamdani.
yeah. And see
Wait,
that's
what did I
hopefully
say? I
where we
said
get more
New
of
York.
our like,
I
you know,
didn't I say New York.
POCs to
Yeah,
run
you
and
did. Yeah, New York City. Yeah.
Yeah, so like yeah,
Can I
this
say
whole like
something?
Hindu like caste system, they're raising up in politics in American politics. I've seen Ramaswamy, another
Yeah,
one,
that's true.
the wife of
Yeah.
Jack Vance, what's his name, Vance, the
Yeah,
president, that Vance guy. His wife is
JD
Hindu
Vance.
his
as
wife is
well,
also
JD
Indian.
Yeah.
Vance. Yeah,
There's this
They are the new
TikTok
buffer class.
creator.
They will do anything a YT person says. They are obsessed with YT. They're
That
specifically
much is true.
obsessed with British YT.
Yeah, and
Have you guys? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
if you watch the documentary of Gandhi himself, you
Oh
would
yeah, he
see
was
that
terrible.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he
Well,
was
I want to let
very
Kick
much
speak.
for the British, you know. So
Yeah, I want to let Kick speak. He's been waiting patiently on the panel. Kick, what do you want to add to the discussion?
Nah, I've just been listening, to be honest. You did mention
So what do you think about the live?
I
Yeah,
I was there watching it, bro, for like 2 hours. I really wanted to join so I could like say something, but they were being annoying. Anyways, the live,
A lot of
it
it is
was
rage bait too.
yeah, it was interesting because they weren't really being reasonable. They kept saying "yeah," like "yeah this, yeah that," which made a lot of people confused and think they were
yeah.
like generalizing us Hispanics, correct? But obviously, I don't think that's what they meant. But the way they were talking was just driving people crazy. I could tell. But other than that, like they kept telling people to read the prompt, why hate on us and judge us then copy. Honestly, I was gonna tell them, they're right. I feel like I'm from New York City, like where I grew up, like everybody's like usually from the hood, like they got Jordans on, they got sneakers, which honestly could be considered black culture. And I do know a lot of people who say the N word too. Like shit, I grew up in the hood. I used to say it a lot. I don't say it anymore, but that's just what I was surrounded with. You know, like it's just when it comes to you see being surrounded by that, I think about it more, and I'm just like, okay, it definitely has to do with us being minorities and where we are in the world. Like if you think about it, black people, I mean BLK people, they are usually targeted by the government. I'm not gonna lie, like they are minorities for a reason, and so are we, and we just happen to be right next to them, which culturally influences us as people. Like I don't know, what I don't understand is why they're so pressed by us sharing cultures when that's just how it's supposed to be. Like I would not care if anybody. I mean, I'm Argentinian. I wouldn't care if anybody was.
Well, that Kick
Uh-oh.
because they're brothers with YT Americans. They say their skin color. They say they're YT or black. Like their skin color. Yeah, they have no culture. Like everything they have, like is mostly taken by other people, other ethnic groups that actually have a culture. Like hip hop music, like that was like, bro, Puerto Ricans helped create hip hop music. Baggy clothing, like that always existed. Like I don't know how is that like part of their culture, and this is why they realize they don't have a
like
culture, and this is why they
it's
say their
not.
skin
It's
color.
not. I wouldn't say culture. You're right. It's more like trends. I
Because
feel like they have.
African Americans, I mean African immigrants, they even tell the Nigerian Americans who become super Americanized and act like a black American. They tell them Akata, oh you're Akata, you're Americanized. We are real Nigerians from the homeland. So like
Yeah.
Nigerians even try to claim their culture. They don't say they're black. They say that
Yeah, and that's true.
And
they say Afro.
Yeah, because remember
actually did
FUBU?
join that live
For
and I
us,
said
by
that.
us, because they never had their own brands or anything before. That's why it was
Nah,
FUBU was big in the 90s, the late 90s, 2000s, because it was all other people's things. It was their first for us, by us brand.
I get it. I get it. I
Can I say
understand,
something?
y'all. I think. Oh, wait. Let me just add one more thing. I understand it could not be culturally right, but yeah, I feel like they cling onto trends so hard, though. If it's not cultural, it's trends. Whatever's trendy to them, whatever they think looks cool. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, to be honest, at this point.
Yeah, Kick. At the end of the day, they're brothers and cousins with YT Americans. They
Nah, I
decided
bet.
to become Buffalo Soldiers when they decided to refuse to help us out on the anti the IICE protests. They're Buffalo
Yeah.
Soldiers right now. Later on, they're gonna try to implore to us in the future when we finally get our demands met by the United States government. But right now, they're behaving like Buffalo Soldiers. So NPC, what do you have to add? What do you want to add to the discussion?
Hey, yeah, so I just wanted to know what you guys feel about, because with this whole problem, like what you're saying and then what Kick is saying, like you guys both have a good reason. Like Kick said, in New York, there is a big Dominican, Puerto Rican overall.
Oh, she cut off.
Oh, I'm sorry, where'd I cut off?
Oh, Puerto Rican and Dominican.
Yeah. So like, and then that's the part where I'm so confused where the animosity comes in, because Dominicans not all,
but most Dominicans are black. And I see so much hate between African
Well,
Americans
not
and
well,
Afro
the
Latinos.
term black.
Oh, I'm sorry. BLACK.
No,
I
no, the
just
term black. Wait, hold on. The term black is very Anglo-centric. It's very Americanized
right,
term.
right.
Latinos from Latin America say Afro, like oh, you saw Afro
Yeah, we say
descendiente.
Afro
So say like
Latino.
oh, Latinos. Yeah, no. You just say like Latinos of Afro descent because Latinos identify as their nationality and culture, like Dominicans. Oh, I'm Dominican. And then even their ethnic identity for Puerto Ricans. Oh, I'm Puerto Rican because they don't have their independence. They're still being colonized, unfortunately.
Right,
But
right.
yeah, I just wanted to add that note.
No, I get that, but
And
the
PC, are
part
you
I
from the
don't.
East Coast?
No, I'm from the West Coast. I go
Oh,
out there
okay.
for work a lot, so I'm very ingrained in what it's like out there, and it's very.
Yeah,
I
because
can
I've never even
understand
talked to a
how.
Dominican.
Oh damn. Nah, the
Very
Dominicans
cool.
are. I mean,
No, Dominicans say
most
they're
Dominicans I've met are like you said. I mean, I know you have this whole.
They say they're
concept of, like,
Dominican.
but that's where I'm getting to. So I know that there's a lot of stigma between the whole. I'm not black. I'm Dominican, papi. Like I get that. I
No
hear that
black
a lot.
puppy.
Like I hear that. I
Yeah,
know
the
that.
whole
Yeah,
phrase
But
that was
but my
like
problem
Godfrey.
is right, and my whole
Everybody, all Dominicans do not like Godfrey.
you're right. So my point is like I know that there's obviously going to be a generation of people who think that way, but a more progressive and younger generation, like I have seen them be, how do you call it, like proud of their actual phenotype, and that's the part I don't understand. My whole point of all of this is just why do you guys think it is that even when it's their own, like people who look just like them, they still treat them like minorities the way they treat us? You get me? I don't know if you guys understand what I'm saying.
So it stems from
Because they don't have the same lineage. It has
Well,
to do
wait.
with they didn't go through
Pero acaso
slavery in the
like
United
they don't
States.
go through the same things
No,
porque
it's
se
because they're not
parecen.
Americanized. No, porque son Latinos como nosotros. Like they're part of the Latino
Entonces
diaspora.
solo porque son latinos
They,
no creen que son negros.
well,
No,
here,
no, nunca he dicho eso. Nunca he dicho.
No
Solo
usted,
ando
sino que en
diciendo
total eso es lo que ellos piensan.
como identidad.
they
No,
acknowledge
no,
that
sí,
A lot of these,
they
a lot
ellos
of these
piensan,
racial
si
people.
ellos solo dicen su nacionalidad, no digan su raza
No, eso yo
primeramente
entiendo,
cuando
pero yo
los
entiendo
enfrentas.
también que es, oh, sorry. Yo entiendo que eso es el caso, pero casi no siempre va a ser eso el caso, y es por eso que yo no entiendo y yo no capto por qué es que hay tanto lío de entre ellos mismos. Because if you think about it, if you guys heal that first, there
No,
would be
por
more
la
They are
mayoría de
understanding.
ellos
Latinos.
tienen
They are
unidad
our family.
entre
They're
ellos.
Latinos.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's exactly what
Sí,
I mean. So
son
why is there
indígenas
so much
también, tienen
diversity?
sangre indígena.
I feel like most of the issues stem from stereotypes, bro.
And
so
that's what I mean.
yeah,
That is a stereotype because
and
a lot of the
and
facts that
the
are thrown
problem.
are very outdated. Like,
Yes,
yes, there's
super.
been those cases,
Well,
but not anymore. I'm not gonna say that, but
I
most
hate
of
how we talk about like slavery or the Holocaust, like events that are so out, like they're back in the day,
Bro, Kick, don't say, bro, I'm gonna, you can
sorry,
come
bro.
back up, hold on.
So it's hard
You can
though.
come
It's
back
hard
up.
because
That
we
was
can't
some
say
deal
big
is
anything
words
like
that
there. You
that.
should
one moment.
drop.
The deal is that
So Kawili, you can add. What do you want to add to the discussion?
yeah, because I was in that panel earlier, and they're just disingenuous. They don't actually want a conversation, and they fail to realize that if at least I'm speaking as an American, by the way, that if you don't understand, if you don't want to accept the fact that we're gonna obviously rub off of each other, and we're gonna
that's
act
the word,
certain
rub
ways.
off of each other. Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna rub off of each other, and obviously we're gonna incorporate different things from each other. And they want to be salty and show their inferiority complex because, sadly, it sucks for them. They don't have the history we have or lineages that we have because we still maintain that they didn't. So these people right here in that panel are a result of an inferiority complex and just breeding hate towards other groups because we're building up, we're getting bigger and better. We even through all the discrimination that we still going through, look at where Latinos are coming up. So it's either these people are disingenuous and hateful, or some may not even know what the Latino diaspora or the Latino problems are, and then through conversation, then actually we can actually all get along.
Yeah,
But people
because
like
we
this in the
have.
panel, they're
Yeah, exactly. They
disingenuous.
want to give us labels we don't even agree with. Even YT Americans, the YT liberals, they pushing the Latinx. Like this is a gringo thing. Like this is what I'm saying. Like they're pushing a bunch of labels we don't agree with. They have to respect. We want independence of identity. If they can't respect
Literally.
our, our countries and how we identify by our countries or
Eh,
Latino as a unity between all the whole Hispanic diaspora, then
real
we don't
real
want you.
quick,
We
we
don't
got
want
a
unity or solidarity with you.
FBA person in the chat saying that Latino does not include descendants of slaves from West Africa. He says that Latino just means indigenous in Spanish.
What?
That's correct. With 4% African ancestry. You're tripping. You need to do some deep looking into Latin Americans or whatever. You're not FBA, whatever. There's literally Africans who look African as hell. They don't even have a lot of indigenous admixture in Colombia, Venezuela, Panama, Honduras, Nicaragua. The list goes on. Mexico. So that's just unfortunately an uneducated response on your
That
end.
A guy is being disingenuous. He acts like Black Americans didn't take from other groups the same way every single group in history takes from each other, because we rub off of each other, we learn from each other, we fight with each other, yada 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 yada.
Literally.
So for him to think and make that comment that we didn't take from nobody, yeah, you did, but you don't want to acknowledge it, and you just want to play the victim card and really show your inferiority complex. Like that's all it really is. It's an inferiority complex. Sad to say, but
Is it okay if
That's
I
that's a great
jump in
point.
here?
Yeah.
I'm not
I
sure.
could see that, to be honest.
Oh yeah, you can jump in, Kenny. What do you like to add to the discussion?
I kind of want to follow up on what bro said. When you say we took things from other groups like every other group does, what are you referring to specifically?
so obviously, if you
Music.
the circumstances in which the Black Americans came from, so you're gonna come from slavery, and then obviously you're gonna adopt things from the whites that did have own you guys and whatever. You're obviously going to adapt to whatever they were accustomed to, and then off of that, then you build off of what you have. And now we get to the modern day Black American culture, or I don't even like saying Black American culture. It's just American culture. It's just like it's so like once you start putting Black and Mexican, and it's either we're Americans or we're not. So yeah, that's what I mean.
Well, you don't think there's a distinction between Black American culture versus American culture as a broad idea? Like, there's no difference.
Well, American is a continent, right? The indigenous peoples who were here way before you, like my lineage.
Okay, but we know what we're
They're
talking about,
not
right? We're talking about the United States, right?
Yeah, he's referencing the United States. Yeah,
of Mexico
obviously,
or of America.
Could you
no,
repeat your
the
There's
question?
multiple
United
United
States of
States.
America. The United States of America.
Okay.
So
Okay.
yeah,
Could you repeat your
Did you
question?
think I was talking about Mexico?
no. I mean,
Well, I mean,
didn't,
you said
but
United States and then you said America. Those are Mexico's in America, so I got confused.
I got you,
Because
bro. It's
the
cool.
Americans are
What you say, bro?
Americans are Native Americans. Like I'm American because I'm indigenous. My lineage goes
Yeah.
back, So you got
Yeah,
me
so
confused because when you say go ahead.
yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, when people from the United States are referring to America, do you think, because did you not know I was from America, the United States?
Okay, so when you look at your U.S. passport, do you have a U.S. passport?
Not not yet, no.
So it says that you're a
Not
United
yet.
States citizen,
So
right?
Can you
yeah,
just
I'm a
ask your
United States
question
citizen.
again?
Yeah, the reason I was asking that is because, like, what would make you think I meant anything other than the United States? If I'm speaking as an American from the United States, what would make you think I was talking about anything else?
I mean, to be fair, I
Anyway,
mean,
that's beside the point.
I assumed the United States, like the USA. I mean, that's what I'm gonna assume.
Like
Actually, which
anybody
is
else would, right?
so
Like anybody. Yeah.
so.
So
Yeah, I get that
go
you
ahead.
you mentioned that there's real distinctions, but that's only understood at best geographically, because how far since we are in the modern age and there's so much globalization, there's so much internet access, this constant interaction between different groups, this constant rubbing off of each other. I personally view it, and considering my views as an American, find it redundant to just keep on saying, well, Black American culture, Mexican American culture, when at the end of the day, eventually we're just going to rub off of each other to the point where we should just start saying American culture. Get accustomed to just being
Well,
American.
well, I don't want to do that because, first of all, like I'm trying to establish that you're right. Black
Well,
American culture and oh, sorry, what you say?
no, because you don't want to do that because you have this insecurity of just identifying as American because you guys grew up being anti, hating your own country and your own your own country, and that's weird because to foreigners, we see you as Americans, like you're born and
Yeah.
raised in
So
America, your country. We see you as your nationality. So, and then, but when you talk
okay.
about this, when you're talking to foreigners and you start to say that your skin color, that's just gonna put us in even a bigger rabbit hole. Like, well, you're a skin color now, like you're, like it's just confusing. So you get where we're coming from. Like you have no culture. This is why you guys push this white and black skin color thing. Like you guys say you're cran color. Like it's weird.
Okay, you said a whole lot of stuff, first of all, and I would like to say what I was trying to say instead of having you tell me what I'm trying to say. So, what I was saying was, I don't want to do that because there is a very distinct, unique portion of the culture. Now, I would agree that Black American culture and Mexican American culture, all of that happened under the roof of the United States of America. It falls in line with American culture. So you're correct about that. But I don't want to do this thing where we basically say like there's no such thing as black culture. There's no such thing because there is. There's a unique, very distinct culture that comes from black people in America, and it's something that we're very proud of. And we take
Okay.
this is. Oh, sorry.
I mean,
Yeah. Again, like I don't get. Like I agree. Yeah, I agree. Like I don't know what you're not disputing anything. What I just said. Like yeah, you guys
Well, I
are
wasn't trying
American
to
by
dispute what you were
nationality.
saying. I was replying to what
Yeah.
the other
n-
guy I was talking to before. Like you said a whole bunch of stuff that had nothing to do with
Okay.
what I
Fair
was
enough.
talking
Fair
about.
enough. Okay. Fair enough. Do you want to add something more?
But yeah, so what I'm trying to understand, because I think I heard you say earlier that we have an inferiority complex and we have no culture, and like it's this weird thing of like it, I don't understand. First of all, I'm looking at the picture on the screen. Where it says you can't say the N word. Let's start there. Are y'all uh arguing up here
No,
that
no,
we
I
that,
shouldn't
believe
be
no
no,
one.
saying
no,
the N
that
word?
we
We
don't
don't
condone
say
that.
the N word.
We
I
don't
don't
condone
believe
that. Yeah,
anybody
most
should.
Latinos don't say the N word
I
like
don't.
that.
Well,
Like,
there is a good amount of
Where I'm
Latinos that
from.
say it, but the main point is, I believe no one should say it because of the implications that it has, and the fact that the objective meaning is a derogatory, and I don't believe even if you reappropriate it, you're still going to have to refer back to the objective meaning, and if it's on the basis of skin color, why I can't say it, but you can, then you're still playing into this racist ideology and logic. And I just think that's unacceptable as Americans. It's a divisive tool. Therefore, no one should say it. No, no one. Not even you guys.
Sure. And yeah,
Yeah.
and you're allowed to believe that. Me personally, I have the opinion that black people can say it and nobody else can say it. Explain why I believe that would take a long time and it's kind of beside the point. But I think that everybody is allowed their own standard. Even there's some black people who don't like that word and who don't like when other black people say that word. And they're
I have a question
allowed
for you.
to have that opinion about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question for you. There's a reason why I said inferiority complex, and I don't apply it universally to all Black Americans because my experience with Black Americans, not all Black Americans are like those people in the panel you see that picture of. They're not like that. They're not these hateful, grudgeful, divisive people that are just want to blackwash and essentially be black supremacists. No, again, there's a lot of Black Americans that have the sense of unity, and again, like when you still just harp on your community and just want to be harping on and individuating your community and alienate it yourselves from everybody else and kind of like place it on top of others, well then this is why problems are going to happen, right? And this is why it's going to be harder for us to unite as Americans. And I would add it would make it harder for you guys to start having a real voice taken seriously in American politics. Because if Mexicans we start doing the same thing, well, the same thing is going to happen to us. And I don't think I want any of that for any American, like at all.
Yeah, I don't want to become a skin color and say that I'm brown, identify as a brown person, because I feel like that's, yeah, they're dividing Latino community at the end of the day. If if when they push that as well on us Latinos, because it's not just like, oh, white, black, but it's also just skin color. Like they're trying to divide us and then claim our Hispanic history, because when they say like, oh, Hernan Cortez, white supremacists, they try to claim our history after we deny ourselves our heritage as Latinos, part Latino, because I'm not saying we're fully, I mean, part Hispanic, because we're not fully Hispanic. They start to claim our history and say like, oh, Hernan Cortez, he's white and he colonized you, and and then it's like we're part Hispanic. Like you can't make that argument. Like we actually have a Hispanic heritage, a lineage. We have Hispanic last names, so you can't really make that argument. I'm speaking for white supremacists. So we're not going to deny our Hispanic
So
heritage as well. We're both. We're indigenous and Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? We're not going to. We have no
okay.
insecurities of our identity. We're mixed race. Most of us are mixed race. You know.
hmm
Well, yeah,
So
but
so what I'll say to that. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
So what I'll say to that is, I'm assuming y'all are familiar with the American chattel slave trade. So, like, there's a reason why
Yeah,
we're like
yeah.
this. People make fun, like, you're calling yourself a crayon color. Like, we didn't come up with that shit. Okay, there's a historical context as to where the black and the white and all that comes from, and the fact that there is like a FBA movement and like an indigenous movement and all these other things, like we're we were stripped from our original heritage because of the slave trade. Like a lot of us don't know what country our ancestors came from. A lot of us
Wait,
don't
I thought you
know
guys
what
like
our
had
origin.
root work and stuff from Africa and stuff. Isn't that from Africa? I thought.
Well, I mean, it's 2025. You can take a DNA test. That's what I've done. I've taken a DNA test, and it shows that I'm indigenous, and it proved to be correct
Yeah,
on Mexican history. Like
I
I'm
know.
half indigenous and half Hispanic.
I know, but we haven't. A lot of us haven't. A lot of us haven't taken that
Yeah, you can
DNA
take it.
test. We
Yeah,
haven't.
I recommend to take it and figure out where your roots
I,
come from
I, I
and which
recommend it
tribe,
too,
which
but
African tribe.
I recommend it too. But
But
again, we a lot of us haven't done that yet. So a lot of us don't know what our original heritage was. We don't know where we came from. We had
do
to
you
invent all our own. Oh, sorry.
wait, and that's problematic. What you just said, invent. See, here's the thing. Um, I notice that certain people in different communities, and this is something applied universally. I've seen it. I've seen it amongst Mexicans, right? When you start having to invent history and invent what your ancestry is, well, then I believe then that's just taking the shortcut because there are means like
Do you think that's what I was
The
about to
DNA.
say when I said invent?
Huh? Yeah, invent when
Did
by
you think that
invent
was?
you're gonna
Did
inventing
you
an
think I was about to
identity.
say we had to invent history and invent? Like, is
Inventing an
that what you
Yeah,
thought I
what
was about
you're
to
identity.
say?
saying. Well, yeah, well. Okay, so just finish your monologue and then we'll respond. Wait, Kawali, don't interrupt.
Okay, so because we didn't have our genealogy after the slave trade, like we didn't get to keep all of that. So we made our own culture, we made our own music, we made our own food. Of course, it might have had something to do with the other people around us, but for the most part, it was our own homegrown shit things. So, it's the same thing with black and white. So, that's why now people are fighting against using the term black. Some want to say we're indigenous. Some want to say we're FBA. Some want to say we're Solani. Some want to say it's a bunch of different stuff because we're still figuring it out.
Well, that's what I meant by inventing, and it's disingenuous
Yeah,
because
because you guys have an
you're
identity
taking.
crisis. Okay, so can you recognize that your community has an identity crisis?
If you mean
Like
we
for the
don't
most
all
part, you guys have
agree
like an
on.
identity crisis. Would you
Yeah.
agree to
So
that
if by
claim?
that you mean if by that you mean we don't all agree on the name we should call ourselves, then sure, yes.
Yeah, you guys don't align with a label or an identity with the same label or identity. You guys have your own label for your identity.
Yeah, and that's what I was trying to get into. And then you start saying someone will say indigenous, someone will say this and that. Well, then you're being disingenuous when you want to claim titles that aren't historically going to match up with your history, nor can it be proven. So yeah, I look, I don't have a problem with the fact that you guys invented an identity, but it didn't come out of nowhere. And in fact, it is based on the material conditions you were given, which is heavily from the white Southerners. So you can't divorce
Oh, so
yourselves
the
from the
white
white
people invented
Southerners.
it actually.
That's not what I'm saying. You take
It's
your
kind of is
basis
though.
is from that. No, that's not what I'm saying, and you need to understand it. And I'll give you an example. Mexicans, what you call Mexican, this created identity, this ethnogenesis, comes from the material Spanish and indigenous. We fused it together, and now you have the modern Mexican community. The modern FBA community fused what was the white Southerners along with their own unique existence, your African, as much as you can have African roots, African influence, whatever, and you fused it into what is called the Black American identity. So what is funny to me is that this new fusion that's happening in the United States of America, Latinos are catching heat for being influenced by the people moving the culture today. Now, granted, in some instances there is just like straight culture vulture, but it's a two-way street, and if we really boil down to it, it becomes arbitrary. And why does it become arbitrary? Because you guys didn't make it out of nothing. You guys made it out of what you were given. Same thing, we're making everything we make is what we're given. So it's like the logic has to be consistent, and this whole harping on these dumb panels like on the last one,
Yeah, like
it's
this
just
one right here
divisive.
that's on my
It's just
prompt.
it's just
They're
divisive and
saying,
hateful.
yeah, they're claiming Mexican food. They're saying that, well, we have our own taco trucks. We make black tacos. We make black burritos. This is how they're speaking. They're the ones being culture vultures. They're the ones culturally appropriating Latino and Mexican culture.
Oh,
Yeah,
Like
so I can't
they're the
speak
ones being
to people
hypocritical.
making black tacos, but what I can say is that the oh, you want to go? Go ahead, bro.
nah, you're good.
No, but you do agree that
Well,
black tacos doesn't exist, right? Black tacos doesn't exist, right? You do recognize that. Tacos is Mexican, right?
I think what
Kenny.
people are referring to. Oh, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so what people are referring to when they say black tacos is basically the Americanized taco that everybody from Mexico hates, the with the hard shell. Like they're referring to like a different style of making that type of taco. That's what they're
Okay,
referring
so
to.
Kenny, let me ask you a question. Who created tacos?
I guess the Mexican people, right?
So there's no such thing as a black taco. Taco is just Mexican. I mean, this is not rocket science. Like I literally should I rebutted your argument just like that. Kick. Well, I think you already spoke. Anybody? We got to open space on the. We got to open block, so you can request if you like. But yeah, like these people on these panelists, like they're the ones. They're making a
Wait a
lot of
minute. Did
black
you say you
supremacist
just
talking
rebutted my
points.
argument like that? I didn't make an argument.
I mean, you weren't even
Yeah,
talking
you should
though.
say that black. You said that black tacos exist.
No, I
You're
said I was
you're
explaining what
agreeing.
they were talking about when they talk about black tacos. They're talking about a
Okay, but
specific type.
yeah, but it doesn't. No. There's no specific type. It doesn't exist.
It does
You're
not.
aligning with that claim that these panelists created,
Do you even know what they're talking
which
about?
is like,
Have you seen
yeah,
what they're talking about?
There's
yeah,
nothing
they're
to
talking
talk
about
about. There's no
colorism.
such thing
They're
as
putting
black
they're
tacos.
All right, never mind.
yeah.
Let's
There's no
move
such
on
thing as
from
I
black
guess
this.
I
tacos.
Never
guess what you're
mind.
trying to
Tacos is
say,
Mexican.
a taco is a taco. Like it can't be.
Yeah.
something else.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
Kenny,
like
I have
have y'all
a,
ever
see,
heard of the
the,
term?
the,
Have y'all,
Hard
okay,
shell,
okay.
hard
So
shell, soft
have y'all ever
shell.
heard
If
of the
it has,
term Korean fried chicken or Korean barbecue?
yeah.
Yeah.
Or is it just barbecue? Barbecue is just barbecue. Chicken is just chicken.
But
That's
black people did not invent fried
all
chicken.
right,
okay,
bro.
so
That's
barbecue
fine.
was invented by
We can
indigenous
move
people.
past that. That's cool. Let me go to the
Yeah, and
next thing.
barbecue it was created by indigenous people, by the way.
Yeah,
So it's
barbecue.
also
Yeah.
Mexican. Yeah,
Yeah,
barbecue is
there's no
also
such thing as
Mexican.
Korean barbecue because barbecue is just barbecue. That's how we do things, I guess.
I mean, yeah. What was the
Yeah,
first
and
thing you're gonna? I think you wanted to make
oh yeah,
another point.
these panelists, they're really colorist. They're being really racist towards Latinos. Yeah, they're saying that we're copying them. And then actually I went on the panel and they kicked me because I made one claim, and that is if you're not indigenous, you're on our land. And they got so offended and they booted me. That's it. That's literally the sentence I uttered, and they booted me. So these people are just like dishonest. They don't know what they believe in. They have an identity crisis. This panel is complete evidence that they have an identity crisis, and this is why Kenny agrees with me. His community is suffering right now. They have an identity crisis. So like, yeah, when you run into these lies, like just, you say your piece, say your arguments, and just move on because they're not going anywhere. They're not speaking off of logic. And Kenny, what do you identify as, by the way?
I'm a black American.
Okay, so yeah, Kenny is, he's a black American. He identifies he's a black American, and he's agreeing with me on this. So like, yeah.
And does that mean, like, Kenny, that you're a descendant of people who were involved in chattel slavery, or like you're Caribbean for like 2 generations? Like, what does that mean? Because like
The
there's
first one. The
like
first
black.
one. The answer is the first one you
Okay.
said. It's the first one.
Okay.
I have a question, Kenny. Do you not, and something that people on these panels do, right? And I'm not gonna charge it to like all Black Americans. It's disingenuous. But I'm just talking about people on panels like these. Why do they feel the need to try to teach Latinos their history? Because that's something, as someone that studies history, right? I hear their talking points, and they try to equivocate, I guess, maybe the Black American experience, right? And disingenuously pick out certain parts of Mexican American history and then equivocate them to, I guess, our own internal struggles as Latinos. Like these guys that want to mention Vicente Guerrero as a Vitorride and Hidalgo and countless Mexicans that were different colors didn't get executed or mistreated by the people of Mexico either. So like, what do you think of when FBA people are trying to teach Latinos their history, yet your guys' history is in question too, even amongst your own community? Like, what do you say about that?
I mean, I don't have anything to say about that. I'm not responsible for what other people. I have nothing to say to that.
Yeah, wait quietly. He already admitted that his community is going through harsh times, and they have an identity crisis. They're fighting amongst each other in huge numbers. They also have like a gender war going on and stuff like that. But Michael, you just came up on the panel. What do you want to add to the discussion?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, I think it just comes from, it was coming from like insecurity or something like that. But I don't know. I think she's obviously trying to rage bait, but
They were very defensive the whole time. Super.
yeah, and
And also,
they didn't get it. Also, they had said something too about, she was saying how I guess we incriminate our own people or something like that, about how like people that are black, mixed black with like Spanish, Latino, they like we diss on them. And she brought up Amada La Negra, and I was trying to tell her that it's not, to use that phrase, it's not offensive in Spanish. It's something that's you know what I mean? It's just to describe a person.
Yeah, it's a term of
not,
endearment.
Exactly. Like it's not, and that's how she was taking
Like
it.
it's not derogatory. Like within the Latino community.
I don't think she was bringing it up because the name. I don't think she had a problem with the name. The girl calls herself that. The girl named herself that. I think she was saying that people just don't care for her, period, as a what we will call black Latino. I don't think it was about that.
It's propaganda. It's all propaganda. They're saying that we're the colors, we're the racist ones, we're being racist against our own community. You know, we were the ones being racist towards our own dark skinned people. Even like in Mexico, there's a man, I believe his name was Juice. Yeah, there's a panelist on that live. His name was Juice, and he said that Oaxacans, the dark skinned indigenous people, they're being discriminated against by Mexicans in Mexico in the Yucatan area, and it's like that's not true. They're spreading lies and propaganda that
That's not
we're
true.
fighting amongst each other.
Bro,
Is there not
No,
like
it's not
an
true.
issue with? Is there not an issue with dark skinned Latinos being treated worse than light skinned Latinos? That's not a real thing. That's
No,
made up.
no,
That's made up.
No,
it's
we're
more
all united under
classism.
I
yeah,
disagree.
Yeah.
classism.
I disagree.
Because there's a lot of dark skin. There's a lot of dark skin. Indigenous Mexicans who are wealthy. They're like multimillionaires. So like it's more like classism going on. And we mostly just identify as Mexican. If you were to actually interact with Oaxacan, in here in the United States, they're gonna say, "Oh, I'm Mexican." They're not gonna say that I'm dark skinned. I'm a dark skinned indigenous. But no, they're just gonna say they're Mexican. They identify as
But
Mexican.
I
We're
mean,
all
that's not
united
the
under the
question.
Mexican label.
That's not the
We're
question.
not
Though.
skin
The
color
question
again.
isn't
Like
the
all that's
question
just
isn't
propaganda
do the
being
brown
pushed.
skinned people call themselves black or not. The question is, are they treated as the same in society? Like, does the brown
Yeah.
skin
So
people?
For the most
in
part, it's mostly
Mexico,
classism.
if you're darker skinned, you're not going to go to jail longer if you get arrested. That just doesn't exist.
I'm not
Are
talking about
darker
that. I just
skinned.
mean like society.
No, I know.
Like, do people look down on them?
The
Do people
society
say,
is a
Yes.
mix of people. Like the society, the whole thing is a
Yeah, we're
mix.
all mixed.
There's no. You're applying the United States logic, the United States of America logic, and your entire being and what you've witnessed to Mexico. That's not how it works. It's different. Like in
so
Mexico, the
that,
baddie's the baddie, just because she's like the morena can be just as bad as a baddie. Like, and even in Latin America, a lot of the women do have
It's about
curly hair, and
culture.
they embrace their naturally curly hair, and they're still a baddie. Like, it doesn't matter. A baddie's a baddie. We're not
Yeah.
like, oh, she's a light skinned
okay,
baddie, she's a dark
who are
skinned
all the
baddie.
people on TV out there? Are there a bunch of brown skinned people
Okay, so
on TV?
okay. I'm glad you brought that up. That's a great point. Okay, so the two channels in Mexico are owned by two different families. Yes, they are lighter skinned, but I mean, what you're getting at is it's not like the United States where it's literally two families who control TV Azteca and Televisa. So yeah, those families are YT families, and they're going to perpetuate YT families. But I don't watch the nonsense that those channels put out. Many
Nobody
Mexicans
watches
are not
that.
a fan of
Most
the.
Mexicans do
Yeah,
not
I
watch
mean,
that.
Yeah,
We actually
be
watch
like,
Chavo del Ocho and Cantinflas, and they're brown looking.
Yeah.
So like
yeah,
wait,
exactly.
isn't that
we don't
Chavo
watch
del
that.
Ocho?
That's
Didn't that
mostly
come out in like the '80s? Ain't that old as hell? Like that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
people
yeah, it
still
came out in
watch
the
it.
A new
70s.
show,
We still
right?
watch our own traditional shows. Yeah, we still watch
Yeah.
our own traditional shows.
Yeah, like
Spaniards
the
even
new
watch it.
all the stuff
Like
that comes
Chavo
on
del
now
Ocho
is
is a
just with white
Hispanic
people on there,
TV,
right?
famous
Can I
Hispanic
say
TV
something
series.
real quick?
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
yeah, you can
only
speak. Yes.
asking all this shit because like I'm literally married to a Mexican woman, so I kind of have
Yeah,
a
and
little bit of insight.
there's
Oh, okay. So where was your
Lupita.
Mexican
Mexico
woman born
loves
in? Where was your
Lupita.
Mexican? Wait, hold on. Yeah. Where was your woman born and raised?
She was born in Cuautla, Morelos. That's where she was born.
Ah,
In
okay. It's right.
Mexico.
Yeah. So
Okay.
is
So
she
how did you meet
indigenous
her?
looking, or?
Like, is she
Yeah, she's
indigenous?
like a brown skin looking, kind of brown. Like they would call her dark skin, is what she tells me.
So she's in brown looking. So what's her phenotype? She looks indigenous, like more indigenous than you.
Yes, you can say that. Yeah.
Oh, so she does not. So you would make the argument that she does not look black at all whatsoever.
She doesn't look black, no.
Okay, she doesn't look black. Okay, she looks indigenous. Okay, so you're a black American and you're dating a non-black woman. Okay, so
Married.
you're married to a non-black woman. Okay, very interesting. Just do you want to add something to the discussion?
Yeah, I just wanted to give a point of view because look, okay, so I'm Mexican American. I'm 21 years old. And I live in San Diego, and I also go to Tijuana a lot. It's the world's biggest like traveling place that's in like just immigrants and stuff like that. I can say from my
Hong
experience,
Kong.
at least, I can say a lot from my experience. It's just like a bunch of people, for example, came from IT. They're more darker skin and everything. a lot of people, I'm not gonna lie to you, Mexico to a point was getting very racist. I'm not gonna lie to you, it was. But a lot of people just had that in them because of the Spaniard thought that they left in us. But to be honest, man, I love all the people that came from IT to Tijuana. They worked their ass off so crazy. They started to open up their businesses. So I see why maybe some people have the judgment here in the US, but it's just like you can't really throw that to everybody in Mexico because I've been noticing a lot of change in Mexico just in general. There's so many people migrating to Mexico, and people are not like they used to be back in the 80s, 70s, and stuff like that. A lot of people are actually just marrying more darker skinned people. I know, for example, my aunt married an IT person, and he's amazing. He opened up his business, and he's there to work. He's there to just be
Yeah.
better. And there's no point of
So
blaming
much.
nobody. Those girls that were doing this live, I was
Okay.
actually on it, and I was trying to hop on it so bad. They try to say like, oh, Latinos are fake, this, and that. That's a girl not knowing how to literally do like a whole how can I say, like, have a normal conversation, because people would talk to her and she would just be like, be quiet, be this, be that. No, she would
Yeah, they're
start
racist
talking
towards
bad.
us Latinos.
She would start talking bad about like girls when, okay, she was like, oh, girls don't have like the natural curve. Okay, but that doesn't mean that they're trying to copy, let's say, a black person. No, maybe what if they're insecure about their body and they're just trying to have a bigger butt, a bigger, I don't know, like a smaller waist. That doesn't mean
Yeah, they're
that
just
they're trying to copy
racist. Yeah,
black
like,
people.
they're just being racist. Like big butts, like black, big butts is
It's
not a black. There are
biology.
plenty of
It's
Asian
not a
women,
race.
Or
You
they
know?
Hindu
also
women,
said,
indigenous women that have big
I
butts.
actually, I
But it's not.
actually work in the beauty field, and I can tell you right now, a lot of black women get booty injections and lip injections also.
yeah,
So
and
I
and the
can
thing
tell
is
you
just
that
like,
also.
whenever people do it, let them do it. That doesn't mean they're trying to copy somebody. It just means that they're trying to look better either for themselves,
The
or they
thing is,
just
they
they
always
have enough
say
money.
that we're the ones that are trying to copy them, but they are trying to copy themselves. So that's the
And
thing.
Latinas are the hot ticket
They're
item
trying
right
to
now, and
copy us.
there's a
Yeah.
lot of jealousy about that. That Latinas are, well, they are the baddest, but there's
Oh
a lot of
yeah.
attention on it
Yeah. They're
because
men.
you can get a
Yeah.
Latina if you're into your lighter skin. You can get your lighter skin if you're into darker skin. You can get anything with Latinas. Anything you can get an Afro Latina. You can get
Exactly.
anything, and there's a lot of
I
jealousy with
Exactly.
I
that.
In
see
in
Edison
the
like
in the
every
Hispanic
race.
culture, we do. We come in different cultures. We come in different colors, I mean. And
That's what I think
yeah, you can
where
be
she was coming
light,
from.
you can be dark, you can be whatever and stuff, and it's
Man,
all
we don't
in
have light skinned
our.
black people. That's news
Yeah,
to
we
me.
do. We have dark and light skinned
Yeah.
people
We're
In
mixed
fact, my
race.
tia
We don't. We're not a
my
skin
tia is
color.
white skin with Afro hair. She's light skin with Afro hair, so you can
I'm
get
just trying to see.
anything.
I'm just trying to see what y'all mean by this jealousy of like we can get every color of Latina, but we can get every color
Well,
of black girl too.
you
That's what
can.
you
I mean,
said.
I don't know.
you can
Wait,
find Latinas with anything.
can I say
Like,
something
Well,
real
just
quick?
because
Yeah.
she
that's what
was
I'm
We're
saying.
saying
Like,
so
that.
diverse
I just
already.
feel like every race, to be honest, just has everybody has different type of people. And if you're pretty much just gonna say, oh, because you have curly hair, you're trying to be black. It's like, no, bro, I was born with it. Like, it's not something you can change. Yeah, you can probably put a product or something, but man, there's Asians that are darker skinned. There's whites that are, like straight up so pale. There's Mexicans that are so dark. Everybody's so different. And then just I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say that, like black people didn't go through the main struggle, because
Yeah.
I'm
But
gonna
just
keep it real. They did.
you would
Totally
just. I
And to
want
saying.
this,
you. I
and
was
to
just
this day, they do.
just.
That's what I
I
was
know.
saying.
I know. Like
We
earlier,
have
you were
people.
recognizing.
We have people of
No,
different
yeah.
like colors and stuff, and we were saying that earlier, like people even like different hair textures and whatnot. We have that already in our culture. People like this that are toxic, and they come in and they're like, oh, you guys want to look like us and this and that. It's like, no, we already have people like that in our culture. We're not trying to look like you. We have our people already that are us, and we're them. You guys are
well,
not our people, so get out of here.
Wait,
can I say one
Yeah.
thing? And
Karen,
I'm gonna
Latinos, we
end
should
this.
focus on each other, and just like claim our identity. And if nobody respects our identity of being Latino or by our countries, then we're not gonna find unity at all
Okay,
whatsoever. We have
so
to be aggressive. We can't.
can I
Who
speak?
cares if
Karen
Black
Torres.
Americans or these racist Black Americans call us, racist? Because we're not at the end of the day.
Do
There's
y'all
just
think I was
gaslighting
being
Karen
us.
racist
Torres
to y'all?
says.
wait, what?
No, 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 not at all, Kenny. No, not at all, not you. I'm talking about the ones on the panel on the live earlier, the ones that have up on the prompt. These Black Americans, they were
Got it.
being super racist towards Latinos. I mean, look at the prompt. Like
For the
they're saying
person,
that we're trying to be like
for the
them,
person that's literally
which is not
commenting,
true.
blacks ain't like us, bro. Like that's not even the point, bro. You're making no point on that on the comment. I'm so sorry. I
And
just had
like
to point
that,
it out. It's
that
not
Guava
that.
Wait,
Thief guy that
what?
was on here earlier, like he's saying, I think that I get what she's saying, but I think that style, it's more like subjective to the area. I said, where I'm from, Latinos, Hispanics, we don't dress like that. I said that's more of like a cultural thing on that side of the
Yeah, they're
country, like an
generalizing.
American thing. You know, yeah.
Yeah, and could you imagine if
Yeah,
we
and
did that drawing with them? Um, I mean, there are Hispanic attorneys,
we'll get
dentists. You
canceled,
know.
dude.
Yeah. Karen Torres says our families are so mixed. We have dark-skinned and light-skinned Mexicans with green eyes, all in one family. Absolutely right, 100%.
Oh, and that's true. Like,
Yeah. I
we're
mean, we
we're
got the
pretty much
same thing.
all
Like, you
mixed.
ever heard of the Creoles in Louisiana? Like it's
Yeah.
literally the same thing.
Yeah, we know about them.
No, and I mean, at least for that, these people that were making this live from earlier, like I said, I literally watched almost all of it. I was just so triggered by the fact that like they said at one point like if you wear Jordans, you're taking advantage of the culture. It's like okay, I understand that sneaker culture started with them, 100%. I'm not saying no, and I'm not telling them that like
Wait, Nike
we can
is a
take that
black
away from
company?
them.
I didn't know
I
that.
don't
Nike's a
think
black
so.
company?
I don't think so.
No,
No.
no,
I don't think that's
Jordan's.
what they're
Well,
saying.
Jordan's was
But what
designed
they
by Michael
meant,
Jordan, right?
what they just meant is that if you wear Jordans, you're appropriating their culture. I understand that sneaker culture came from them,
But
100%.
we're not.
Again, if you go
We're
to the
not wearing
mall,
Jordans though. They're
if you
generalizing.
no, no,
Cortezes were
but
out
I'm
way
saying
before
like
Jordans, and they were by Nikes. But the Cortezes are not a Mexican shoe. We don't claim that Oh my God, we invented sneaker culture
Yeah,
because
that's true.
Cortezes
We were
came out.
wearing
Cortezes came
Cortezes
out
as
way
like
before that.
aesthetic
So,
and fashion.
and the
some
reason why we
people.
don't claim it is because Nike is not a Mexican brand. They are a YT brand. To try to claim that Nike or that Jordan is their culture, that's crazy. It's a YT company with a YT designer with a YT supply chain. So yeah, that's crazy.
But
It's
pretty
all
much
about
what I was
trends.
trying to
Okay,
say
so
with
can
that.
I speak on that? Like y'all
But
talking a lot about black people, and it's a black person right here. So it's the thing about the Nike shoes. They're not saying that, or we're not saying that we invented sneakers. We're not saying we invented Nikes. We're not
no,
saying that
no
we
one's saying
invented.
that.
Right. So like this thing like it's white people built it and white people working there and like that doesn't matter because we're not saying
So
that we're those.
if you called me an NIGG, can I say that? Can I say the word? So how come you can call me this N word, but like if I say it, I'm canceled? Why is that?
Damn, we
Wait,
turned it all the way around to
no.
there,
I
huh?
don't. No, bro.
Wait, what?
It's you.
Wait.
No, you're not
He
making.
called he
No, okay,
said
so
this
sneaker
N word to
culture.
me.
Okay, so yeah, Jordan's. Okay, so Michael Jordan's. Yeah, it was designed by the basketball player, right? The famous basketball player Michael Jordan. Yeah,
He didn't
sure, but like
design it.
sneaker culture. That's not Black American because like the Chicanos in East LA, they were repping Cortezes as like a fashion trend. So like yeah,
Cortezes were
sneaker
for the
culture is
Mexico
not a
City
Black American thing.
Olympics.
Oh, yep. And we were wearing those as a fashion trend. So, like,
But
yeah,
can
sneaker
I finish
culture is
my
not
thought
Black
because
American.
I
Jordans
think this
are
took a whole
yours,
turn.
yeah, sure, but like not sneaker culture.
I think this took a whole
Yeah.
turn
Well,
from what I was trying to
when
say.
okay, so we're going all over the place. So
No,
you were talking about a specific thing about if you wear Jordans, then that's black culture. That one of y'all said that, right? Didn't one of y'all say that?
it was me. I didn't even finish my thought though. I didn't even finish my sentence. But
Okay,
pretty
go
much
ahead. Go
what I
ahead.
was just trying to get at is that she said that, right? And what I was just trying to say is like I understand maybe her point of view, but it's like if you go to the mall and if you see a sneaker, you're gonna get it. If the popular things right now are baggy clothes, you're gonna get it. It's not like I'm gonna go to the mall and be like, oh well, they don't have my Mexican aisle. I'm gonna leave. Like it's just clothes at the end of the point at the end of the day right now. Like let people wear whatever they want to wear as long as they're being respectful with it. Like you're never gonna see me like
No,
wearing
the point is
a
that they're
random
pointing the
ass like
finger at us. Wait, just, they're generalizing and saying that we are all trying to be like them, but that's
no
not
yeah
true
I
because if you go to
understand that.
Texas, Tejano culture is vaquero culture. It's cowboy culture. So there are Black Americans who were born and raised in Texas, and they rep that cowboy hat, that cowboy clothing. That's Mexican. So they're white Tejanos and Black Tejanos or Texans. They're acting Mexican. They're dressing up like Mexicans because cowboy culture is Mexican. That's just facts.
See, this is what I was trying to.
The
This is what
first
I was
cowboy
trying
was
to
a black
avoid.
man.
Yeah, this is what I was trying to avoid. See, here's the thing. I don't.
That's not true, greatness.
Yeah, it was very true. You look it up. Go do your research.
Just
on
look
very
it up.
first
Look it
black
up on
person.
Wikipedia. It's cowboy culture. It comes from
Yeah, the cowboy culture
Spanish
is
settlers.
cool. Spanish and maybe
Yeah, it came
white.
from
Other
Spanish.
than that,
Yeah,
but the very first
Spanish
cowboy,
settlers in the Southwest
but the very first cowboy
gathered
was a
cattle
black man.
with their offspring who were mestizos, and they together created cowboy culture. The cowboy hat.
So are you saying the black man was
lasso,
here
the
in
saddle.
1492 when the cowboy from the 1500s to
The
1600s
French
there was the
wasn't
black
here in
people in
1492, bro. What
Guanajuato?
are you talking
No,
about?
no, for
The
a second.
Europeans was not here in 1492, bro. They barely arrived around 1600s. What are you talking
What are you
about?
talking about? Do you have brain damage? 1500s. I have literally documents from my family
Yeah,
from the 1500s in
1600s.
Nueva Galicia.
From your
What are you
family.
talking
Yeah.
about?
From your family.
Yeah. Because I can trace my lineage back because we have documents. We're not Protestants. We have documents that go back to 1400s in the Americas. So I don't know what you're talking about. There was no black vaqueros that was the first one. So this was way before that. There was black people who were brought. The Moors, they were Moorish, sub-Saharan Moorish, but as far as the first black cowboy in the
No, they were
1600s or
North
whatever you're trying to
Africans.
claim.
So cowboys
Yeah,
went back all the
yeah.
way back to 1400.
Man, how I just see it is
1492 is when they got here.
from the area
And so
where you live,
1500 they had.
that's how you're gonna be dressing, pretty much.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
again, I was trying
kingdom
to
of
avoid.
the
This is what I
Viceroy
was
of
trying
New
to avoid.
Spain already existed in 1500s. So like already in the 1500s, cowboy culture was already starting to exist. Was already existed. Yeah, I mean Mexicans were in the Southwest first before Anglos came in. I mean, it's just Texas was Mexico. Like I mean, you can't dispute that cowboy culture is Mexican.
And the heart of it,
and
the heart
Black
of it, if
Tejanos
you
are
look
trying
at
to be Mexican.
sombreros, if you go to Boot Barn
Black
and you look at it,
Texans.
the sombreros, the cowboy boots, they all come from where? Guanajuato. Where is that? Nuevo Galicia. Where was that? That's part of the viceroy that he's talking about. All this goes back. That's been the epicenter for hundreds of years of cowboy culture has been Guanajuato. There was the mines there. That's where all the factories still live. You can go look at Ariat, go look at their boots, go look at all the other boot brands. They all come from Guanajuato. It's never changed. It's always been the epicenter. Tanning is done there. Leather. I got a homie in Colombia. He does leathering. Where does he import his leathers from? León, Guanajuato. They know about it in Colombia, this random city they know about because it's been the epicenter of cowboy culture for hundreds of years.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I don't really care.
Even
about
other
the
Latinos
cowboy
adopt our
thing.
culture. Colombians, they love that cowboy culture too.
Yeah, see, this is what I was trying to avoid. I didn't want to go down this rabbit hole because now we're just talking about cowboys and shit. So what I was getting at.
Oh, because it doesn't fit your narrative. Yeah, because the arguments we're making does not fit your narrative. We're saying nothing
What
but
narrative?
facts.
I
Black
didn't.
Americans.
What narrative am I?
That
would
black
I make? What narrative are you talking about?
Texans are trying to be Mexican. They're trying to dress like us. You know,
Did
when
I
you
say
go to
anything
rodeos
about
in
black
Texas,
people in Texas?
when you
Is
go
that
to
what I said?
rodeos,
Everybody in
have you been to
Texas,
a
if you
rodeo in
Hispanic in
Texas?
Texas, say the
Go
N-word.
to a rodeo festival. Go to a rodeo festival in Texas. You're gonna see Black Americans dressed up as cowboys. They're trying to be like us
Okay,
Mexicans.
let me ask the host a question.
That's
Did
one
I
event.
say anything? Oh, well, never mind. Let me ask the whole group here. When did I say anything about Texas, about cowboys, about Mexicans inventing?
No,
Did I say
we're
any of
responding to the
that?
prompt. Wait,
No.
Kenny, we're responding to the prompt because the people
No,
on the prompt.
But you're
on
saying
that
this is
live,
going against my narrative.
They were
That
saying
was
that
not
all
my
Latinos
narrative.
are trying to be like them. They're trying to be like them. We were trying to be like them, which is not true. They're generalizing.
Okay, but you accuse
So we
me
made the argument
of-
that they're trying to be like us.
You accuse me of not wanting to talk about this cowboy. This whole thing then turned into a conversation about cowboys, and you're saying that I don't want to do that because it's going against my narrative. What was my narrative? Did I say
Yeah.
anything about cowboys? How is this against? What is the narrative?
Okay, so why?
that
Okay,
this is
so
going
why?
against?
Okay, so why don't you want to talk about cowboys? This is a fucking Mexican live. Get the fuck out of here if you don't want to talk about Mexican culture. I'm Mexican American. This is not a black live. Go to a black live and talk about black issues.
I don't think that's the way to go.
Like, I'm sorry.
She's also trying to be a Texan. She is from Texas, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, anyway,
this
so
is a
what I was
Mexican
trying to,
live. Like,
what
of
I,
course we're gonna talk about cowboys. This is
anyway,
our culture.
Hold up.
so
Look,
Like the fuck.
I'm a keep it real between both of you. There's no reason for the main host for you to be talking to him like that, especially when we're just trying to like literally talk about how these people were
This is
being
my life. I can speak to everyone how I want to, bro.
negative about the Mexican
Yeah, it's
culture.
my life. If you don't like it, then leave.
But you don't gotta be like that, bro.
He's over
Well,
here.
you
He's
can
over here
get the fuck
gaslighting
out
me.
too. Go. Lárgate.
Wait, what?
But yeah, anyways, like we were saying on the prom, yeah, they're generalizing us, the people on this live earlier. They were generalizing all Latinos, saying we're trying to be like them. They're culturally gentrifying, culturally appropriating our culture. Saying that there's black tacos, black burritos, there's black taco trucks, and they'll get in their feelings if we talk about being indigenous, and that if you're not indigenous, if we were to make the claim that you're not indigenous, and then you're on our land, they'll get in their feelings and get offended, and also, yeah, like they can't handle the facts. Us indigenous people, Mexicans, are half indigenous. We domesticated corn, potatoes, tomatoes, all these crops. We made them edible for all humans to consume. We gave you all these amazing crops, and and this is how we're being treated by white and black Americans. We're given crumbs. We're getting racially profiled by the Asians. The
And
IC
our
Asians.
indigenous structures,
And getting
temples
mass
still
deported.
exist to this day. You can go visit them. They exist
Yeah, we built
all
pyramids
over
as
the
well.
country. They
Yeah,
exist
we built
all over the
pyramids.
continent.
let me dial it back a little bit. All I'm saying is I'm not denying all the cool stuff Mexicans did. That your Mexicans are very cool and awesome, and you did very great things. I'm not gonna dispute that. Okay, all I'm saying is you can say that without having to be like, you Black Americans don't have culture, you don't have an identity, you don't have
Black
to do
culture
that.
is the most mimic culture in the world. Black
No,
American
that's
culture.
not true.
Most mimic.
No, that's
Yes, it
not
is.
true.
Yes, it is. You see people in Japan.
No.
You see people in Japan with dreads. You see
They have
people
cholos in Japan, by the way.
listen,
They have cholos in
black
Japan
culture.
too.
Dreads? Wait, dreads are black now?
Yeah, what?
Bro, the Vikings had dreads. They had their
cut in real
bro,
quick?
your hair
What?
naturally
I really want
get stuck together. Like I
What?
don't
Are you serious, bro?
Hold on.
yeah, the
because-
Vikings had dreads. Like it's not a black American thing. I mean, you can
That
say
is crazy.
you can say braids. I mean, certain particular
That is insane.
braids. Yeah, sure.
So I just want to bring up
But like
something.
you can't say
Y'all was
dreads.
mentioning
Okay, let's forget about the hair. Rap culture. Rap culture. The dressing.
Can we?
Puerto Ricans
They're speaking like.
Puerto Ricans help
Are you about to
create
say Mexicans
hip-hop
invented
culture.
rap music now?
Are you serious? Is he
Can we
serious?
just like
breakdancing,
can we run it back
graffiti,
just like 3 minutes
bubble
before we start
letters.
talking
That
about
was
the
created by
breads
Puerto
and the
Ricans.
because I just want to address the whole cowboy thing and like where that really like so yes, that shit came from Mexico, the Mexicans that called themselves vaqueros. That's where the gringo word buckaroo comes from. That's where yeehaw comes from, was the gringos trying to do a grito and they couldn't. So back in the day, like today, and it don't matter if you're black or white or Mexican, a lot of us refer to our homies as man. You know what I'm saying, man? Like that comes from the slave masters demeaning their slaves and calling them boy. So when the white man stole the tradition of the vaquero, they were cattlemen. And they were making their slaves really do all the work. And those were the cowboys. That was a demeaning term. But what happened is the black man started doing the work better than the white culture. Man. And then it became popular to be a cowboy, but everybody forgets about where it really comes from. So I hear what you're saying, homie, but
yeah, I mean, were the Mexicans calling them cowboys, or did they have a different?
No, with it comes from
they're Mexican Americans who say cowboys.
Yes, but the cowboy.
Bro, cowboy is just another term for vaquero. It's an anglicized term for vaquero. I mean, rodeo. Rodeo is a Spanish term. Rodeo.
The term cowboy was a derogatory term that was invented by the white men. They called themselves cattlemen, bro. The cowboy thing came from black people. I don't think it's a derogatory term from white people. It's one of them things, man. It's like that everywhere you look in this country.
Vaquero comes from Baco. Baco means cattle. You gather
exactly.
cattle.
Exactly. Vaquero.
It's not derogatory.
No,
Yeah,
the
like
term
that's not
cowboy was
derogatory. Gathering
derogatory. The
cattle.
term cowboy was a derogatory term.
That's not
Cowboy was
derogatory. Gathering
derogatory. The
cattle.
term cowboy was a derogatory term, just like calling a grown man boy when they were doing buck breaking and the terrible things. That's where that comes from, homie. Look, when you go into a
No, it
seafood
doesn't. Because
restaurant and you order a hush
in
puppy for an appetizer, that shit has a racist background. When I'm running wire through electrical and I'm labeling a wire that's for the home run for the master bedroom, that has a racist background, bro.
Yep.
Like we need to, what the one thing La Raza and the black communities have to remember is in this country, bro, is how we were brothers and sisters at one point, and we were both fighting the same enemy, and that's one thing that's like where people step on
How? If
people's
they were
toes.
Buffalo Soldiers, how? That
Right.
doesn't make any sense. What are
yeah,
you
they were
talking about?
Buffalo Soldiers.
Right.
They allied
Bro,
with
not
after
all.
they gained
Not
freedom.
see, that's
They allied
insane to
with
say.
white Americans to G
That's
side.
like saying not
Native
all black
Americans.
people were Buffalo Soldiers. That's insane to say that shit, bro. There were black people riding with Pancho Villa and Fierro Zapata. Like, what are you talking about?
No, it's not
bro?
true.
How is that
Wait,
not
Black
so
Americans?
okay, wait a minute. Let
Wait,
me jump
what?
back in.
like what?
Let me jump
There's
back in
black
here, bro.
influence with everything.
What?
Like,
Wait a
do you
minute.
not
Wait
know
a
what
minute.
African diaspora
Bro,
is?
you're so
Black American
bro, you're
culture has informed
brainwashed.
everything.
Wait,
You are so
wait.
brainwashed, bro. I have
Hold
no
up,
idea
hold
what
up.
you're saying at this point.
Because
You're making wild claims.
I feel like I'm grasping something different than what y'all were saying originally. Originally, we were talking, we're supposed to be peaceful and everybody come together in peace and love and kumbaya. And now it's starting to sound like you have a superiority complex where everything y'all did was great and awesome, and we got everything from you somehow. And we don't have a culture, and we actually were against you. We were the Buffalo
Okay, so
Soldiers.
why do you say your skin color? Why do you guys like say your skin color? Like I'm just interested.
Oh my
like
god, bro.
Yeah, I
I
don't
just
say I'm
don't
like light
because
skin Mexican or like black skin Mexican. Like that doesn't exist.
yeah, like if you go to Mexico, Mexicans just say they're Mexican. Like we don't say we're
Okay,
skin color.
different
We have a
countries
culture.
call each
We
other by
embrace our
different shit.
culture.
What's so bad about that, bro?
Nah, bro.
We're just
people
saying
say
like,
Afro Latino or Afro Chicana or like I don't know. What do you mean? Like that's
so if you're a Kenny, if you're a culture, right? If you're such a culture, then if a white American man were to grow up around amongst a bunch of black Americans, he grew up on the culture, he adopted the way they speak, their lingo, they dress, their food, is he black now?
Can they say the N word?
Because he did grow up. He did grow up around black
No,
Americans.
he's
So
not
is he
black.
black
That
now?
is true
Since
because
you're such a culture.
No
So
matter
you're not a
what.
culture.
you're
You
bringing
should
up
prove my
race
point. You're
in
not
a
a culture. You're a
conversation
skin
about
color.
nationality, bro.
You're a skin color. You're
Being
not a
Mexican
culture.
does not make you a certain race. If you're from Mexico, you're from Mexico. Do you know how many people are American and they're black, white, brown, and
Yeah,
yellow?
like
or
we're
red? Like,
diverse
what are you
already.
talking about?
You can be a Mexican of full European descent and still be Mexican. You can
No,
be
wait.
Mexican of full Afro descent, which they do exist, and they say they're just Mexican because we have a culture. We're united as a culture.
Oh, so you're united and cool,
I
and
mean,
y'all
bro,
got everything figured out, and we're the bad guys, and we don't have a culture.
That's
We're
kind of
I never
awful.
said you're the bad guys. I just said you guys identify as a skin color. That's just literally what I just said. I didn't say you're the bad guys for putting
different
words in my
countries
mouth.
identify each other differently. What? Okay, so what?
the whole world does that. I mean, let's just be real. The whole world.
I mean, it's
does that.
it's just
Like,
confusing.
No,
Bartholomew de la
confusing.
Casa did started that. That started in Mexico. Like, and it's like, us Mexican people, we do have indigenous blood, but we need to also address the fact that there's levels when it comes to indigeneity, bro. Because like a lot of people, they don't know their language, they're not enrolled, or they're not from a pueblo or a tribe.
Yeah, but you can
What
be
are you
genetically
talking about?
indigenous.
saying,
Everybody
like,
in
you ain't
Mexico,
gonna-
everybody
Yeah.
in Mexico, Danny, that's not true. Everybody in Mexico eats indigenous foods. We don't eat hamburgers and shit.
Yeah,
Everybody in
tamales-
Mexico eats indigenous
tamales
foods.
is
Stop
indigenous.
with it.
That's true,
Stop
but that
it.
doesn't mean that everybody in Mexico is indigenous. That's insane.
Almost everybody in Mexico is indigenous. Almost everybody.
Yeah, most
95.
people are mixed
There's
race.
no McDonald's
Most people
in
in Mexico are mixed
Are you
race.
fucking serious right now?
That's
No,
like
it's empty.
The
Have you been
majority-
to Mexico, Kenny? Yeah, it's empty. We don't eat that.
Yeah,
crap.
they're not. There's not that. You act like for example, we were talking about Leon earlier. Leon, Guanajuato. Go put in, see how many McDonald's there are. There's not. That's not what people are eating. Sure, there's in Mexico City, in the big city. Okay, yeah, there'll be some, but there's also Lebanese, and the president is Jewish. Like, or bluish.
So like
Yeah, there you go.
what you're
There you
getting
go.
at, I mean,
Yeah, that's true.
regardless though, everybody at home in their house, they're eating indigenous foods. They're eating the indigenous
Of
beans,
course. Do you think we make
the
hamburgers at the
indigenous
house?
corn.
Nobody cooks hamburgers in their house.
Okay, so what indigenous foods do you eat that are indigenous to the Americas? And can you use their indigenous name, please? I don't want to hear no. I don't want to hear American. So tell me
Yeah, we
the indigenous word
domesticated
that you use
corn.
for corn.
We created
What's your
corn.
indigenous
Like
word for corn?
literally.
Because every Mexican knows the indigenous word for corn.
What you
Because
mean,
we
maíz?
communicate using the indigenous language.
I don't understand what you're asking me.
Because you don't speak an indigenous language, that's why you don't understand. So everybody in Mexico uses the indigenous
Yeah.
language words to describe the indigenous foods that their mother
I
cooks
don't
them
know what
from
that's
the
supposed to be
time that they're a
responding
child.
to. That doesn't have anything to do with what I've been saying.
You're talking about that Mexicans eat McDonald's. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
Obviously, they eat McDonald's.
Wait,
If
wait,
McDonald's is
wait. What
there,
about
somebody's
fries?
eating
When
the
you go to
shit. They close
McDonald's,
the
you
place
eat
down if
fries.
nobody's eating there.
Wait, Kenny, when you go to McDonald's, you eat. What's your side piece? What's your side dish? It's
What
fries,
does that
right?
have to do with
French fries.
anything? If they're eating,
French
if a
fries are
McDonald's
potatoes.
is there,
We
somebody
created
is eating that
potatoes.
shit. You're
The
not going to tell
indigenous
me that they
people
got
create
McDonald's
domesticated
open in the
potatoes.
place and nobody is eating there and they keep it
You're
open. That
eating
doesn't
our
make any
food,
sense.
Kenny. You're eating indigenous food. We domesticated potatoes. They come from South America, from the Incan Empire.
Okay,
So like, look it up.
I'm not
Like,
arguing against what you did. I just
Yeah.
told you the Mexicans did a lot of
And in
cool, great
fact,
things. I agree. You did everything
yeah.
cool and awesome, and I love you. I understand.
Kenny, are you familiar
All
with the word guac?
Go ahead.
Are
What,
you
guacamole?
familiar with the word guac?
It's like guacamole, yes.
Yeah. And what is the fruit of that? What is the fruit that is?
From avocados?
I mean,
Okay,
can
and
we
is
get back
that
on
an
the topic?
indigenous word?
We're talking about food.
But
I don't know.
but that's what
I don't
I'm trying to
understand what y'all are
convey to
getting
you.
at.
That our entire world, we're not how you're trying to make it. We're not like you. Everything is indigenous with us. You act like we have no ties to indigeneity. We're so
Is that what I've
indigenous.
been
It's
saying?
literally
Hold
He
up,
never
rest of
said
the
that.
group. Is that what
He
I've
never
been
said
saying?
that. Kenny never said that.
Y'all
Yeah,
are arguing
Kenny
against a
don't
bunch
give
of
me
points that I'm
pretendian
not
vibes,
making.
bro. Like I don't know, but the only
Y'all
reason I
arguing
give
against a bunch of points that
like
I'm not making, to be
both
honest.
when it comes to whether it be Latino, whatever you call yourself, Mexican, Latino, Hispanic, or Chicano, or whatever, like Pocho or whatever, like I think that it's one of these things, especially on this app, where it gets looked over that a lot of our descendants of we have a lot of Mexican brothers and sisters that are descendants of Africa, and they are, you know what I'm saying, like, and I feel like a lot of this nonsense and this like not giving people their flowers and just trying to like, just saying, oh, well, I did this first, or what, it's like without recognizing how really both sides have been like hand in hand and each cultures has been hand in hand with each other. I really only see that bullshit on this app, bro. Like all this
Yeah, to be
pretending
honest,
shit, all
to
the
be
all the
honest,
racist shit, it's really on TikTok, bro. And I really ain't seen it since the government took it down that one Sunday, like what, 4 or 5 months ago. And now all of a sudden,
honestly, bro, what's happening right now is y'all having like a therapy session because
I mean, it's true because there is
but the
something
thing
going
is you're doing
on.
the same thing on the
There's people out there that are talking shit about us as Hispanics. And a lot of times when we come in here and we make a whole live about the people that are talking crap about us, they will say, "Oh, you know what? I didn't see that. And nobody's talking about you. And you guys are the only ones that are talking about us." And no, we're talking about people that have been talking bad about us. So how come you guys don't have the same energy going to those people's lives or even trying to look for their lives? Because they're talking shit about us. And I can guarantee you that they are saying horrible things about us. Why they don't want to they want to call everybody else on against Jesus. Yeah, let's call ICE on Jesus and let's get him out of here.
And a lot of it is false and coming out
People,
of insecurity too.
yeah, I mean
yeah, and they're
honestly what's
talking a bunch
happening
of crap about us.
honest what's happening is
All Black
y'all had a
Americans.
bad experience over there, and now y'all came over here to do the same thing on the other side. That's literally all you're doing. Now
Exactly.
it's y'all talk.
Exactly.
Because a lot of
Y'all
us
having
did
a
not.
therapy session because y'all
No,
didn't
a
like what
lot
they
of
were
us
doing to
did
y'all
not
there,
even
and
want
now
to
you're
talk
doing it
about you
here.
guys. A lot of us did not even want to talk about you guys, but you guys came in and you guys brought all this hate towards our community. But when
When you
the
say you
BL,
What
guys,
did
you
we
mean
say about you
hold on,
guys?
when
page, right?
hold
We're talking about the
on,
people on the
when
live earlier.
BLM started, you guys were even calling on us. I
You
remember having
guys.
my whole feed on freaking Facebook, and they were like, hey, Papi, you guys better come on our side because they're gonna come after you and all this stuff.
But aren't they coming
She
after you
talking
guys
about.
right now?
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you guys
It's
They've
have
not
always
just
always
been
us.
coming
been.
after us.
There's
They
They've
have
always been
always
after.
been on that side too.
I
Yeah,
mean, there were
Kenny,
Chinese
they were
immigrants.
saying there's a lot of Black American lives saying that why should we help undocumented immigrants? Why should we help criminals? And they're not calling us criminals. All Latinos as criminals, and it's just like spewing a bunch of like dehumanizing propaganda against us. So why are you surprised that we're like just speaking up?
Okay,
Responding.
so
You
here's my
It's one of
thing.
them
like
So
things
here's
too, though, bro. Hold
like
on, 'cause it's one of them
like
things. I know what you're talking
we
about, but a lot
yeah
of those
like we
people that are doing that, bro, are pretendians, bro. Like these are people that preach.
oh damn, did he bounce?
but yeah, like we're just responding, we're defending ourselves just like any other human being. If
Yeah.
you
See,
throw a jab, we're gonna defend ourselves.
okay, so
Self-defense.
here's my thing about defense. I'm glad you said that because I feel like it's kind of like when one like a black guy says something racially insensitive to a white guy, and then the white guy responds back with the N word. I feel like if you feel like defending yourself means stooping to the level of the person that you don't like, you're not better than them. You're doing the same exact thing that they're doing. You can't
No,
fight
we're just
racism
responding.
back with more racism. So yeah, I know you're just responding, and what you're responding with is you don't have a culture. You're lost. You have an identity crisis. You're all this. You're
I mean,
doing the
it's true
things that
though.
you
Because
don't like that's
we're trying
happening
to
on the other
You
understand the
and
side.
you
logic.
agree with me earlier. I have you
Yeah,
recorded. You
yeah,
agree with
I
me
know.
earlier, so
I know.
like,
I know. So you, but
and you're
what I'm trying
dating,
to tell
yeah,
you,
and
what
aren't you dating a Mexican woman? We're
I'm
we're so
married to one actually.
we're
We
being
got
so
two kids.
racist. Yeah. You're
We
married. Yeah, you're married to a Mexican woman, but we're so
got
racist,
two kids too, two Blaxican kids.
We're not calling all
That's
Hispanic
great.
racist, bro.
We love to see
and
that,
that's
and we love to see
fine.
that.
And
And
that's
she's from
fine.
Cuautla. We
Yeah,
love to
we're
see
not
that.
Yeah,
She's
racist. Like that's
Cuautla. She's
fine.
real
and
Because
all
raza.
I'm
That's amazing.
our
all I'm
Mexican
saying
women, they
is
can date whoever
you
they
can't
want. We're not
you
insecure.
can't fight racism back with more racism. You can't say you're defending yourself by talking shit about the other group. Like that's
But
not
how can
defending
we?
yourself. You
We
We're
just
not being
can't be
racist, so
racist.
like
We're
nothing racist was
indigenous
said.
and black. Like I literally did my DNA test. I
wait.
have
I thought you
African
said
in
you
me
don't
because I
go
have.
off of black, like black is a crayon color. I thought you didn't identify with that.
No, okay, and your term black. Sorry, I have West African. There, I'll say it. Senegal, those tribes, and then I also have the Maghrebi, the Arabs, if you will, the Moors, and
Yeah,
then
I
I
mean
have Spanish,
everybody
and I
on
have
Earth
Jewish.
has a little bit of African in them, like everybody does.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that it's a more recent, like it's actually like the admixtures there. I know everybody comes from Africa, but what I'm saying is like there is a documented pattern of the Spanish and the Moors going into Spain. Like it didn't happen that long before 1492. Like most of the names in Latin America are bluish names from Spain of the bluish people who went to Mexico to flee the Inquisition. So we are a mix of everything. We're not really
Yeah,
truly racist. Like
there's a
we
Juan
can't be.
Garrido. Juan Garrido. Look up, wait, Kenny. Look up Juan Garrido. He's an African conquistador. He was a conquistador and he was African. He was born and raised in Africa. He had a black phenotype and appearance. So
Yeah,
like we're always diverse.
He
I think
thing
y'all
in
are
the
Yeah,
boat
missing
with
what
with
I'm
this
himself
like
saying.
from
Like,
this
what's
idea
Colombia.
of the black legend.
the responses y'all are giving me to what I said
But
is making me feel like y'all are missing what I said. What I was trying to say was you can't combat them treating you badly in that group by coming on another group and starting to talk crap about Americans. Like you're just
No,
doing
we're
the
not
We're not
thing
talking
that
talking
they're.
crap. We're just
crap. We're not
educating.
talking crap.
We're
We're just
educating and
educating. Yeah,
correcting.
You are though.
Yeah, we're
You
cool.
are talking
Yeah,
crap.
you
But
Like
the
guys
when
thing
are.
we
is,
That's what
said
I.
we,
That's why I
you
joined.
are.
That's why I joined.
You are.
Literally,
You're
you guys were
like
just
when we
Okay,
brought
okay.
up
So we got a new
This
panelist.
is why
Wait,
I
hold
joined.
up,
but
hold up.
you also don't go
Wait, hold up. We
into
got a
for
new
those
example, for
lives
panelist.
example,
and you don't talk crap to those people.
We got a new panelist here. We
Yes, I
got
do.
Bob. We got
I have Hispanic
Pedro.
cousins.
Wait, hold up. We got a new panelist. We got a new panelist. We got Pedro Santana. What would you like to add to the discussion?
Yeah, I don't understand the question that somebody's copy them. Copying exactly what is what I'm trying to figure out. So we can have a discussion. What is that we copying from you? We the
uh,
Latino.
Is that
this
is
is
that a
from
question
another
to Kenny?
live. That wasn't.
Uh
We
huh.
didn't ask that question. That's from a different live that had nothing to do with us.
Yeah. We had a live. Yeah, we're responding to another live where there's a lot of racist Black Americans saying that Latinos, all Latinos, Dominicans, Puerto Ricans, we're trying to be like Black Americans. We want to dress like them. We want to act like them, and all that stuff. So yeah,
You know
it's
what is funny?
hilarious.
The funny thing about that is, as Dominican, there is a really well documented history about African Americans saying how we make fun of them, how that they used to make fun of how we dress back in the 90s. They say the Dominicans dress very tight because that's the way the Latin American people dress. We used to dress with shirts that we call it chacabana. And you can see comedy after comedy. You can go to Bad Boy or comedy from the early 90s of P. Diddy. People actually making fun of Dominicans or how we talk. It's another joke where you guys admit that we always say, I'm not black like you, we try to be different than you. So how we copying you, but at the same time we try to be different than you. And you say that we copy how you guys dress, but you was making fun of how we dress for over 2 decades. So I don't understand how is that we copying or trying to be like.
Because the Black American culture is the most mimicked culture in the world, bro. You guys have to admit that, bro. It's the most mimicked
Can you
culture in the
elaborate?
world.
Oh, okay. Can you give us
I
some
would say
details? Can you
Yes,
give us an
yes, I can.
example?
bro.
your
Rap.
culture.
Okay.
We're gonna
So
just
what
do
are
rap. We're gonna just do rap.
okay? So
Every
Latinos. Okay. So Pedro. Wait. Hold on. Wait. So Pedro Santana, you're from
You about to say
Dominican
they
Republic,
actually
right?
invented hip hop, bro?
Do
This is
Dominicans
so
listen to
unserious,
hip
bro.
hop music?
Yeah, I'm from the Dominican.
Yeah.
No,
Do
the
Dominicans
kids
in the
that listen.
island do they listen to hip hop?
This is the thing. Most of the people in the island is not even able to comprehend English. So it's gonna be somebody that pop up. Like I would tell you when I was in high school, 50 Cent. Everybody was listening to his music. Hang is specific, but try to say that we copy how they dress or that we emulate what they dress. When people in Latin America, like is you from Mexico, one of the most music diverse country on the planet is Mexico. They don't need to copy or emulate hip hop because it's basically not even known for the people that live on the island. What you guys have is the Latin American people that grew up in the United States who have to live in the ghettos because the first generation of people that live in that area ended up surrounding themselves with a lot of African Americans. So they do emulate what they see. But to stretch it to say that the rest of the planet is copy how you guys dress or the style that you guys have is completely nonsense. Most of Black American culture in Latin American is a not factor. Like I will give you this example. Is you put any movie in the last 20 years who have been cast as mostly African American, the lead actor African American, they always flab in Latin America. Like we literally don't even watch movie that they have African Americans as a lead actor. This is just a fact. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. It's just more for African American culture is not it's not factor from Latin America at all.
I
Yeah, and
wouldn't
just because
say
there's a
the whole
subsection of
extent.
teens who listen to 50 Cent, it's like the most of the Dominican island is listening to merengue. I mean, the whole island's listening to merengue. I mean, yeah, sure, there's a
Yeah, I
certain,
love
in Mexico
bachata.
City, yeah, and in
Yep.
Mexico City, there's a certain segment that, yeah, they kind of dress kind of hip hop, but they're more copying the Puerto Ricans. And the Puerto Ricans really have their own thing. I mean, everybody in New York would say like you can spot a Puerto Rican versus
if their style's Puerto Rican. Like it's not like they're. I don't know. It's just
Who did the
I don't
Puerto
really
Rican stop
understand.
them? I mean, are we
Yeah,
really
like
living that
Dominicans,
narrative?
like historically Dominicans, like Caribbean Latinos, like Cubans and Dominicans, like their celebrities went to Mexico. You know, they went to Mexico to perform for Mexicans because we're all Latino. We all speak the same
Yeah,
language. We're all Hispanic. You know,
the biggest
Celia
pop
Cruz, she
icon,
toured
Luis
in
Miguel, is
Mexico.
from.
We gave Yep, Johnny Pacheco, Celia Cruz, they're Caribbean Latinos, and we give them lots of fame. They toured in Mexico,
Exactly.
and we give them lots
Hey,
of
hey,
fame. We
hey,
put them in the
Actually,
front
I want to
lines.
say
hey,
something
real
We
quick.
about
keep them
that.
light.
Mexico is the Hollywood. Mexico is also the main place of music. So it's also like the Capitol Records and Hollywood mixed into one. So
Mexico.
Mexico, yeah. If you want to make it big, doesn't
Oh
matter
yeah,
if you're Puerto
definitely.
Rican, Dominican, Cuban, whatever. You want to make it big, you sing Spanish,
Yep.
they will make you big.
In
And
Okay,
Colombia, the
can I ask a question?
In Colombia, the Afro bands from Cali, Colombia, they went to Mexico City. Just as Alyssa said, you can look it up. They were all the big hits from the
There's
70s,
recordings
80s
in
for
the
Cali,
70s.
Colombia, where
Yup,
they're Africans. They went to Mexico City to record.
Okay, so
yup,
let me
because
ask a
Celia
question,
Cruz toured in Africa as well and performed
because now
salsa
y'all
music.
are running down the thing of saying all the cool things y'all did. We agree.
Yeah, and this is a
Like
Mexican live. This is a Latino
I
Mexican
get it.
live,
I
so
agree.
obviously we're
I
gonna speak
agree.
about our culture.
I agree with you. So what I'm gonna ask, I'm challenging the rest of the group here to do something for me. Name a great contribution from Black American culture. What do you think is a great contribution from Black
The real
American culture?
McCoy,
I'm sorry,
the
I'm not
light
trying to come
bulb.
off as disrespectful, but like I can't think of any.
See, and that's the
I
point.
really
That's
can't
what
think
I
of
was.
any. I'm not
That's
trying to be
my
rude.
point. That's my
Thanks, Kenny.
point.
Thanks, Kenny. You called it
You
out.
just proved my point right there. This whole thing is just a fucking therapy session
No, I
because
just
How
can't think
so?
of.
Lewis
No,
Latimer.
I'm
What are you
serious.
talking
How
about?
so?
Lewis
I can't
Latimer
think of
invented.
anything.
Lewis
I can't think of
Latimer
any Black
invented the
Not
American
light,
you,
contributions
not
to
you,
the
it.
Hugo.
carbon
Not
filament.
you. I'm talking about the host. He can't not
Okay.
name one thing.
Yeah, I
Look, the
can't.
Anglos,
But
the
Jordans. I
Anglos
mean, that's we
were
talking about
not able to
Jordans.
survive.
Yeah, Jordans is Black
The
American.
Anglos came from people who were a failure in their homeland. They fled to the Americas. They died. They came in various waves. Had it not been for the FBAs, if you will, to help them with their inventions and stuff, yeah, it would have been a disaster. The Anglos, we know they're on the intelligence scale, ingenuity scale, they're on the lower thing, but that's their culture. They're not the brightest and the smartest. They had you to invent it, and then they stole the ideas and put them as their own. Lewis Latimer being the case of one, the real McCoy, et cetera, et cetera. The microphone, the Jesse Owens of the not Jesse Owens. I'm forgetting his name, but for
The best example,
telecommunications, for
guys,
the switching.
is the color TV. A Mexican guy individual
Yeah,
invented the color TV.
Camarena, Televisa, México,
And
Ciudad de
an
México.
We
American,
created a Mexican color
an
television.
American came and take that idea from them. And it's something so simple like Batman. It's a culture from the Aztec and Maya. Some American go down there, people start telling this history. Then he created a character that is one of the most famous cartoons on the planet. But nobody ever will know that it's a traditional thing from South America. That's just the reality of it.
Yeah, the point I was making with that, because that went off track again. The point I was making was that you started this off like we just gotta have unity, and you can't talk trash about us because we're trying to come together and kumbaya and we love each other. And now it's if you ask the right questions, now we find out you really don't see any value in Black American culture. You can't even name one good thing that comes from Black American culture. This just shows how you view us.
We just
And
talked about Jordans. No. Michael Jordans, the
Jordans?
shoes, the design. Yeah, sure.
Are you serious? Jordans.
That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, Jordans.
you just finished saying
Yeah.
that Jordans don't come from us anyway. Like you don't
No,
even
that was
believe
me.
that.
That
No, I
was me.
didn't. I'm talking about
No,
tennis
that was
shoe-
me.
I'm talking about sneaker culture.
Yeah.
No.
The
I'm
You
talking
said
Nike
about
thing, that was
us
sneaker
me.
either.
culture.
You said that. That's recorded.
That's a great thing. A Black American
No, I
achievement.
said Jordans is Black American, but not sneaker
Yeah.
culture.
No, you
Sneaker
said
culture always
we
existed.
had Cortezes. We Mexicans was
No,
wearing Cortezes.
Kenny, that
We
was
didn't
me.
get that from
That was
y'all.
me. That was
No, he
Yu-Gi-Oh.
said that.
That was Yu-Gi-Oh.
He said that. He said that. I
Yeah.
heard him.
He said that.
No, Yujio, he was giving you credit. I'm
No,
saying
I
that
didn't
Jordans
say
don't
that.
count as a black shoe. They don't. I mean, Michael Jordan did not design it. There was YT designers. The company was owned by YT. Everything was done by YT. They used and slapped his name on it as a licensing agreement. That
Wait,
doesn't
really?
count
He
as an
didn't
invention.
design
We
it?
all agree we have
Oh,
one common enemy.
No, he did
We all
not
agree we
design
have
it.
one
They
common enemy.
presented him various designs, and he chose the design that he liked. That's how it was done. It was a bunch of YT losers in Oregon, which is why they always have to tether on to other cultures to make things succeed. Just like the Cortezes, for example, they're always just they have to rob from other cultures. That is their culture, thieving.
We all have one common enemy, bro. It's white people. It has
Wait,
white
wait.
people.
So
No,
host,
no, wait, hold on,
I'm
hold
gonna
on,
ask
hold
you
on,
one
hold on.
last question, and I'll be done.
Who's more
One last
indigenous,
question, and I'll be done.
Latinos or Black Americans? Who's more indigenous, Latinos or Black
I don't know what
Americans
that has to do with anything.
to the American continent?
Well,
No, because
I
no,
don't know what that
greatness,
has to do with
because you're
anything.
saying greatness said that we share the same enemy, but I disagree because you're on our continent. If you're a full-blood Black American with a full like African heritage, you know,
So
you're
That's
not
another
not
indigenous
your
to
reason
the
we're
American
American.
another
continent.
The
continent.
white
We're
people
from here.
are not your enemy.
And
You were just going to target blacks.
So many of the YT people who are in the
I did
United
not say
States
that.
aren't
You're
even
putting
really
words in my mouth.
YT.
You're putting words in my mouth. I'm saying both YT and Black Americans. They do not cater to the Latino community. It's evident with the Democrats and Republicans. Kamala said don't come in Guatemala, and then Republicans, you already know the mass deportations with Trump or Orange Man.
Oh my God.
And Obama deported 3 million Latino immigrants without due process. He deported the most illegal Latino immigrants without due process than any other president. So yeah, we're
Wait.
not. We don't want
So
unity with anybody.
you believe we're literally your enemy, and you're trying to argue with me when I
No,
say
no, we don't
Yeah,
believe
you're
that's
that.
Buffalo
crazy.
Soldiers. Yeah,
That's
some of you. Yeah,
crazy.
historically, you guys decided to become Buffalo Soldiers.
So you started this live like
So like, yeah.
you can't get together because y'all don't have identity, and you have to find a way to get together and kumbaya, and my lord. And now you're literally saying we're your enemy. You can't think of
I never
one
said.
good thing
I'm
that comes from our
putting words in my
culture.
mouth. I never said kumbaya. I never used the term
I know.
kumbaya.
I was being
And
facetious,
and
brother.
didn't you
I was
say?
being
No, but to
Didn't
be
you say
honest,
you're married to a Mexican woman?
Yes,
Like
I
you're not
Why do
am.
you
even
keep
married
holding
to
that
your
against
own
him?
within your own community.
Why
You're
do
not
you keep
even
holding that
married
against him,
within
though?
your own community. So like,
this is the thing, Kenny. This is how we see it, right? We can never be kumbaya with you because the one that literally torture Latin American and the United States is actually not white. It's actually African American. And this is a proven fact. Whatever
Look,
community we
to be honest, bro, I don't even
Mhm.
care about all that. Like, it's
Yeah.
okay. It's okay if you see us as our enemy. I don't really give a
No,
fuck.
I'm not seeing you as an
The
enemy.
problem I have with it is the lying. I don't like pretending like, well,
you're
because
not
you want to
lying.
have a
Oh,
therapy
I'm not
session. You want
pretending
to
at
have a
all.
therapy session because you went
You
to a
wait,
black line where they.
Kenny. So Buffalo Soldiers did not exist.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about when you
Okay, so
started
that's
this.
what I'm
When I
saying.
first jumped in here,
Historically,
when I first
your
jumped in here,
ancestors
you was
sided with not sided with white Americans. So yeah, we're just trying to speak out against that.
greatness. You get what I'm getting at, right?
Yes,
Greatness.
I
And they
understand you,
literally
bro. I understand
and
you.
they sided with the YT in order to be a buffer class. Like they literally sided with them
Yeah.
to be a buffer class. Like they were
Notice,
fighting to be
we're
a buffer
not trying
class.
to fight y'all. Me and Greatness, we're not fighting y'all. We don't see y'all as our enemy.
I
Y'all
don't.
see
I
us
have
as the
Hispanic
enemy.
cousins,
Nobody has
Hispanic uncle.
questioned. Nobody has questioned the whole Buffalo Soldier shit. We mentioned it right now, and nobody is
Yeah.
questioning it. You guys want
Okay,
to
what am I
continue
supposed
to
to do
look
about
at
the Buffalo
us
Soldiers? What am I supposed
as
to
like
do about
we're
that?
the enemies,
I
but
have a
you guys are
Hispanic
talking
uncle
about we're
just
not
became
the
legal
enemies.
10 years ago.
It's those people, whatnot. But you guys will never ever acknowledge that those people were also the enemies.
Yeah.
Okay,
You
am I a
guys
Buffalo
are,
Soldier? Do I have anything
yeah,
to do with
yeah,
Buffalo
maybe you
Soldiers?
do. Maybe you do,
Yeah,
because you haven't addressed it.
you
You haven't
have you heard
addressed
of
it, so maybe you are.
inheritance?
Did
Have you heard
I
of like
agree with what
Okay,
happened back then?
can
Did
I
I say
say
that was
something real
good?
quick? Can I say something
Go
real
ahead.
quick?
oh
I'm
yeah, Jess, you
Mexican
can
myself,
respond.
okay? Sure. So I'm Mexican myself. My husband is black. My daughter is mixed, obviously Blaxican, just like you, Kenny. You guys are attacking this guy when he hasn't really said anything derogatory about Mexicans. I'm gonna be
Can you
honest with you.
elaborate? Can you explain how
At
we're
all.
attacking him?
We're not attacking
Why
him.
are you
We're
guys
asking.
Wait, hold on,
bringing
hold
up
on.
Buffalo? So if okay,
We
so for
are
example, you
asking
guys
a
just
Because
brought
they do
up.
question.
exist.
Can,
Historically,
okay,
black Americans' dead
can I
ally was white
explain though?
Americans
Because you
to
asked
genocide
me to
indigenous people.
elaborate,
That's a
but you keep
fact.
talking over me.
We're
Stop
Yeah,
asking
I'm not
gaslighting us.
denying
If
it
you
didn't
keep on
happen.
if you keep on
For sure,
gaslighting us,
it's in
saying
the
that we're
history.
attacking them because we are reciting history, factual
Mm-hmm.
history,
Sure.
then leave. This is a pro Mexican, pro Latino live.
exactly.
For sure. But you asked me to elaborate, but you keep talking over me, so I can't even
But you're not
elaborate.
getting to the point.
Well, because
You
again,
just
you
said
keep
Buffalo
talking
Because
over
you're
soldiers.
me.
You're
not
Here you go
getting to
mentioning
the
doing it
how
actual
Buffalo
again.
point.
soldiers
The
is
point
now
is,
racist. You're
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
gaslighting us.
But did I finish?
mm,
No me
yeah,
dejan
pretty
hablar,
much
It
you
doesn't
guys.
matter.
are.
Like,
You just
Pretty
said
much
Buffalo
you are.
soldier. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough said.
Y'all ain't gonna
that's
let y'all
enough?
What's wrong
Mexican
with?
sisters
That's
Let's talk
talk
enough?
about.
about
All
So
right, I'm
do
gonna
African
make
you
another
embrace
live.
your
Oh, you
Buffalo
know what?
soldiers
conquistador?
I'm
is
gonna make
enough.
another
Do you
live. Hold on, hold
embrace
on. I'm
your
gonna make another
Spanish
live.
ancestry?
Go the fuck away with your
I'm gonna
fucking
make another
poodle
live
dog.
where I'm gonna talk about the Buffalo Soldiers all day. If you're offended,
Fucking
go
shit.
cry me a river. I don't give a fuck.
No, no, no.
Y el
I'm not
problema es que
offended. I'm
nosotros
not
hablamos
offended by
aquí.
nothing right now.
No,
But
pero que
what I'm
nosotros,
asking
hablamos
is,
tal. Oh my God.
but Pedro, can I please
No, no,
speak? I'm trying to get to my point.
Jews,
Son
a
qué?
Jews,
lot smoother if y'all just let her sentence come out.
son
Son
americanos, son
qué?
americanizados. Usted está americanizada. Eres
Okay. And
americanizada.
you're okay, and you can barely speak English yourself. So who are you
You know
talking to
what? You
right
can
now?
go fuck
Háblame bien,
yourself with
güey.
your
Wait,
piece of
what?
shit,
I'm
ugly ass
bilingual. Yo soy
dog.
Háblame
bilingüe.
bien.
Ugly ass
Yo soy
dog.
bilingüe.
Your
Yo hablo inglés y
fucking poodle
español.
piece of shit,
But she
fucking
does have
black
Y'all kicked out
dog.
y'all
a
Mexican
Mexican ass
Shit.
sister,
dog.
man.
Es
That's messed up.
That's a
demasiada
So
Mexican ass dog.
americanizada.
Y'all
we're
kicked
just
out your
gonna be
Mexican
racist.
sister.
All right.
No, we're not trying to be racist though. We're trying to make a concept where we're saying like, listen, we don't hate you, right? But the one that normally always attack the Latino, that attack come from you and saying things like, you're not even able to speak English. And again, when most Latino come to the United States, we normally go to areas that is populated by African American, and the one that is being attacking Latinos for the last 40 years is actually African American. So you cannot deny that. It's just a proven fact.
Wait,
We
you said
literally
you move
Hispanics
in an
are
area with
reciprocating the same
African
violence.
Americans, and then African Americans, like, who else were you expecting? Like, this is so dumb. Like, if you go to an area with black people
How
and
is it
then you
dumb?
have interactions, you move to an area that has black people, and then you have interactions with black people. And you act, wow, that's so surprising. I
no
can't believe
what
that.
we
Like,
trying.
are
Oh
you
my God,
serious?
I can't. Yeah, bro.
No,
Like, of
This is so
course.
oh, we
stupid.
don't do the same thing to you. What I'm trying to say to you, we don't do the same to you guys. That's the thing. So when you try to pitch and say, "Oh, it's white people
Wait,
the problem,"
are
and
you
all that,
serious? Are you serious? I live in Los
yeah.
Angeles, California.
And
Hispanics are
I
the
live in
most racist
Texas.
people inside, the most racist people I've ever experienced in Los Angeles, California.
We are the Mexicans are the most
Wait, how?
racist people you've ever experienced
Are
in
you
Los
How?
Angeles.
serious?
Yes,
Can
Are
you
you?
Los
elaborate?
Angeles.
That's the blacks, bro.
It's majority. It's
The
the
blacks aren't
majority
in
around
Yeah.
here.
LA the
Wait,
same
hold
way.
up.
That's why.
It's
That
the
is the
most
biggest
majority
crock
around
of
here. They're the
shit
most
ever.
racist.
Well, because you're
Bro,
living in the
how?
X state of
Stop making the
Mexico. I
claim.
mean,
Stop repeating your claim. Just say how.
Kobe
How are we
Bryant
racist?
even said that that was the most welcoming state ever when he joined the LA Lakers. What's his name? That guy Quentin Tarantino, when he fucking fled, he left New York. He went to
You're speaking
LA.
about actors and
Of
athletes.
course,
We're
because
talking
they're the
about the
ones that are
actual
always
people
talking
that
about
stay
it.
here,
They say
what
that Mexico
surrounding.
has always been the main fucking place that has embraced them.
yeah. So,
Yeah,
Every
if
so
you look at
fucking
racial
person,
demographics, the
doesn't
blacks
matter
aren't
if they're
really
Nunca he
in
visto
white,
un
if
California.
they're
argentino
black or
malo, bro.
whatever, they are
But
always
the areas they're
welcomed
in,
in
you can see they're the
LA.
most
Hispanics are
racist.
the majority in California, bro. And you
Of
guys are the most
course,
racist
and
Hispanics,
out
they
they're
are
here,
the most
period.
indigenous
Oh
welcoming.
greatness.
no, we're not. That's not true. We're not racist. We don't see skin
Uh,
color. We see a culture. We identify by our
I don't
countries,
know,
the
bro.
country
You
of
literally
origin.
just said we're your enemy just now. So
We're
I don't know
diverse.
how I'm
That's
supposed
because
to take
you're
No,
that.
the
I
enemy.
didn't.
No, no, the other way around. You guys treat us like we your enemy, and
No, he
No,
literally
you.
just said that. He literally
no, no,
said
If
and
you're
you
we
if
we're
you
Latinos have
recognize
been forced to be united against against each other and going like, though, like the whites don't like it, the blacks treat it even worse. So let me hang out with my Mexican friends. So let me try to find out how to be friends with somebody from Venezuela or Dominican, whatever. Because you guys, as soon as we move in, All they will receive from you guys is
We're
abuse.
the most welcomest culture in the world. What are you
Wait a
talking
minute.
about?
Sure,
Am I in the Twilight Zone? Did I not hear him say that
We
Okay,
white
so
people and
Kenny,
black
you're
people are
saying
y'all
we're racist,
enemy?
right? Because we talk about Buffalo Soldiers. As soon as we mention Buffalo Soldiers, you were automatically a racist, even though they're a factual existence
He's never
historically.
said anything racist. He's never said anything racist.
Who, me?
Not one
Yeah,
thing.
of course. I've never said anything racist.
No,
Yeah,
not
me?
you. I'm talking
You're
about
speaking
Kenny.
to me,
Kenny.
yeah.
When you said,
Well,
when you
No,
called him out for being a
he said
publisher, he
he
never
called
said
me a
anything
racist.
racist. Because
Yeah,
you
he called
can
me a
you
racist
name
for
a great
mentioning
achievement
Buffalo
a black
Soldiers.
person
Like,
ever.
how is that
You never.
racist?
You can
No,
even.
the reason why I called you for being racist is because you literally said white people and black people are your enemy. Those are words you used. You said that out of your mouth.
I did not hear that.
Okay, so,
I
and
heard
then I
that.
backed it up.
Well, good thing it's on
Okay,
recording.
so,
We can play it back.
The thing is, the Mexicans
okay,
only get
so,
racist when they're provoked. The blacks are racist perpetually, all the time.
Whoa, whoa. Okay, this guy's. Where are you from? Where's your
Yeah, I'm
family
European.
from?
I'm European. I'm just enjoying
No,
the
where in
conflict here.
Europe? I don't buy the whole European thing. We're European. Where in Europe are you from?
Yeah, I'm German.
You're not German. Stop with the cap.
Well, I mean, I'm American.
And this is
I'm
what
American,
I'm
but
talking
I'm
about.
ethnically
We're
German.
creating entertainment for motherfuckers like this.
Where?
Y'all
Yeah,
wanna
this
fight
is
against
good
us
content.
and
But I
create
Where in Germany
definitely
are you
entertainment for
from?
these niggas.
I definitely
You're
would
not
rather live
German.
with the Mexicans than
You're
the
not.
blacks, though, 100%.
You're no. We
wait,
don't want
don't
to.
say
You're
that
a
N
Slav.
word.
You're not a German. You're not.
Well, no,
a,
I'm
you're,
in the
you're not a
United
German.
States. I'm in the United
You're
States.
not
So I'm
German.
ethnically German.
You're not ethnically German. You're not.
Based on what? Why?
Where in Germany did your family flee from, and when did they come to the United States?
Bro, I'm not going to give you all my personal details.
Because there's
Keep
no
on with the
chance
topic.
that both your grandparents, all four of your grandparents, came from Germany. There's no chance.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when did they come?
I simplified it for you. You want all of my grandparents' backgrounds?
Yes,
You get
yeah.
none.
It's kind of what I asked.
You want my why, dude? Who cares? I told you I'm European. I'm German.
You're not European. You're a Slav.
I'm not a Slav.
Okay, so amphibian, amphipoda are, so where were you born and raised?
In the USA.
So you're an American. You're a white
Yeah.
American.
He's not YT though.
So that's
He's a buffer class. He's Slav.
No, I'm not a Slav, my guy.
Okay. Okay,
He's
so
the enemy.
Tepa, you just came on the phone. You just came on the panel. What,
why does his
Tepa, you
ethnicity
just
matter?
came
What
on the
he's saying
panel.
is
What would you
right.
like to add to the discussion?
Bro, I was just enjoying the inter conflict here. I was just saying, the Mexicans
I
only
was
get
just
racist
saying-
when provoked, and the blacks
Exactly.
are racist
We're
all the
only
time.
Racist in defense.
Right, right, exactly. You guys have gotten racist in defense. The blacks are racist all the time, and I've lived with all blacks and I've lived with all Mexicans, and I'd much rather live with all Mexicans. 100%.
Yeah, black people are bullies. They like to fucking pick whoever they think is weak, and then they want to apply racism and take it back to them.
Okay, I'm not gonna allow blatant racism. It was just blatantly being racist. Like, we're not attacking all
Yeah, they were
black
both
Americans. We're just
trolls.
responding to this prompt. We're responding to actual racist black Americans, that made a live about us, Latinos, generalizing us, So yeah, that was highly unacceptable. I do not condone that. Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the live, responding to racist black Americans. And when the other guy was speaking, the other black American was speaking, he was saying that, I was generalizing, and it's like, well, not really. Let me elaborate on that and explain. Historically, white and black Americans allied with each other to genocide indigenous people. I mean, G-side crap. I'm in G-side TikTok purposes. Yeah, this is just a fact. What happened? Now, if you're an ally and you recognize these facts and you're willing to accept Latinos as Latinos, or by the country of origin they identify as, then we can unite. We're cool with you. If you recognize our culture and how we identify as, and you're cool with it, we're willing to unite and have solidarity. I'm not racist. I'm not generalizing all current, white and black Americans that exist now.
Yeah, and a greatness.
I'm just saying what happened here
What
historically.
are your thoughts on Kamala Harris? You mentioned that you had big problems with racism as far as Mexicans, if you will. But how do you feel about Kamala Harris and her Jamaicanness? Is she? Do you take her into blackness? Do you accept her into blackness?
I wouldn't even say if she's Jamaican. I doubt that. No, I think I recently seen something about her being Indian. So I don't really wouldn't say she's black, but at the same time, honestly, I think she was a bigot herself. She was racist. She was racist
Are
plenty
you
of
saying that
times.
she worked alongside YT people as a black appearing woman?
Yeah, no,
Like
not
the
even a
Buffalo
yeah,
Soldiers?
yep, exactly. Exactly that. So honestly,
Yeah.
all I want to know is, all I want to say is basically, I'm not racist. I have Hispanic cousins. I have a Hispanic uncle that recently just
Yeah.
became legal about 10 years ago. Um, it's a lot of, I experienced a lot of things being a black man myself, from the Hispanic culture. But at the
Yeah, and
same
that's
time, I was
unfortunate.
never ever racist towards the Hispanic culture at all.
Yeah, but you can't generalize. You can't generalize all Latinos.
Oh, not all of
Yeah,
them. I'm not
because
saying all of them.
we have a culture. We don't
Yeah, I
really
wouldn't say the
identify the
majority.
skin color like
Yeah, we
that.
do
And
have
if
culture.
outsiders are not willing to
And the
respect
thing is that right now, what
we
I'm
identify
looking
by
at
our country of
for
origin.
The craziest thing I heard is that someone said that black, like African Americans, are the Aztecs, the original Aztecs. That shit blew my mind, man. I was like,
Yeah, but you got the
okay,
Quitanians and Wabos
yeah,
who
like
are
I
under
was
the
like, when is it
Black
gonna
American
stop? Like,
community.
I love black people. My mom is Creole, but I'm like, and my dad's Hispanic, and I'm Native American. But I'm like, when is it gonna stop? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, why is no one proud to be their culture anymore? And they're saying like they're the actual Aztecs, and I'm like, it's crazy. It's
Yeah,
insane.
but we know. I mean, we know there's a group who uses the indigenous word, and there's people who don't know the indigenous word, and we can very easily, I'm sure you do, we can easily suss out who's.
Yeah.
Why do you have a picture of Donald Trump and Epstein?
Epstein. It's because I want people to know, like their close bond, their close friendship. People try to say they're just business
Interesting.
partners. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I just want to display what, spread it out there.
Yeah. Yeah. No, definitely. That.
So what's the topic, if I may ask?
So Zen, the topic is a response to another live of a bunch of racist Black Americans saying that Latinos are the real racists, real colorists, and that in general, and that we're trying to steal their culture. We're trying to be like them, sound like them. We're trying to we're culture vultures. It says right there on the title. Which is not true. You can't be generalizing like that. That's racist.
Yeah, we're not. We're just, we're part of the culture. Like, if you listen to like Tupac and stuff like that, like the old songs,
Yeah, Tupac.
Yeah, the producer of all those beats from, All Eyes on Me, all that record
All
was
Eyes
produced
on Me,
by a Mexican, bro. And it was never used as a racist thing. All those beats, like all those hits, bro, produced by a Mexican. And he never went up there and be like, yeah, Mexicans did this. He just did it for the culture, and it's not the black culture. It's like saying black people that wear Chucks and bandanas and Dickies and they're trying to steal Mexican. It's just a LA culture, bro. Like anywhere you go, it's a different culture. It's like saying, even though we know where cowboys came from, we're not out there and correcting all the country people, like listen to country songs with the beats of corridos in the background, which is really Mexican music. But we're not out there pointing shit out. I think it's only people that feel attacked and eventually like end up hating themselves. So they try to create new identity. They don't even know what they're fighting for anymore. They're just like trying to express something, and they're just frustrated at the house, and they're just like mad at
They're
somebody.
telling us,
Yeah, or like a girl is cute as fuck, and then they just look at themselves, and they're gonna pretend that girl said something, and the girl's gonna try to beat them up, like, bitch, why you talking shit? And no one ever said no. You'd be like, what? Like, and the dude's just like, yeah, we don't want you. You're stealing our culture because girls that are black feel them a little, or they got turned down by a hot Latina or something. It's just something.
they have an
deeper,
identity
bro.
crisis.
Yeah, we have to just understand that it's something deeper.
Do you see an overlap between Latinos and blacks?
An overlap, like in
There are
what? In
black
what sense?
Latinos. What do you mean?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah,
that's
there
not
are
what I meant. Of
Latinos of
course,
Afro
no, there are
descent.
definitely black Latinos. Sorry, let me clarify.
Black
So,
Americans?
so you see how in this picture, like they're trying to imply that Latinos are trying to steal a certain aspect of black culture, right?
I believe I don't even know. It's just
Yeah,
okay.
that's
So
what
look,
that's
the
what the lie was
implication.
specific
claiming.
type of black
That's
Yeah,
culture.
that's the
the
implication of
implication
this
here,
lie.
I see a
and
thick girl, right, with a braid, and
Yeah, I
tattoos.
mean,
right, but
yeah,
look at the
indigenous
guy, right?
women
I think the
have natural
implication
big
is that they're
butts
trying
also. So
to.
like, I don't.
Yeah.
I think what they're trying to imply, and I think there might be confused. The confusion from their part is that they think that the similar parts make them equal. You know what I mean? Because there is some overlap if you think about it.
It's
I don't.
basically
I'm not
No, I
following.
similar.
disagree, Zen.
What?
It
I
just
disagree, Zen, because
Let me
again,
give
we
you
don't
another
really
example.
see
Let me
a
explain to you what I
race
mean.
like that. We
Let me
got
give you an
Latinos
example.
of Afro descent. Yeah, we got
Zen,
Latinos of
where
Afro descent.
Zen,
So we
where's
don't
your
really.
family
Zen,
from?
where were you born
So
and raised?
Maybe this
I
is
was
part of
born in
the.
South America.
What
You were born in
part?
South
Okay.
America. Okay, so where did you grow up? Where did you grow up?
In Miami.
what are your parents, bro?
Okay,
Like, did your
so
parents
you grew
travel?
up
That's the thing.
as
It's
a child.
weird.
You
I'm
grew up in
weird. Let
Miami
me
as a
tell you
child.
why. Because
Wait,
I'm
hold
Jewish.
up. Did you?
I'm actually
Wait, hold up.
Jewish.
Did you?
You're Jewish. Are
Don't
you
say the J
Sinai?
Okay,
word.
cool.
Don't say the.
After
Wait, hold up.
World
We're
Don't say
War
the
bluish
J
too.
word. You can't
after
say the
World
J
War
word on TikTok.
what?
You can't. Don't say the J word on TikTok lives.
Oh, I mean I say it all the
It's
time, but okay.
banned term.
Are you
No, it's a banned term. You can get the
Zionist?
live taken down
Are you a
if you say
Zionist?
it. Bro, oh my God! Stop saying the Z word, also, dude.
That one too. Shit. Okay.
Zen,
Yeah, don't say.
Are you?
de dónde tú
But
eres?
anyways, yeah. So
Yo
you're as
soy
a
de
child, you
México.
grew up in Miami.
Hablas español. Eres.
Sí, sí, yo hablo
¿De
español.
dónde tú eres?
Yo vivo en Miami.
¿Hablas español?
Sí.
Pero eres
¿Creciste
de Argentina,
en qué
eres
edad?
No, es que no quiero
boliviano.
decir el país. Man. Es un poco
Oh, okay.
de privacy, you know?
Yeah, okay,
Tienes
okay.
acento
Yeah.
como de Argentina.
Stop the
Pero
cap, dude.
No,
What
no soy
the?
¿Por
argentino.
cuánto?
No soy
We're gonna
argentino.
find you because you tell us what country you fled from. Come on.
All right. Venezuela.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Venezuela.
Okay.
Yeah.
¿En qué edad te fuiste para
First grade.
Miami? Entonces toda tu vida creciste en Miami, Florida,
Yeah, but I lived abroad for many years.
básicamente.
Sí, sí. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, so Zan, I just want to clear this up. We Latinos, you should know this, right? You have a Venezuelan heritage, right? You know, Latino, we don't really see race like that. So when you made the comparison between Latino women with Black Americans,
Yeah, that's what
like,
I'm saying. I agree with you. We don't
like,
see
what do
it
you
like
mean?
that, but they do, right?
Yeah.
They're confused.
Yeah, I agree. They have an identity
You know,
crisis.
like for example, have you
Yeah,
seen
they're, like,
Fast and
paranoid.
Furious? Like, if you look at the media representations of certain Latinos, not all of them, it looks like they're trying to, appear in a certain way, and so they kind of see it as, oh, you're taking our culture or something like that.
Yeah, like for example, right? Like if you go to Puerto Rico and you see different kind of people that speak Spanish out there, or Panama, or Cuba and stuff, right? They're not trying to take your culture, bro. It's just like there's certain people.
I don't have identity crisis.
It's like, bro, like wearing Nikes, right? And then someone saying like, you trying to be a runner? Like, oh, you think you're a runner now? Like you running because you're wearing Nikes? You ain't supposed to. Like, it's so stupid. Like you're driving a truck, right? And someone's like, you're trying to steal like a truck culture. Like, it's so lame, bro. It doesn't belong to black people. It doesn't belong to Hispanics. None of that shit. It's just a culture, bro. Like watching TV, watching the Buffy Vampire Slayer or something. It's not.
No, I think they definitely think it belongs to them.
Yeah, they do, but it's not a fact because it wouldn't be built without the efforts of other cultures. You know what I'm saying? Like if we're not out
because
there
they say that it came from them.
Yeah, but we're not out there imitating like Zulu Nation culture.
We wouldn't say we created it. We just said we influenced it. As a Black American, we say we influenced the culture. We influenced on
Yeah,
The
I
gold
mean, I wouldn't
chains
call
and
it a
gold
culture. I
teeth
would
and
call it
grills. We
I
influenced the
would call it
style.
an
We influenced
aesthetic
the rap
because
style.
you got the
We
music, you got the
influenced the vibe.
fashion.
It's
Yeah,
influence. We
I
didn't say
think
we
that's where the
created it.
problem is. That's they're calling it a culture when it's not really a
Not a
culture.
culture, bro.
It's an aesthetic. You have the fashion, you have music, you have like it overlaps with so many things.
Yeah, because it's the influence. The influence, it's not basically, look, basically, we're not saying we created everything. We're not like that. I'm not like that. I'm never going to go around and saying, yeah, I created this, I created that, as a black American. No, honestly, I'd be like, okay, we influenced the style. We influenced the way that people talk. We influenced everything. It's the vibe. You guys, like, I would say wouldn't say more of a culture vulture. I would say a vibe, like, trying to steal the vibe of, like,
No, I don't
of
think they're
being
trying to
black.
steal the vibe, man. I don't
Not
think
steal the
that's there
vibe,
at
but
all.
try to fit into the vibe.
Like me,
They're not
Greatness,
trying to fit
check
into
this out.
the
Like
vibe either.
Greatness, wherever I go, right? Like I fucking create culture. I create a vibe everywhere I go. People always compliment like my style of dressing. I dress weird, bro. Like I dress straight. I don't try to copy anyone. I've been to Thailand, South America, you name it, like different parts, and everywhere people are like, damn, I like your style. Like it's just weird, bro. Like I do whatever I like, and I'm not mad if someone likes my style or someone wanted to wear the same shit I wore. I'm like, that's dope, man. Like, I'll look at them and be like, that's what's up. I'm not mad at, why would I be mad at that? Like, it's crazy. Like, that's what people would be like, why would you be mad that someone steals, like, your fit? That means they're, like, they like your
They
fit.
jockey your style.
Yeah, like, I'm not mad at that. I'm like, oh, that's what's up. Like, I even tell them, like, yeah, you can just buy this, buy that. Like, I don't really
Yeah,
care.
I'm not even mad. I'm not mad about when I see other cultures.
No, but let
'cause
me ask
obviously
you a
they
question.
appreciating the style. They appreciating the style. They appreciating the vibe. They appreciating the music. As long as you guys are respectful and giving us the props. No, not giving us the props, but just basically
greatness,
saying like
greatness.
But
I have a question for you.
They
I have a question for
this.
you.
I mean,
If
we've
you,
always been
if you were,
respectful. In fact, a lot of people, like what's his name? The guy that passed away recently. He always said, he goes, Mexicans have always been the people that are always the ones showing up for concerts, and we always are. Like for anybody that is was it the Motown, all of these new, like a lot of these new people,
The
nobody,
oldies, right?
yeah, the oldies, they're still loved by
Oh, you
our
talking about Art
community.
Laboe, right? Art
and
Laboe.
and a lot of these people, they don't like the new people anymore. They're all for like crazy rap music that is calling for taking out people and stuff, and it's not the same anymore. It's always the Mexicans that will always take on the side of
Yeah, but one question as well. Even
Brenton
like you
Woods.
said,
Thank you.
like you bringing up the oldies and everything, or the older Hispanics,
Yeah,
when
because
when they was going around like the 80s or 90s. I wasn't born around that time. I was born in 2000.
my
But
mother always
80s and
plays
90s,
that.
they
Yeah.
respected the culture, the black culture with the music, when the people, the way people, black people were growing up at around that time and everything. And then right now, I would say it's the younger Hispanic community, being very disrespectful towards the blacks by saying
no.
by saying it. No, listen, by
Are you
saying
talking about the
the word.
United States?
Yeah, in the United States,
In the
yeah,
United
in the United
States?
States, in America, yes.
No.
Basically, I say from
Well, because they're
1995 and up, the younger Hispanics are very disrespectful because we asked them plenty of times, don't say the N word, and then it's basically more of a, what you gonna do about it? Did you guys even hear what that
I
Mexican
wouldn't
was saying?
generalize like that. Like I wouldn't generalize that the whole Hispanic youth in the United States say
No,
the
I
N
wouldn't say
word.
I wouldn't
I
say the
wouldn't
whole, but the
generalize.
majority, not the whole, but the majority.
That's
Not
that's
even the
still
majority. I
generalizing.
mean,
You
there's
can say
some.
some. Yeah, there are
I
some.
say
I
it.
agree, but like
I say it,
not all the youth.
and Jaguar's not a big fan. No, but every time I've said that I say it, people get mad at me, and I'm Mexican. So I would say I'm definitely in the minority that say it, and I'm gonna say it because, well, maybe you shouldn't have had a COINTELPRO agent like Tupac, in writing that in the songs.
Wait,
So
Yu-Gi-Oh! Wait, hold up. Yu-Gi-Oh!
But that's it's songs
You
though.
say
You
the
got to
N-word?
know the history behind it. If you know the history behind it,
absolutely.
Now, if you know the history behind it and where it came from and where they were led to and everything, and you respect the word, it's understandable. Like I don't give a problem. I don't have a problem with Hispanic culture saying it, but if you're just saying it out of nowhere and then don't know where
No,
it
no,
came
no, no, no.
from, and then
How
not,
so?
not
How
even
am I gonna
respect it.
sing my hitter by YG? How am I gonna sing? How am I gonna sing a hot hitter?
I'm not saying look,
Wait, hold on, hold on. I
I'm
don't
not
condone
saying
saying
do
the
not
N
say
word
it,
at all.
I
but
love me
You
some
respect
know, I mean,
where it
YG.
came
I
everybody.
love
from
me
Wait,
some
hold
and
up.
YG.
This is just in
because I,
general greatness. This is not just a Latino thing. This is just in general. If you're not black, don't say the N word. Period. If you're not
Exactly.
Black American, don't say the N word. This is not
I
like a
don't think Black
Latino
Americans
thing. Oh,
even say it.
Latino
I don't
shouldn't.
think we're diminishing ourselves by saying that word. I don't go around saying that. I say my bro. I say
Okay, and
dude.
that's
I
fine.
say
That's your
you know.
opinion, and that's your opinion.
Yeah.
Weirdos.
Cool, cool. But for the most part, most Black Americans make this rule. You know, if you're not Black American, don't say the N word, or at the very least, if you don't appear Black, don't say the N word. You know, this is just like
Buy
a
the
general
album
rule.
though.
You
Yeah,
know,
Buy
that
the
as well.
album
But
though.
especially
I
in the
don't
United States
think Black
culture.
Americans should say it as
And
well. We shouldn't
and
say
yeah, I
it.
don't
We
as
shouldn't say it
Latinos,
because the more we
I don't
say it,
condone saying
look, the
the
more
N
we say
word
it,
if you're
it we
Latino.
give it more access to anybody else saying it. You know, in a way.
Exactly.
So as the more we say it, it gives the other people of other cultures to say it, and then we get mad because
Absolutely.
it's basically you guys can't say that, but it's in songs, like they said, it's in songs, it's in movies, it's in a whole bunch of
And it's not only in songs; it's the name of the song. I just
yeah,
gave you
and
two
just the name of the
songs.
song. So it's like I can't get mad at Hispanics and Asians and white people saying the N word because basically it's everywhere. It's basically everywhere. It's everywhere. So I would like I
Yeah,
would like
but
Black
again, like
Americans.
Latinos don't, for the most part, Latinos don't say the N word at all because,
Exactly.
you know, we have Spanish, we have the whole Spanish vocabulary,
You got
we got
like
a
two
whole
in one.
language
We
behind our
don't
backs.
use
So
it.
like, we don't care
Yeah,
about one word. We
but
don't care about saying it like that.
where I'm from, like back in the day, you would hear mostly Hispanics say "ese" and "vato" and like what you call it it's
Homie,
other
they'll
words that
say
they
We
would
homie or
say
still
fool.
use
bro
pato.
and shit and everything. But now
Like, hey, what's
now
up,
the
fool?
Hispanics I hear now where I'm from in Los Angeles, I hear most of them saying the N word, and I'm like,
I
okay,
mean,
you
just
can't
because
even
you
say
hear a couple
anything.
YNs say it, I mean,
Wait,
that
hold
doesn't
up,
mean all the
most of
No,
them,
not
Latinos
just
say
a
it.
really?
couple, bro. The
I
whole
wouldn't
city.
say
I'm
most
from
of
Los
them.
Angeles, bro. I'm
No,
really
I'll
trying to
say
break it
some
down.
of them.
We
Sometimes
don't
I do
You
care.
get
can't
the
generalize
vibe.
the
So
whole Latino youth in the United States like that.
no, not the whole United States.
There are
Where I'm
some,
from, Los
obviously.
Angeles, it's the majority. It's the majority. It's
No, I
Man, I'm
disagree.
telling you, I'm in the
okay.
minority
Hold
who
on.
say
Okay,
it, and it's a
who
very
live
I
small
grew up,
minority.
bro. I'm
who lives in
Mexican, bro.
California? Like who lives in California? Los
I live in
Angeles.
I live in
California.
California.
Yeah, I
I
live
know
in
all
I
California.
LA,
visited
Inland Empire,
California.
LA
You're
County, the
making
Valley.
lies.
Okay,
I
okay.
visited
I
You
do.
shouldn't
You're
California.
I
lie,
know
aware of
bro.
from
English,
Alameda to
but look,
Long Beach. I
but
know
you
everywhere in LA. I'm telling you, I'm in the minority who say it. I'm telling you, they're right. Like it's very few who say it. Very few.
okay, okay. I'm
Well,
gonna just
It's
let
a
my
you know.
few
experience
Edgars.
is
Believe that
Yeah, it's
because
probably the
where I'm
my
Edgars.
from,
I mean,
I'm
experience
hearing a
is
lot, bro. I'm hearing it a lot.
can
I'm
I
hearing
say
it damn
something?
near every day.
I hear like younger dudes
My
say it,
experiences in
but like really like
hold on, my experience
real G's are saying that, bro. Like it's crazy. I think people from
like my oh
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna let it say speak because he's been patient. He's been waiting. You can speak.
okay, so my time going to California, I mean, to me, if you go to me, in my personal opinion, it really is not that deep to me when I hear people say it. I mean, I grew up around a lot of I have diverse friends, and when we listen to music and I go to these concerts with them, I'm seeing a lot of people use it, and I'm just like, well, nobody's caring now. I don't know. It's just like people pick and choose when they want to be pro for that word. Because when you go to these rap concerts, no one's really saying anything. They could be sitting right next to a white person, and then when they say the N word, they don't really care. They can sing the lyric for lyric, and nobody's really caring. When I go to these party events, they be rapping to every song. No one's really tripping. But when it comes down to like, I guess, I don't know, a certain setting, certain environment, they'll be pro for that word or they won't nobody using it. But you gotta really think about it. Who's buying the music though? Like majority of people who support rappers is they are white, Hispanic, Asian. I mean, shoot, I go to the Philippines, I see people blasting rap music. I mean, it's a real big influence. And I hear the kids rapping to the N word, singing every word for word. I didn't really care because, to be honest, it's not that deep. I'm not gonna crash out on somebody for using the N word. Like that word don't apply to me because if I know the meaning of that word, and it just means a dumb, stupid person. Anybody could be an N word, so it doesn't really. That word does never like it never stick to me. Like I would never apply that word to me. I hear white people say the N word.
then they dress like thugs, trying to be like YNs. I'm like, well, I mean, if they use it, then they can use it. But at the same time, I don't crash out on something like
No,
that.
I
Yeah, I
disagree.
don't
I don't
crash
think
out.
white
I do not
people should
crash
say the
out.
N word. Yeah, I don't think white people should be
Oh no,
saying.
I'm not saying they. I'm saying that I have been around white people and they have black friends, and they basically would say it to each other. And I'm like, oh. And then a black man told me if the only time he let a white person say the N word is if he grew up in the hood or he grew up in the rough areas. That's
Even
it.
even
But
And he
if
like a
understands the
person,
even
struggle.
if white
And
cheap
he
people
understands the
even
struggle.
if
That's
white
it.
cheap
yeah,
people
that's
wait,
what
I
I'm
hold on, hold
understand
saying.
that.
on.
Yeah,
Even if white
yeah.
cheap people grow up in the hood, at the end of the day, black Americans say their skin color. They're not gonna accept white cheap people and allow them to say the N word. So
Well,
yeah,
there's now I will say there
I
is
accept white
some
people.
now.
I accept them all the way.
I know.
I know some of the majority are enemies, but majority of ones that was raised around us and grew up from where I come from. Honestly,
yeah,
I
but do
do.
you
Yeah.
condone it though?
I
Greatness,
condone it.
you
Yes,
condone
I
it
But
condone it.
though.
that's
I
their.
condone it. I had a white friend named Michael. He was, Michael. He was
What?
a real white boy, green eyes, pale skin, and everything. And then he grew up in the hood. He grew up around a whole bunch of black people, black people and Hispanics. And he grew up saying the N word, and then it was accepted. It was accepted, and not one person did
That's what I'm
come to
saying.
him.
Like, but if that's how to handle their friend group, I mean, who am I to judge? I mean, I've seen black people say the N word to their Hispanic friends. They say it back to them. I'm like, well, if that's how their relationship is in their friend group,
Well, that's
I mean,
weird. Yeah, it's weird because I'm Mexican, right? If someone called me a WB, white cheap people and BLK people cannot call me the WB word. Like that's just facts. Like I don't care. Like you just don't
What
call
do
me
you do
that.
about
That's just
it
being
when it
straight up
happens? What
racist.
do you do about it?
Well, I'm gonna tell them like yo, like I'm not. That's a
That's
derogatory
it.
term. Obviously.
That's
And
it.
Ricardo,
What do you
where do you
mean?
train? So
That's
you
it.
fight? You train? Where do you train? Since you're about that
What?
life, where do you
What's a
train?
left? That's a left field question. What is
Wait,
that?
hold up, hold
How
up,
does
hold up,
that
hold
Well,
up.
play
Wait,
in?
no,
you're
wait, hold up,
pressing, you're
Ricardo. Wait,
pressing
hold
him.
up. Wait, hold up. Where are you going? Where are trying to get to, Ricardo? Are you condoning violence?
No, I'm saying like if somebody is like if you don't like how somebody is speaking, like what do people do about it? Like the word is
Well,
not
we
patented.
respond to it.
As long as you
The
don't say
Yeah,
the
we
word
tell
hard
them like,
R, I'm
okay, you
straight.
gotta stop.
the word
No,
is
no,
in
we're just saying you
patent
gotta
though.
stop.
So like, what does it matter? Like, what do we do? Do we charge the
Well,
person for
well,
talking
it
like
is a
that? Charge
dehumanizing.
them
Well,
money?
that word. Wait, hold up. That
Uh,
word. Okay, let me explain to you. That word is used to dehumanize Mexicans, to make us inferior, feel inferior, to white Americans, you know. So this is why it's unacceptable for them to say that to
all right,
Mexicans.
look, I'm gonna tell
They're
you like
trying to,
this. I'm
they're
Mexican,
trying
right?
to
If somebody calls me
dehumanize
a
us, and
wetback,
be, and
if
and
some,
and
uh,
Say the word.
okay, so yeah, he's a troll. He's clearly a troll. Yeah, I mean, it's just basic common sense. Like, it's derogatory. Like, I mean, look at how small mustache managed to, G side, the bluish, he put us a bunch of propaganda dehumanizing, that minority at that time in Germany. So, this is why, us Mexicans gotta speak up and fight back against, derogatory terms against Mexican people, especially if it's being said by white people.
Exactly. These people are just coming in here, they're just trying to like provoke whatever the hell that we can say, and then they just want to like shut the whole live down.
No, the live is
Yeah, he was a
correct
troll,
though. That
anyways. But I actually wanted to say my
yeah,
arguments so people, for those who didn't know, why it's a bad thing.
yeah. So
Yeah, so because I don't go around calling any Hispanics, any the target derogatory words. I honestly I don't say anything because like I said, I have Hispanic cousins. I have a Hispanic uncle that basically just became legal. So like honestly, I don't say any words because I don't know how that would affect you guys. So basically, when I hear other people say the hard R or anything, as such, I'm like, it's kind of like, as in a way, I don't get physical. I wouldn't get physical because I know how to control myself. I have impulse
Yeah,
control.
yeah.
Yeah, I have
We
impulse
have
control.
arguments here. We don't condone
Yeah,
violence. At the
yeah,
end
and
of the
I
day, we got
don't.
freedom of
Yeah, I
speech.
don't. Yeah,
But
I
if they
mean,
put
like
hands on
honestly,
you, if a white man put hands on me after calling me the WB, now at that point, I'm defending myself,
yeah,
bro.
because
That's a
literally,
hate crime.
when it comes to
That's a hate
fisticuffs,
crime.
and you get into my own reach, and you're in my face saying it. Oh, it's a whole totally different story. You know,
Oh yeah,
honestly.
if a white tea man swings at me, oh, I'm defending myself.
Oh yeah, no,
Like,
yeah,
what's
I'm not.
up?
Hey, I got a quick
I'm not
question
even getting arm's reach, bro. If you get in
for
arm's reach, it's a dangerous zone. You stepped into that danger zone. Because if you're on arm's reach, that's danger zone, bro. Like I don't give a fuck. You can say it across the street. You can say it down the street. You can say it, 10 feet away from me. 15, 20 feet. But other than that, when you're in my arm's reach and you're saying it to my face and you keep trying to, present yourself as being a threat, I'm going to handle that threat, in a way. So.
Hey, I got a
Yeah,
quick question.
Chris, what would you like to add?
Okay, for those who do say it, those who are non-black and do say it, you say it around your friends, but when you're around the family of your friends, are you saying it there too? Are you saying it in front of their uncles, their cousins, their aunties, their grandmas, and all of that?
Well, I mean, nobody.
And if
here,
not, why not?
Well, does anybody justify saying the N-word? I don't think. Well, I mean, greatness.
I think he's.
Oh no, I'm saying for those who do. Like if.
Okay.
It's kind of a general question. So, maybe if not y'all, anybody who's listening who wants to come up and answer that.
I will say it.
Because
I will answer it.
I think it boils down, and I seen in the comments, a lot of people saying, well, it's the music. It's in the song. Don't say it in the music. Understand that word predates hip-hop. This is something that we were called literally since European contact all the way from then till now. And it has always meant the same thing. Always. It's never changed. The only difference when we say it amongst each other, we're saying it to and through family. It's for the same reason.
So when YG is singing it in My Hitta, he's talking to his friends and family? That's what you're saying?
He's talking to his people.
Actually, yes.
He's talking
to each other. He's not talking about, I'm going to just say, an Asian person, just somebody completely third party from the conversation. He's not talking about a Pakistani somebody. You know who he's talking to. We all know who he's talking to. We all know and see how we do and move amongst each other.
Chris, you're not being honest here because I have been called the N-word by African Americans.
You probably have. I do not doubt you whatsoever.
Yeah.
There are people who say, and I'm pretty sure at least once in your lifetime, you've heard somebody say, non-black shouldn't say it. I'm pretty sure somewhere in however long you've been alive, you've heard more than 5 black people say non-black people shouldn't say it. We understand it's the general consensus to not. So to choose to do it anyway, isn't it kind of a deliberate disrespect?
No, not really. If you're singing along to YG, I don't think it's disrespectful.
Let me ask you a question.
That's a discussion you got to have with YG and Bobby Shmurda. You got to talk to Bobby Shmurda.
Yeah, but let me say something. Since you say the word, right? When you hear somebody else of not being black say the hard R, what do you do?
So the song, you wouldn't say it then?
Oh yeah, outside the song, no. Just when I'm listening to Bobby Shmurda.
I'll check
my question is basically so.
Outside the song, just.
Sorry, when you do say the word, right? You say the N-word, like you admitted it, right? So when you hear somebody else say the hard R, what do you do? What do you do about it?
Oh, hard R is completely unacceptable. That's
so
completely
Do
unacceptable.
you say to that person, like, as a friend? Say if your friend said it.
Absolutely.
Say if your friend said it. Do you address it?
I would never associate with somebody who uses the hard ER.
Are you talking to me? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm talking to you.
Yeah, nobody says ER in general.
No,
Except
basically,
for YT Americans who are actually like YT supremacists.
So let me give you another scenario. So basically, if you see somebody black out on the streets, right, and they're getting addressed by a white T man saying the hard R, what do you do about it? Do you go help defend the black person, or do you just sit around? And
Absolutely. I mean absolutely. There's no any YT person who most of the time they're not even YT, they're Slavic. The YT person, no. I mean, there's nothing more disgusting there.
Greatness. Let me ask you that question right back. If you heard someone calling us wetbacks, would you intervene?
Oh, I'm definitely intervening. Like I said, I have Hispanic.
Yeah, he has family.
I have family that's Hispanic.
Okay, so wait, hold on. Don't say the WB word.
100%.
Don't say the WB word.
I want to say
again, it's TikTok.
In general, I can tell you, black people don't say that word. Like me, when I'm with my wife's side of the family, my wife's Mexican, we go over there, do the family thing, all that. And I heard them say that word. And I'm just like, oh, I didn't know y'all.
Chris listens to Dr. Umar. You listen to Dr. Umar?
And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Huh? Actually, I do.
Do
Yeah.
you?
Yeah,
So,
I do. Yeah, I do.
okay, all right. Yeah, no, it's just
Well, I
because he
wanted
gets
to
clowned
say,
on. I don't know if
Yes.
you've seen the Bucci Cat series, but they were making fun of his school, the Mariah Carey, Frederick Douglass School of.
Man, I don't give no damn.
Anyway,
I don't
but
give no damn about that. I don't give no damn about that.
no,
But to my point,
I
the
wanted to
fact when
say,
they said it and I had a reaction, just be like, oh, just kind of surprised, like I didn't know y'all say that, say that. And they were like, yeah, yeah, and they explained this how what it is. And when I was like referring to, I used the word WB or whatever. And they're like, no, you can say it. I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. That's just not how we get down. It's like for the
okay.
most part, you can find one idiot being an idiot, but generally speaking, yeah, we don't do ethnic slurs like that. We got a million ways to clown somebody, and that is not one
yeah,
of
yeah,
them.
yeah. I believe that. Yeah,
Okay.
I've
Okay.
never really
So
heard
when he brought
what
up,
African Americans need to use an ethnic slur. Most of the time, yeah, it's
Yo,
just
because
clowning.
blacks don't have no
So,
reason to be
So
racist.
Chris,
We're
so
so
here's
already
what I'm
this
saying.
is
So when we
Dr.
say in the
Umar.
inverse, we
He's
say just
wrong
leave
on
this one
every
word alone.
fucking thing. You wrong on everything,
All right,
bro.
all right. You're gonna attack that in a moment. Just let me land this right quick.
All right,
So
go
when
ahead.
we say on the inverse, don't use the N word, and then it's like yeah, but there is no yeah, but just leave it alone. Just not that.
What do you
That's it. And
mean?
it's like, and you say I grew up around black people. I'm a friend around black people. If you really grew up around us, you know exactly why we have a problem hearing that. You
No,
know, it's a
that's a
choice.
lie.
It's a deliberate
That's a
choice.
motherfucking lie.
Is it?
Yes.
Oh,
Where
but
you
tell
grow?
me,
Where
tell me
did you
about my
grow up?
people, please.
Where did you grow up?
Me, I grew up. I'm here in Seattle. I'm here in
In
Seattle.
Seattle,
Seattle.
Yes.
Bro, you're
bro.
the
You didn't
whitest,
grow up
Seattle.
with
most
Oh
racist
yeah.
state
Oh
ever, bro.
yes.
You didn't grow up with us.
Absolutely. Oh
You're
no,
the
did you think
you're the
only black
only
people
you're the
exist on
only
the
dude in
places on
Seattle with a
TV?
Jerry curl. You're the only dude in Seattle with a Jerry
Hold on,
curl.
Look, this is what I mean. People like this
Yeah,
listen
there
to
are
Dr.
actually.
Umar about marriage
Just to give
advice,
you, just
and
to give you
Dr.
the quick
Umar got
thing,
married. He got like 4 kids or some shit like that.
Seattle, we are a lot of us are
You know you're
very
wrong,
Bay
dog.
Area
You
adjacent.
know you're
Number two,
wrong.
black people
You
travel
spreading
all
hate
throughout
for real,
everywhere since the
We
Great
not trying to
Migration.
do all
There
that.
are black people
That's what I'm trying to
everywhere,
tell you.
even
You're not
in
listening.
Alaska. So, oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Talk.
well,
No,
I wanted to
that's
say
what I'm saying. You're
something
not
when he
listening
brought
because,
up.
like, I feel like you
Oh,
didn't
no,
grow
you're
up
right.
around
You're right. My
people
bad.
like
I went on a
us.
tangent. So let me chill. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I wanted to say when he brought up the statement, would y'all say it around their family and stuff like that? Okay, here's my thing. There's a time and place. Like I'm not gonna walk up to an elder or someone to say, "Yo, what up, my?" Like, come on, that's really cringe. That's actually really dumb. My
Look,
homeboys
we
is
don't say
different.
it
I
like
mean, I
that.
don't. I personally
Hold
wouldn't
I've
say
on, hold
never
on,
heard it,
hold on.
but maybe
That's
there's some people that have done it, but we
no,
don't say it like that.
no.
We
I
don't
would
say it
never
like
go
that.
up
I
to it.
can't say it
Now
on
I
here,
will
but
now.
like we don't say it
Around
like
my
that
around my
because my
cousins, you know,
lingo was my environment. You have to understand that. Like I grew up in LA for
yeah,
real. I actually
Okay,
lived.
so
I was
28.
raised.
I don't.
I
I'm
was
Mexican.
born
I'm
here in
Mexican
Vermont.
too. 20. I'm Mexican too from California. I don't condone using the N word if you're
You
Mexican,
don't because you're not
Mexican
surrounded by
American.
them because your parents didn't let you.
No. Okay, so what are you? Are you for?
I
Okay, so
know
what
for a
are you?
fact because
Are
you're
you
like
for
because
RAZA
your
first?
parents are like
Hold up. Are you for
literally
RAZA
racist
first, or are you for
probably.
Black Americans
No,
first?
no, no. Your
Are
parents are
you for
probably really
RAZA first or
racist.
Black
That
Americans
turns
first?
them.
Because you're,
And that's this. And
if you
this is
say the
another thing
N
I gotta
word
advocate for
and try to
Mexicanos.
act like them,
Mira. When you
then you're not for
Mexicanos be
RAZA
saying the
first.
wild shit on the internet, I'll be trying to tell you we don't condone this shit, but y'all keep fucking like making us look bad. For real, for real. That's all I gotta say. But like in the same
Well,
time, like you don't grow
act like a
around
Black
because like
American
no,
though.
because you don't associate yourself with that at all. You listen to the
You
music,
openly
but
admitted
you don't
to acting like a
associate
Black
with a lot of
American.
friends that are black. I know for a fact.
And unfortunately, the BLK music is COINTELPRO shiz. I was as a kid, I was disillusioned by Tupac, and I thought that he was a real Bay Area cat, Yaramin, and he wasn't. He's a COINTELPRO op, just like all of them, just like YG, just like all of them. They're all COINTELPRO.
yeah.
Tupac is
You see,
moist as hell.
when I was with my cousins, and you know, I have two different race parents. So my dad, I mean, people didn't really care. My cousins used the N word because I guess because they're brown. I noticed if they were pale, like pale Asians, I know people might have an issue, but they brown. They're like real brown skin. So people typically didn't really care or trip because some of my cousins can blend in crowds, if you know what I mean. Like the way they dress, the way they talk, people really don't be tripping. So, you know, when we're around each other, yeah, we use it. Hell yeah, I'm not gonna look up here and count. They be using it around me. I'm just like, I don't really care because mind you, people around them don't care because they brown. They just said, Because I noticed this when all these brown
I mean,
Asian
if you're
rappers
not
on this
black
making.
at all, dude, non-black
No,
people
I'm saying,
shouldn't say it.
Oh
I'm
man.
saying
Okay.
like when you listen to all these brown Asian rappers use the N word, nobody's tripping. All these supporters are black. People reacting to
That's
their
true.
music are black, and they be
Look,
saying they be
okay.
bopping to it. But when you're pale Asian, like Black Pink, people want to cancel you. So I know that y'all pick and choose. It's because if they're brown,
Doesn't
they can use
China
the
Mac
N word,
say
and if they're pale,
the N word?
like
Also,
China Mac?
I just gotta add to
China
this.
Mac,
The
he
majority of
stopped.
people that
He
support
used to, but he stopped saying
black
it.
owned business is Hispanic. When Nipsey was making his own brands, we supported him the hell out of him. Literally, I'm not saying black people didn't either, but we did support the shit out of him for sure. I have proof. But the thing is, y'all thinking like, oh,
Oh yeah, there
we
are some
trying to hate,
exceptions.
and then some people
You know,
take
Nipsey, he
certain
made the
videos
F
out of
Trump, right?
context, though.
F Trump song. If
No,
you look
look,
at
look.
that F Trump music video,
I
there's a
know,
lot
but
of
hold up.
Mexicans on there.
Certain people take it out of certain things out of context. Like that video with the protests, that was out of context too. Because we say it to each other too. Understand that for a fact. We do say that shit to each other. We disrespect each other with that word for sure. I'm not gonna lie to you on that. But in the same time, like some people take it out of context. Oh, it's only black people. I'm like, no, we say it to each other all the time because the lingo right here is a lot different. I have it. I still have it in my head. I'm like fucking
20, are you Asian?
Well, you're a
or-
minority.
Yeah.
No, you say he's Mexican. Wait,
So-
what? You're Asian?
No. No.
Well, I mean, you know, there's
That's my
Chinaloenses,
friend
you know.
right here. I'm in the black, and then the white is my Asian friend. So that's
Oh,
different.
okay. Oh, it's your
So-
friend. It's not your significant other.
No.
I thought it was you. I thought the pale one, the one in the white
But
was you.
you already know.
But
shit.
Keeping it real, because I noticed
So
that people
Buddha,
pick and
would you like to add
choose when
anything?
race can't use
Because
it.
I gotta rotate people and stuff. Would you like anything to add to the discussion, Buddha? Buddha, J Black, any of you?
I gotta say one last thing about Mexican OT. Mexican OT just straight up doesn't speak for us.
Yeah, and he's Tejano.
Wait,
Like, I
hold
don't
on,
really
Buddha,
his
wait, hold
music
up. He's
even.
speaking now. Wait, Buddha, what
Wait
was
a
that?
minute. What's wrong with Mexican OT? What's wrong with him? He got some.
No, well,
Wait, Buddha,
he's got
do you
good
wanna add
music,
anything?
but the thing. Oh, go ahead.
You want to add anything, Buddha? I have no idea. J
Alright,
Black,
so
do you want to add
He
anything?
looked like a Kia boy.
Yeah, no.
He looked like he
Let
was
me
Kia
just say
boys.
this. Let me just say this. So Mexican OT does not like Hispanics, does not like black people, because he's just, a G, if you know what that means. So, yeah. So you can't. He doesn't really speak for anyone, to be honest. He speaks only for his own crew and his own city, type shit. But people don't understand that because they're like, oh, he's Mexican, so he's associated with them.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, yo, no.
He's got his own
no,
sound
understand-
and his own
understand
thing.
the
He's
play
doing his
level.
own thing.
Yeah, exactly. So like that's the thing. Like, and people are just like, oh well, because they're using it as bait for everyone else to be like, yeah, he's part of that group. I'm like, no, yeah, but like, understand where he's coming from. He doesn't like nobody. He doesn't like not even like, us. So I'm like, but
he shouldn't be representing Mexicans though. Like if he's gonna say he's
But he
Mexican,
puts
he has
the
to lay
flag
down
though.
the
Unless
N-word.
Mexicans
that's
themselves
what
check
pisses me off.
OT,
If he wants to wear the
kind of that
Mexican
stain
flag,
gets on
you gotta
everybody.
choose one. You gotta choose
Wait a
one
minute, but
identity,
Mexican
bro.
OT be making music
You
with
can't
black
say
people
you're
though. He
both
makes
like that.
music with black people though. He collabs with black
Yeah,
people.
but he can't
He's
represent
like,
All
Mexicans
love,
and
at
say
least
the
in my
N-word.
opinion, all love for him died in that interview. Once he literally
so if
said,
you
"What
want
the
to
fuck
side
you
with
gonna do
Black
about
Americans,
it?" Disrespect.
It is
Straight
disrespect,
up.
and I'm gonna
There's no other way to
acknowledge
take
it.
that.
But I need you to acknowledge the fact that he's his own thing, basically at this point. So you have to understand
And that's
that.
fine. I will just say that
No,
it's
like
up
that.
to
And he doesn't.
he's not
And
his
he
y'all
doesn't
to check
represent the
OT and
Mexicans
put the
on this.
and what it is, as at least as far as he goes. But if we
He
don't
doesn't
see you
fuck
guys
with us.
doing that, it's easy to get lumped in.
Exactly, but that's the thing.
I
I'm
don't think a
trying
lot
to.
of
I'm
people know
trying
that
to put you.
like that.
He doesn't fuck with us. He doesn't. He does not fuck with us at all. Like literally, we tried every time. He
then
failed.
you can't wave the Mexican flag.
No,
If
exactly.
he
But
can't
what I'm
stop
trying to
waving
say
the
is
Mexican
like
flag.
he doesn't eat Mexican food. That's fucking disrespectful in itself. We're like, what the fuck are you eating? He eats chicken nuggets and I don't know what else. You got like a child
What the-
fucking yeah. Listen,
How are you
Wait,
interview
he's
eating
like
about
peso
Texas and
peso.
not eating Mexican?
Wait, so he's like peso, right?
His fat
He
ass
wearing
eat
the
anything.
mariachi suit,
Nah, he be
and then he was
eating.
always
He
saying the
be eating
N
like a
word.
toddler. I swear to fucking God, he got taller taste
Where
buds.
where's he from? Is he from H
I
Town? I
eat
know Karen
everything, to be
Torres.
He's
I
from
honest
think.
with you.
Texas. He's from Houston, right? Houston, Texas.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
he's
don't know.
from
Texas is a
Texas.
trip for me. I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
was
know
cool until
Texas
they
used to be
went.
Mexico and all that, but Texas is a trip. The Mexicans over there seem to claim Texas before they claim Mexico. So I don't know.
Yeah,
You
they
want to know
claim
what's funny?
Yeah,
Tejano or
that's the
Texan
fucking trouble. But people don't
before they're
understand
Mexican.
that. A lot of people don't understand it because they're not fully aware because they don't get out much like us. I guess I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm just assuming because it seems like every time I open the app, they're like he's associated with the Mexicans, so he's agreeing with the Mexican. I'm like, no, 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 baby. I'm trying to tell you, he does not like us either. Understand that. And
Yeah,
the food,
yeah,
he doesn't eat our food at all. Like he hates it. If anything, he doesn't like it.
yeah. He's not pulling up to the Marisco spot. He's pulling up to Whataburger or whatever the fuck
No,
you
Hey
guys
whatever.
man,
eat.
I
No,
pull
he's
up to
pulling
all the
up. He's
asadas.
pulling up to
Not at, oh,
McDonald's and
hold on, not
shit.
too much on Whataburger.
Hey,
Not too
I'm
much on
pulling up to all the
Whataburger.
asadas, bro. Like on God, like you know how many Kense's I've been to when I
I'm
was
not
a
gonna
kid.
lie, I like Jollibee.
What the?
Y'all should go to.
Hey,
Y'all should
greatness.
try
Hey,
Jollibee. That's what
at
y'all
least
should
he
try.
knows. Shit.
So I'm saying I'm
Hey,
pulling up to all the
greatness.
asadas.
You got
Yeah,
a.
I'm a
Is that a
Jollibee type
Latina
of guy.
in your photo or
Yeah.
is she?
Nah, she's what you call it? She's Thai, Laos, and Vietnamese.
Oh,
Okay. All right, that's
Was she
cool.
born and
I
raised in
got
America?
Cambodian
Was she
here.
born and raised in
Yeah,
America?
Oh
but
wow.
Oh,
I think
okay.
she's first generation. No, second generation.
Yeah,
Uh,
they're bad
oh,
too.
okay.
They're bad. They're bad.
Yeah, she a Betty. She a Betty.
Vietnamese? Oh,
My dad's
Vietnamese women?
Lao
Yeah.
and Philippine. My dad is Lao and Filipino. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
you know, like even when I'm around her
But
family,
this
you
one
know,
lady.
when they say the N word, I really don't give a fuck, you know, because you know they was, you know, they
No,
were
it's
from Long
crazy
Beach. They're
because
from like
Wait,
you
hold
know,
on.
Long Beach, how Long Beach is,
Her
Cambodia
no,
town,
family
and
no,
all
says
it's
the
that.
N word?
crazy because no, it's
Yeah,
crazy
you,
Wait, her
because
family
my
says the
cousins
N
were
word?
saying it. They were saying that Mexicans can use it. I'm like, my family is not Mexican. That was crazy. They
like
said, why?
I
They
don't got a
said, this
problem.
man said,
Look,
why are y'all
look.
Mexicans saying the
At
N
the
word?
end of the day, is where you grow up. I'm just gonna say that part respectfully because I know how to say it correctly. But in the same time, I don't
Yeah.
use it.
Again,
I don't use it.
and then
Hold
again
on,
to
hold on.
that,
Let
I
me
asked
finish.
a question.
Let me finish.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Go
Like,
ahead.
all right. So at the end of the day, I don't say it a lot because I know it's offensive to certain people. I say it in my friend group. I'm not gonna lie either. So you know, I don't say it like
I
that.
do
Yeah.
But
too.
I
I
do.
do
I
too.
do have
Yo,
seasoning
I
in
don't
my
think you should be
lingo.
saying it, bro. Because that
Not
shit was
like I know
slid.
you
If we
saying
were
no
hanging
to
around
it.
with a bunch of black Americans, that shit was slid.
Yes, they're my
And you know, it
homies.
is what
What
it
you
is.
mean? How many
I
black
don't
homies
think
you got?
nobody should say
Nah,
nothing
but
to
So
that's
that.
in
if
your
white people
vocabulary.
tell you, ask
Nah,
you not to
if you
say it,
say
or at
it,
least around them, what do you do?
I stay
what do you do?
quiet.
You can
I don't
Chill?
respect
say
it.
nothing. That's if they ask, they tell me like, "Hey, yo, bro, chill," because they do warn me, you know. And if
Look,
it's like if I'm cool with them, they're cool with me. But if they
What
not,
the
they're
is?
like,
CIA right now, bro, they up 100,
Bro,
bro.
just say,
They up
and
100
then
on
bro,
at the
don't
black
say
same
you're
culture
time,
and
look,
brown
Mexican,
culture,
bro.
you
bro.
just gotta
Bro, don't
ask
say you're
people. You
Mexican,
just
bro.
gotta
You're
ask
making us
certain
look
people. I'm
bad.
just gonna tell you
Do
right
not
now.
say you're Mexican. You're not Mexican, bro. Like
Yes, I
Mexicans
am.
don't say the N word for the most
This
part.
fool. This
Like
fool.
Look,
that's not part of our
look,
You're
the
culture.
not. You hold
CIA,
on.
Like
You didn't
bro.
grow
Spanish,
up
we got
here.
the whole
You like no,
Spanish
no. Wait.
vocabulary.
Like you
Just
didn't
say
haven't
you're
been to Mexico at all.
American.
You
You
haven't been
know,
to.
you grew up born and raised in
Has ido to
America.
Durango. Mira. Has ido to Durango. No, right?
Look, bro.
Okay.
Look,
Huh?
I'm gonna say this one thing, bro.
Point of matter is, I grew up here, and I'm
Nah,
telling
nah.
you what's up, and then he's like, I'm not Mexican because he doesn't want to believe it. It's all right. It's all
You're
right.
not no,
All I'm
because
trying
you
to
should
say is
said you're
these
not gonna say the
motherfuckers.
N word in front of a bunch
I'm
of black
trying to tell you.
Americans. Like you're being
I'm trying
dishonest.
to
You're
educate
saying you
people
say
here.
it, but
Either
you
way,
don't say it
either
around black.
fucking way,
That's giving
either
you
fucking
racist
way.
Wait,
Hold up.
vibes.
no cap.
That's giving
I'm
you
reading
some
the comments
racist, like
too. Hey, you
closeted
think
racist vibes,
moderator?
bro.
Can you block 915 bullies? Cause bro's being racist. You know,
Yeah,
he's
he's being
being real
racist as
racist.
fuck. That's just
He's
proof
being
my
Oh,
point.
racist as
okay. Yeah.
hell, bro. Like
Hey,
honestly,
hey,
I don't know.
Wait, how
Cause
is
I know you
he?
got
hey,
Oh,
the
yeah, yeah.
the
That's
stuff
not
Determined.
associated
cool.
with racism.
Jaguar,
Block
Jaguar.
bro. Take him off the
Have
live because
you
He's
have
being
you
racist.
been like how many black friends you get? I got like fucking 5. I got Day Day. I got fucking
Hell,
John.
How is he being racist?
I'm telling you right now, dog. What
He's
the fuck
so
do you mean?
stupid.
I'm
I
asking
got
for a
I got
reason.
one.
Yeah, get
Because I'm pretty sure
Jaguar,
like
Yeah,
get rid
you
you
have
guys
get
don't
rid of
associate
Nemo
with
5.
racists, bro.
I'm pretty
You
sure
have racism in your comments,
there's a
bro.
reason why I think like you're probably a little racist because your family was taught like that. You know, because like I bet you fucking money. You would say, oh, to better the race is to be white, is it not?
No, 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 no,
No,
no, no,
not the
no,
bitter racist
no.
white. Hell no. White people's
No,
not the
no,
best
no,
race,
no,
bro.
no.
No,
White
he's
people
not
not the
answering.
best
I'm
race at
asking
all.
him. I'm not asking y'all.
I just think people are gonna use the word
Oh no,
regardless.
my family loves being my family loves being Asian. Like they do not want to be anybody else. They when they sign paperwork they put Asian.
All right,
When
I'm just gonna
don't
end it
when
here.
they
I'm just
around
gonna end it
people
here quick.
they
I'm
say
gonna
Asian.
drop. All right.
Yep.
So yeah, all I say is you just gotta be around the people that you fuck with and say it, but don't be on the internet saying it. And that's all I
Hey,
gotta say.
28. Are you in Job Corps?
Nah, why?
I'm just playing with you.
Look. I don't
I'm just
think
playing.
there's no.
Fuck
I don't
you.
think
All
a
right.
racist is the
See
best,
y'all
bro.
later.
I'm not like that. If you're a true racist, if you think another culture is the best, or your culture is the best, that's a true racist. I don't go around
That's
saying,
true.
black people has the best. We have the best race. We have the best culture. I don't go around saying that. Basically, if you're a true racist if you go around saying, yeah, okay, I think white people are the best culture, and because I'm white, and then that's kind of. I mean, you can be proud of your culture. But be saying it's the best culture and it's the best out of the whole world. You know how many cultures are in the world, bro? It's too many fucking
Yeah,
cultures
yeah,
to
yeah.
count.
Hey,
Way too many
greatness. A
cultures to
baddie's
count.
a baddie, right? A baddie's a
A
baddie.
baddie's a baddie, bro. Every race has a bad baddie inside their race, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. I'm sorry, I'm skipping my language, but
Exactly.
I don't give a
I
hell.
feel you.
Every race has a baddie, bro. Every race,
Oh,
bro.
That's
I
what's
agree.
up. I agree too.
I agree. I just it
Yeah,
just
yeah. But
confuses
I'm
me
not even gonna
how
lie
like
though. I'm not
people
even gonna
trip
lie.
over
I'm not even
this.
gonna lie, bro. Latinas, bro. They up. They up. They up right now. They
100%.
up. They up.
100%.
They up
I
right
Yeah.
mean
now.
like
I'm
Wait,
not
wait,
even
wait,
gonna
wait,
lie.
yeah.
Right
greatness. Wait,
now.
greatness. Wait, hold up, greatness. What's wrong with Black American women?
But I love Black American women. I've dated plenty
Okay,
of
so
Black American women.
why not compliment them also?
Oh no, I'm
Why not
saying yeah.
say
I'm
that?
saying yeah. I'm
Why are
saying
you putting
as
them
of right
above?
now. As of right
Why are
now,
you putting Latino
Latinas.
women above Black American women? You see,
I don't
this is
put.
the thing. Like, there are some Black Americans out there who like love to put Latino women above Black women, and it's like, no, I'm not cool with that. Like,
Oh, not me.
that's
Not me.
you're in
Not
a
me.
gender war. Like
Not
some
me.
of who like love to put Latino women above Black women, and it's like, no, I'm not cool with that. Like,
Oh, not me.
that's
Not me.
you're in
Not
a
me.
gender war. Like,
Not
some of
me.
y'all
Like
Black Americans are
literally.
in a gender war.
Yeah,
You know,
not me. Me literally. I dated
See
plenty
when
of
people
Black
say that
females.
like I
Well, I
wouldn't.
dated
when
plenty
people
of
say that
Latinas.
I
I
wouldn't
dated, but
like
as
I'm
of
Mexican,
right
right?
now,
I would never say, I don't know, Mexican women are above, Mexican American women, like I'm not gonna like attack my own women like that, you know, like that's
I
fucked
just feel
up.
like
understandable.
when people have preferences, like for me, I don't know. To me, I just don't really. When people give preferences out, like when Miss Girl, she's white, she says she don't like white guys. She prefers like other minorities, which is fine. When people use like these type of things, it don't really bother me. I mean, my mom prefers out her box. I mean, that's why she got with my dad. She don't prefer black men. So it's just like that's fine. I mean, people have different tastes. I got a taste, but at the same time, I mean, I don't go around like promoting it unless like maybe my close friend asks me. They be like, "Hey, what's your type?" I'm gonna tell them. But for me to go out and try to dehumanize somebody, no, I don't do stuff like that. But I have a preference.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like
Honestly, I
I
have a
wouldn't
preference too. Like
You should
dehumanize,
knock
like
not
somebody.
with
saying
skin color, not with skin color, but
you
like
shouldn't
body
knock
type. Like
a
you feel
woman
me?
down based on her
Like a
race.
body type, 5'1", 5'2". I don't give a
Yeah, I
hell
go
if
for
she's
a
like
five
super.
too.
I'm not going on. Not really like going for like. I'm not body shaming anybody or anything. I don't give a fuck what type of way she is, as long as she's pretty. Pretty and my
Shoot,
going.
they be body shaming me and too. Shoot, they be
Yeah,
body
and
shaming
going
the
for the
men
height.
too.
That's
Wait,
it.
Grannies,
So I mean,
do you find what do you prefer the most, Latino women or dark skinned Black American women?
I'm black, bro, so I'm gonna choose my black queens all day. But at the same time, I have.
Dark
But
skinned.
you
Wait,
got
hold
an
up.
Asian
Dark
girl.
skinned Black queens.
Yeah, I have an
Wait,
Asian
hold
girl.
up.
I
The
have an
dark
Asian
skinned
girl.
Black
But
queens.
Weapon.
No, but like, yeah, your preference is also Asian girl. I get it, but what's your like main preference? Like main preference?
I don't have
Is
a
it dark
preference.
skinned
Like
Black
I
woman?
said, bro. Like I love it's always a baddie in every culture. You feel me?
Yo,
But at the
greatness,
same
chill.
time,
Your girl's in the chat, bro. Your girl's in the chat. She heated.
oh, bro, hold on. She is. Yes.
He's
Wait,
very
what?
Because I
No,
love black
look. She
women.
I'm
understand
just
me
My
though.
playing with
She,
wife is
you.
well,
Mexican. It just kind of happens how
No,
it
well,
happens.
he's over here. No, wait,
my
hold up.
preference.
Greatness was complimenting Latino women, and he's not even dating a Latina. So
yeah, but literally,
so
like
he went
I'm
down
not
that
trying to
road.
contradict myself. Look, I'm not trying to contradict myself on just being
sticking
Just
with
say
one
you
racial
like
looking. But
women,
as of
bro.
right now, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, just
Latino
say you
women are
like
looking very
women,
Just
all
beautiful.
say you
women.
like women. That's it, bro.
Oh, but
Yeah,
like
I love women.
that's not really true. I don't get that though. Like Latino women is not Latina is not even a race. There are like Afro Latinas, there are white Latinas, there are brown Latinas. Like what do you like? I don't
Yeah,
know what you're
no, but I
trying to
think he
get.
means. I think he means the. You
I
know
think he's talking
what he
about the
means with
brown
the.
ones. The
As far as
brown ones.
A Latina in LA is different than than even if she's an Afro Latina in LA, it's different. There's a whole vibe, the
Yeah,
language,
I'm basically
the
saying,
whole
but
thing.
I'm basically saying what's in, like how like things got trends and what's popular at this time or what's really what's looking good at this time is basically that's what I'm basically saying. Like I'm basically saying
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now, Latino women are looking good right now. As of right now, this is the trend. Every woman has her time,
Oh, I
Every like
know.
even when it was with us black men,
Yeah, I don't
before
see
it was
that.
colorist. It
I
was
feel like
colorist,
Asian
light
girls
skin.
get the trend.
Yeah, like it's what I'm saying. Asian
I
girls
feel
get the
like
trend
Asian
sometimes.
girls
Then
are
it goes
getting the
black
trend.
girls. Then it
That's
goes
what
to
I'm saying.
Latinas.
Most
Then it goes to whites.
definitely.
It mixes around. Right now, I'm seeing Latina women are the top trend right now. They're the
Yeah,
top
that's
trend
true.
right now.
Let
That's what I'm basically saying.
Well,
I'm not
me
yeah.
for
saying, oh
my
my god, they're the
preference.
best in the world. I'm basically saying, as of right now, they're trending. They're being the best as being the top female as of right now. It's like not saying of a race
Okay.
or a competition, but as of right now, they're the
Yeah, I
top.
don't. I don't know. I don't see it.
Okay, me. I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. I would like my dad told me, what kind of girls would you? I told him straight up, I wouldn't date a Filipina because number one, I feel like we might end up being related. It's just it was a dark humor joke. But number two, I don't date them because it's just like I already know what I'm getting out of dating them. I want something like different. Like I want something like a Japanese or like a Korean or
Why don't you
something
get
like
a
that.
black
Like I have
American?
like I'm good. I mean, I don't have no problem with them. It's just they're not my go-to. Like I don't have no issue with them. They're not
But
ugly or
why though?
nothing. But it's just not my type. I mean, just like I don't find country white girls my type. I don't date Shelleys. I prefer like
Well, Meghan
girls that
Markle
are.
has been a baddie since day one. Meghan Markle, the
I'm
so
sorry. I keep it real with you. Like my preference, I prefer like an Asian girl that's like kind of like 5'2", like pale, and I prefer if she is white, she gotta be blonde. Like if she's like black hair type, only she
Damn, Build-A-Bear.
not my
you're
not
into
my
Tila
type.
Tequila.
I mean,
The Tila
Wait,
Tequila.
hold up. You're into
yeah, I
blonde
mean, she's
girls?
gonna be,
You're into white tea
yeah,
girls?
yeah. I mean, I know
No, he
problem with
said
them. I mean,
Asian
majority of
blonde.
them flirted with me my whole
Oh
life.
no, bro,
Wait,
not
No,
what?
no, no.
like
I
Like
that.
said
Asian
no,
blonde?
no,
ASS
no, no.
tough
What I
things,
That's
bro.
an
said,
Both being racist
anime.
too,
Are
no,
bro.
you
no, no, no. Let me,
weird,
let me,
bro?
let me, let me, let
What'd
me,
you
let
say?
me, let me, let me rebuttal. No, what I said was I don't mind white girls. Like I said, if I date a white girl, she would have to be blonde, but or more
Oh,
like
okay.
that's just my type on white. But as far as like
No, no. I looked at the
Asian,
data, bro. I looked at the data, and
yeah,
like
go ahead.
most women prefer their own men. Like they just mostly, if you look at if you look at the data of like dating apps, like women mostly choose their own men. Like, and then I think that's the route we should go to. We should just choose our own women, preserve our culture, our identity. And
I'm
as a Latino,
I ain't gonna
I
lie.
want to promote that. For my community, I want to promote that we should date within our own community. Like we shouldn't like, yeah,
Yeah.
like
y'all
we should
Mexican
preserve our
Mexican or
culture.
y'all American Mexican?
Yeah, but
So segregation.
what do the women think
I'm
about it?
Mexican American.
So
I
you're
mean,
cool with
I like
segregation.
mix. I like interracial dating. That's just me.
You like interracial?
I like to learn different. Yeah, I like learning about other people's cultures. I like to learn something new, not
You
something that
like
I just grew
flavors?
up in.
Yeah, it's totally right
Yeah,
because
like I like
literally with me being with
like I
my Thai
love
allows
I
female.
love the Japanese. I like
Yeah,
Japanese girls, and that's
literally
just
being
me.
with my Thai wife. I actually, bro, I've learned a lot. Like I've learned a lot about her culture.
That's what I'm
What do you
saying.
So
mean?
much, like so being. I would love that. I would love interracial couples more than just being with our own
Hell
people.
no.
Because
I
literally,
know.
only
To me,
reason
that's
why, only
boring.
reason
Why?
why,
Like, why
bro,
would
Why?
I?
Why would you
harm
Okay,
say
each
what do
other's
I
that?
get at dating
cultures.
the same?
I
What do
would
I?
be
What
mad
do I
as
get at
fuck
Gringos,
dating
why
the
would you
same?
say
I
that?
already know what they're gonna
grandkids are
eat.
black.
I
Why do
already
you
know their
say that? Why do you
history.
prefer interracial? Why do you
It's
prefer
Because
it?
fire. It
honestly,
lasts
you get to
longer.
learn other people's cultures. You feel me? You get
No,
to
you
know
don't.
where they're coming
Yes, I
from,
love it.
what their people are about. What you're learning about them. And they get as well. They get to learn your culture. In a
And how
way.
come black
So
Americans don't let us do that?
Okay, so do you? Okay, so you're okay with other, Black American brothers preferring their own Black American women? Are you okay with that?
that's totally fine. That's their preference. That's their preference. But I'm basically saying,
Nah, hell
I
no. You
Right.
can't
what I
do
want
that.
Okay,
is what I want
okay,
is
that's
other.
cool.
Yeah,
You
it's
know,
cool.
she's just recognizing that
Just
Man,
don't.
bro.
I don't have
your
no problem with
thing.
people preference. Just don't push their traumas on me. Like they'll be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, say why you don't want a sister?" I don't. I'm good. Like if you want that, you can
Yeah,
go get that.
Now,
But
be
don't put
honest.
your
You gotta
stuff
say
on
the
me.
reason why.
yeah, that's one thing. If
I
you
mean,
tell other
I don't give
people
my
who to date,
like,
that's creepy, bro. Like, oh, well, you should date out. Like
yeah.
promoting this idea that you should date out is like ridiculous. Like do you have self
No, I
hatred?
say
Like
I
that,
do it.
that can lean into like self hatred and stuff like that. So like, I don't really like wouldn't recommend or suggest people to like promote the idea that you should date out. I prefer to promote that you should date within your own community and preserve your culture and ethnic identity.
They don't want
I
that.
mean, that should
There,
be the same
there's
thing.
that's no, it's
That's
no,
just kind
it's
of the
no
same thing.
justice
It's
in
more
that.
like telling somebody who to date as well. It's the same thing. If someone, if
It's no
Yeah,
justice in
why
that,
would you
bro.
want someone to
It's no
tell you
yeah,
to
justice.
but it's
just
cool.
sit there and
But
just
don't you
only
want
be into
that? If
one?
you're a proud person, right? If you're a proud community, you should be saying that. There's nothing wrong with that. Japanese do it. The bluish people, you know,
I ain't
The
Japanese.
Arabs, you
I
know,
ain't
they all
Japanese.
do the same thing. You know, they all
I
promote
mean, well, I
being
know.
with their own
So
community.
I
They
mean,
promote that.
Because
okay.
it's the projectity. It's like they're mostly common around each other, so that's what they're going to go for. Like America, though, is
Shoot,
mixed with
I've
a
seen a
whole
lot of
different.
interracial in Japan.
It's
America's
it's
a
a
melting pot.
whole bunch of different cultures inside of just on this continent. So out
Okay.
just on this
When I went to
continent,
the Philippines, there was a lot of Filipinos with black men. There was a lot of Filipinos with black men, and then there was some with white men. So a majority. That's why everybody asks me, "Is my mom the Asian one?" Because typically Filipinas, Laos women, they typically go for black guys or white guys.
That's why they're third
So I
world
mean,
countries.
that's why people ask me. But at the same time, not really, because I've been to the Philippines in
Whoa,
certain areas where
whoa,
it's like
Kiss
really
Toucan, what
mixed.
was
It's
Well,
with
I'm
that
just
not.
saying.
that slick
I'm
ass
just.
comment?
That's actually a
Huh?
no. That was a dumb statement.
What'd you say?
Yeah, that was a slick ass comment. That was not cool.
Yeah, you said
What was
third
that?
war. How was it third war? Explain how it's third war.
Where's your family
Third
from?
world.
Where are you from?
I'm indigenous.
because
Where's your
Stickin is a
family from?
racist, bro. He
I'm
called me a
Houston,
mud.
Texas.
Wait,
He called that other
wait,
lady, the Latino
Tucking.
with the black man, a
I'm
mud
Where are you
teacher.
born and
He is
raised?
racist. He is a racist, bro.
Yeah,
Take him off the
he said
Mexico
some wild
because
ass.
we don't allow racists on here, bro.
Shut up,
You don't do
pussy.
that. We don't
Say
like
something.
racists.
Wait, Tucking. Where were you born and raised, Tucking?
Houston, Texas, but most of my life in Mexico.
Yeah, you sound
He's
ESL. I don't know why you're making slick
I
ass.
What if I
thought, I
was in
I
New
thought,
sound
York? That's still
ESL.
third world.
I thought you was from the Leaf Village, bro.
You thought I'm
Yeah.
from the leaf?
What
What if
kind
I
of
was to say
projection is
your
that?
country's a third world? How would you
I
feel
am
about
from the
that
leaf.
if I threw it back at you?
What'd you say?
Explain that. How would you feel? How would you feel if I told your country was a third world and I've never been? That don't make sense. You never been, so how would you know? You just believe on stereotypes. That's probably why.
He's racist.
You look at
He's
one
What's a
racist.
aspect and
third
try to
world
I'm a,
country?
I'm a,
project all
Wait,
over
what
the
do you
It's all right
say?
to
place.
be
Wait,
I don't
what's
know
a
racist.
why
third
he's
world
even
country?
allowed
So
up. He's a
It is
racist.
right to be racist
so
Wait, why is it alright to be racist?
because racism was only made to protect black people.
What?
Yeah,
No,
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
not
that's
I don't know
true.
Is he
what the hell you're
serious?
talking
racism is
about.
getting pushed. You will never hear a
No,
Mexican say
racism is
racism.
not.
What?
Yeah,
Is he
I'm
A
serious?
Mexican and
Mexican
I'm
that
saying
cries racism is a
racism.
pussy.
Bro,
But you got
take these men off the rate. Yes, thank you.
He's an idiot. He doesn't even know what
trolling.
racism is. He's a troll.
But sorry about that. It's Zay. You were going and got rudely interrupted.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna lie that the chick in the lie that she kind of bad. She
Wait,
kind
which
of
one?
bad. The one in the photo in the screenshot. Damn.
Yeah, no cap.
The prompt. Yeah, the prompt.
Give me the paper towel because you just dried your hands. Get your drink.
Hey, so Jaguar,
Damn,
you
it's Zay about to
Wait,
get his
who's
ass
that?
kicked. It's Zay about to get his ass beat.
Zay's mama.
Zay, the seasoning. Zay.
She gonna give him that FBA beating.
Hey, so Jaguar.
Damn, he ain't screamed that.
Hey, Jaguar,
Yeah, what's up, Sai?
you've been seeing a lot of that going on right now? Because I have.
Have you seen the live?
No, I've been in a few lately.
Have you seen the live? Have you seen the live?
No, I've been in a few lately, and it's been like that ever since what's going on in LA. You know, with the
Oh yeah, yeah. They're
whole
saying that
stuff.
they're not going to help us out, and that they're
Right.
saying that we're the ones imploring, begging them to help us, which is not true. They're
And I've
spewing a
been,
bunch of
yeah,
lies, like
I've
I'll
been,
go out there and help.
a
I'll
bunch
go
of
out
them
there and help,
generalizing
like with
us
plenty of
and being
time.
bro.
racist and
I've been
crazy
having to,
shit.
yeah, I've been getting into it quite a bit actually, trying to defend that because it's been a thing lately, and I haven't liked it, and I had to, try to correct a few people individually, but
All I'm saying is because when I was out there in the BLM protest, I seen Hispanics out there, so that's what made me encouraging me, to go out there and
exactly.
protest for the Hispanics right now with the immigration, with the ICE immigration thing, going on right now. It's the protests are going on, so I go out there myself and I do protest with my Hispanics because literally my cousin, like I said, my family is Hispanic. So basically, I won't want that to happen to anybody else because they come here like I never seen any illegal, not illegal, but any person that came from Mexico and came to America. They came here to work hard. They came here to work hard. Every Hispanic that I've ever came across that was a immigrant came here to work hard, never caused any problems, went to work and went straight home. Didn't come out, wasn't out here on the streets gang banging and causing havoc. Going into stores, stealing and stuff and everything. That's why I don't, I don't agree with you know ICE coming in and doing what they're doing to illegal the illegals. That's what they say. But I don't condone that. I really do not condone it because every Hispanic that I met that was out here, wasn't legal. Basically, they worked hard. They worked hard, like the most hardest working people that I know to this day.
Yeah, I've seen like it depends. There's been like 50-50. Some individuals definitely will, you know what I mean, feel how you feel, but then the majority that try to speak on behalf of your community is trying to definitely downplay us. And we've always handled our own affairs. We've always took care of our own situations.
Yeah, because you guys work the hardest. Like literally, work
Yeah,
the hardest for the
yeah.
smallest pay, bro. And they still go to work happy every day with a smile on their face. Every day for the smallest pay, but still be on out there doing their best they can do. Like honestly,
Well,
like
well, I mean, it's not
like
really for small pay because the American dollar has more value in their
yeah.
home countries, so it's not low pay for them.
Even with my
Like
Hispanic
a hundred
uncle,
bucks, $100 is like a thousand pesos. That's a lot of money.
yeah, because
It moves up, so
even
it's
with my
not low
Hispanic
pay for
uncle,
Oh, we
them.
have we. Oh no, no, my
he was a
dad
mechanic. He's a
tried to
mechanic.
teach me how to use pesos. I can't
Yeah,
use pesos. My dad
yeah.
can.
So my
In this country,
Hispanic
in the
uncle, he's a
Philippines, we use pesos.
he's a mechanic, and he
Yeah,
worked
because
hard every
they
day.
were
Every day.
colonized by the Spanish, huh?
At one point of my
Yeah,
time,
but
my mom
it
was,
is what it
we
is.
was kids, and we had to go stay with my auntie and my uncle, and he was at the time he was illegal, he wasn't, doing, he didn't get his papers until like almost 10 years ago, but
Well, say
literally,
undocumented. Say
undocumented,
undocumented.
yeah,
Like
yeah,
he's
undocumented.
undocumented.
Yeah, okay, my fault. Undocumented. He was undocumented, and became documented. But before that time, he was the hardest person, the hardest working person in the family, the hardest working person in the family, in the sun, the cold, the winter, the winter, the freaking rain. He worked hard every day to provide for his family. So literally, like that's why I respect the hard working undocumented people because literally they're the hardest working people that I know to this day. The hardest. They work the hardest.
Yeah, it's true. Latinos. Yeah, we just want to get paid, make that money, and support our families, and go back to our home
Yeah, and
countries.
take
We
care
don't
of their
really care
families.
about American culture like that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
he
that's what I'm saying.
took
Like,
care of his sons. My cousins took care of his sons. He had damn, I have four Hispanic, four mixed four mixed cousins. Took care of all of them. Took care of all of them every day. They make sure they was fed good, had a house of their thing. They never went stole, never went hungry. They make sure they always had full clothes on their backs, a roof over their head, everything. He took care of all that. And at the time, my auntie, she wasn't disabled, but she at the time she was like, he wasn't like fully capable to go to work, and he did everything. He took care of everything.
Just like when my grandfather, he brought him and his wife brought almost 18 people when he came here to America. He brought over there was 18 children they had, and they brought them all over here to America from the Philippines. Now he got them all citizenships, but my thing here is, I mean, they sacrificed a lot. I mean, just to be here, and a lot of times they didn't teach the kids like Tagalog, like the language stuff like that. So we grew up kind of American. But the fact that they did so much just to get here is, I mean, you mind you, 18 children. And
Yeah,
they
you
got
have
them
to
all
respect that. That's
citizenships.
respect. You have to respect that. Literally,
So, I mean, they got
I'm
them
not
all
gonna be pushing.
citizenships, but yeah, so they're legal, but it's just like they told me it was not an easy process, but they did it. And the fact that their money wasn't worth nothing as much in the Philippines because their money is not, it's really cheap over there. It's expensive to get there. It costs $2,000 to get there, but once you over there, like you can do a lot for like a little bit of nothing. Like a little bit of change can get you like 5 meals or something like that, and then your income can get you a really nice house. Like, so, I mean, they did do a lot. I mean, they did a lot of sacrificing, and I give them that. But I mean,
They
shoot. And
sacrifice
then they set up
lives.
their own businesses. Yeah, they set up their own businesses. I mean, they got a lot of. They did get in mind. One of them tried to join the military, the army and stuff. So they get checks, and then some of them get government assistance. So they get money to help, with their businesses and stuff like that. So my family is very upper middle class. Like they really about it. So it's just like, and they stay out the way. I noticed that you don't really hear them on the internet or on TV. Their majority are like, when you hear about injustice, you always hear it with black, white, Hispanic. You don't hear much from the Asian side unless it was the Asian hate crime. Other than that, you hear nothing from them. Like, you don't even see them on the news really doing, like, even the ones that are poor, you hear nothing from them. So, when they see, people be asking me why is so easy for Filipinos to get like bigger pay, higher job opportunities. It's easy for them, and I noticed that too because everybody in my family they bring home $20,000 a week, and I wonder how is it so easy for them to get a nice ass house, nice cars. They work at the hospital. They work at the hospital. They are lawyers, doctors, cops, firemen, and they work in like factories. And the fact that they get it so easy within a month is crazy.
Yeah, that's same thing
So
with my Thai side of the family. Honestly, like not my side, but her side. They really like
yeah,
hard workers,
they
really
make sure
hard
we get
workers.
educated. They make sure we
Always
educated
hard.
because my family that was Asian, if I get a B, it was I had to be straight A's. They wanted me to go to college, all that stuff. Like everybody was supposed to be something great, and that's what they put a lot of stress on you too. That's another thing that's annoying to me.
Yep.
So yeah,
That's one thing
yeah.
though I just want to say before I go because I'm about to go. I respect the Hispanic community. I respect you guys. I really, I don't like what's going on right now. For the undocumented people. Um, and I'm out there. So it's not all black people. It's not all black people.
Yeah, I'm about to end it too. Yeah, do you have any last words? Sorry, the discussion, the principal discussion was, the primary discussion was, that, there are these Black Americans who are super racist towards Latinos, that are making these lives, they are dividing the Latino community. They are pushing fake propaganda, yeah, they're trying to divide Latino community, dehumanize us, trying to make us feel inferior, generalizing us, and that's unacceptable. So, do you have anything to add to that, sire? Sorry, you
What's
there?
that? Oh, my bad. What's that?
Oh, yeah. Do you have any last words on the discussion?
Oh, no, I'm good, bro.
Okay. Great news. Do you have any last words?
Yeah, like I said, it's not all black
Oh, you
people.
already said your
Yeah,
piece,
yeah,
right?
it's not all of
Yeah,
us,
I'm just
man.
saying the racist.
Yeah,
Yeah, I said the racist Black Americans who are making these lives, generalizing Latinos, saying that we're stealing their culture. You're trying to be like them. Trying to make us feel inferior and stuff like that.
yeah, yeah.
Do you have any last words?
Yeah. About that, it's actually I find it very ignorant because you have ignorant people in all groups. They just feel as if I don't know if it's competition, But here's my thing with them. I don't get it. 1 minute they want everybody to be black, and then the next minute, once you move past them or you achieve something higher than them, they want to segregate. Think about this. If they see someone brown, they think anybody that's brown is black, right? So they would want you to help them boost their numbers, right? To make them more of a population than white. So when they stereotype y'all and say y'all always put the white box, they try to make it seem like y'all are sellouts. Number two,
Yeah, they're gaslighting us.
they also find they always do it with me too, because mind you, I have an Asian parent, and they find out, they try to say, oh yeah, well y'all use the black dollar, y'all try to steal off our. I say it's kind of crazy how you say that, because all these materials or stuff you eat with comes from China. Those microchips that you use in high school, that came from the Philippines. Half these half the stuff that you wear comes from Asia. So when you make stuff up like that, talking about we lynching off of y'all, it's kind of cringe. If you don't know, like they talk about dancing comes from only them. Every culture had dance. There was stuff influenced. I have seen black people actually wear Asian culture all the time. Music videos. I went to an Asian parade. It was black people wearing chopsticks in their hair. They a lot of black women go to my aunt's shop and was like, oh, we want Indian, we want Asian, we want the Asian hairstyles. They would get the Asian hairstyles, but yet, if the other races start doing it, and if they had culture, they wouldn't be trying to worry about everybody else's. Because let me tell you something, I don't really believe they have one. They just have inventions and trends. Here's my thing. This is why I say that, is because 9 times out of 10, their culture is Africa. But yet, since they've been so removed, they just started to make their own flow. They made, stuff that we listen to, stuff that we wear. I mean, some things that, like, far as drip wise, I'll give them that. But that's not a culture. Because they try to say, oh, well, inventions are a culture. But white people made planes. That's not a culture. Japanese people made flip-flops. That's not
The
one.
Brazilians made the plane, by the way. The Brazilians.
Yeah, they don't have a
plane.
culture.
Angles.
Well, so I'm just saying, like,
Yeah, I
there's
agree.
things
This is
that,
why they identify as skin color. And
it's not a
and they
culture.
recognize, when I had a Black American man recognize that they have an identity crisis. So like they don't have a culture. This is why they say their skin color, and like this weird stuff alongside with white Americans. They say they're white, and it's really weird. Like to us Latinos, when you speak to us like that. Yeah, when you speak to us Latinos like that, saying your skin color, we look at you weird. Like, yeah, that's just.
They're obsessed
Yeah,
with
we don't
race.
care
You have
about
to
your
be white.
culture.
They be like, well, what do you look like? And they try to disrespect my this one boy. He came in there loud. He says, oh, I'm such and such. The man said, well, your skin is too brown, so you're black. The boy said, I'm not black. He said, well, you thin on 2%. I said, I look on his page. This dude was actually Indonesian. He was dark skinned. So the fact that they doing that and they trying to dictate how people should identify because they don't have a mind of their own, I find that's racist. They also did it to a Fijian man. They said, well, in America, they're going to see you as black. That's not true, because when they come to citizenship here, they'll ask them where they're from. If they say I'm from Fiji, they're not going to put them on their black. They're going to put them on a Pacific Islander, because it's a crime to misclassify somebody here. So they're not going to put them with y'all. So that's what they're trying to do. They want everybody to be black when it's convenient for them. And then once you start moving past them, they want to segregate against you. So it's just it's a win-lose with them.
Yeah, they want to gaslight and use a race card. They say you're the colorist, just like on the prompt right here on this live. They're saying that we're the colors, we're the races, but yet you guys are calling your brothers and sisters who are dark skinned as crispy, or you're using the phrase light skin as a way to show that they have as a derogatory way to show that they have more privilege than you. So if you're Latino and born and raised in the United States, like, don't be afraid to speak up and defend your community against these racist Black Americans that make these lives. We gotta speak up. We gotta stop. We're in a new era. We got a bunch of platforms where we can take advantage to say our word, say our rhetoric.
Yeah.
Do you
sad
have any
how they
last
try to
words?
gaslight us. Yeah,
Nah,
go
man.
ahead.
Thank you for the live. Have a good one.
All right, everything's good. Thank you. Alicia, do you want to add any last words? I guess she's just knocked out. But anyways, guys, again, don't be afraid to speak out against these racist Black Americans on these lives. And Trevor Jaguar is signing off.